Doing all right, tell him to keep out of this. This is legal and I'll shoot if I have to. But what about the prayers? They don't go back. Are you positive? You could bet your life, he said. Look at him, I called to the angry crowd, with his blue steel pistol and his blue serge suit. You heard him, he's the law. He says he'll shoot us down because we're law-abiding people, so we've been dispossessed, and what's more, he thinks he's God. Look up there backed against the post, with a criminal on either side of him. Can't you feel the cold wind? Can't you hear it asking, what did you do with your heavy labor? What did you do? When you look at all you haven't got in 87 years, you feel ashamed. Tell him about it, brother, an old man interrupted. It makes you feel you ain't a man. Yes, these old folks had a dream book, but the pages went blank and it failed too. Give them the number. It was called The Seeing Eye, the Great Constitutional Dream. Book, the secrets of Africa, the wisdom of Egypt, but the eye was blind, it lost its luster, it's all cataracted like a cross-eyed carpenter, and it doesn't saw straight. All we have is the Bible, and this law here rules that out. So where do we g? Oh, where do we go from here without a pot? We going after that Patty, the heavyweight called, rushing up the steps. Someone pushed me. No, wait, I called. Get out the way now. There was a rush against me and I fell, hearing a single explosion, backward into a whirl of milling legs, overshoes, the trampled snow cold on my hands. Another shot sounded above like a bursting bag. Managing to stand, I saw atop the steps the fist, with the gun being forced into the air above the crowd's bobbing heads, and the next instant they were dragging him down into the snow, punching him left and right. Uttering a low, tense, swelling sound of desperate effort, a grunt that exploded into a thousand softly spat, hate-sizzling curses, I saw a woman striking with the pointed heel of her shoe, her face a blank mask with hollow black eyes as she aimed and struck, aimed and struck, bringing spurts of blood, running along beside the man, who was dragged to his feet, now as they punched him, gauntlet-wise between them. Suddenly I saw a pair of handcuffs arc, gleaming into the air, and sail across the street. A boy broke out of the crowd, the marshal's snappy hat on his head. The marshal was spun this way and that, then a swift tattoo of blows started him down the street. I was beside myself with excitement. The crowd surged after him, milling like a huge man trying to turn in a cubbyhole, some of them laughing, some cursing, some intently silent. The brute struck that gentle woman, poor thing, the West Indian woman chanted. Black men, did you ever see such a brute? Is he a gentleman, I ask you? The brute, give it back to him. Black men, repay the brute 1,000-fold, give it back to him unto the third and fourth generations. Strike him, our fine black men. Protect your black women, repay the arrogant creature to the third and fourth generations. We're dispossessed, I sang at the top of my voice, dispossessed, and we want to pray. Let's go in and pray. Let's have a big prayer meeting, but we'll need some chairs to sit in, rest upon as we kneel. We'll need some chairs. Here's some chairs down here, a woman called from the walk. How about taking in some chairs? Sure, I called, take everything, take it all, hide that junk, put it back where it came from. It's blocking the street and the sidewalk, and that's against the law. We're law-abiding, so clear the street of the debris, put it out of sight, hide it, hide there. Shame, hide our shame. Come on, men, I yelled, dashing down the steps and seizing a chair and starting back, no longer struggling against or thinking about the nature of my action. The others followed, picking up pieces of furniture and lugging them back into the building. We ought to done this long ago, a man said. We damn sure should. I feel so good, a woman said. I feel so good. Black men, I'm proud of you, the West Indian woman shrilled. Proud. We rushed into the dark little apartment that smelled of stale cabbage and put the pieces down and returned for more. Men, women, and children seized articles and dashed inside, shouting, laughing. I looked for the two trustees, but they seemed to have disappeared. Then, coming down into the street, I thought I saw one. He was carrying a chair back inside. So you're law-abiding too, I called only to become aware that it was someone else, a white man, but someone else altogether. The man laughed at me and continued inside, and when I reached the street there were several of them, men and women, standing about, cheering whenever another piece of furniture was returned. It was like a holiday. I didn't want it to stop. "Who are those people?" I called from the steps. "What people?" someone called back. "Those," I said, pointing. "You mean those Ofes?" "Yes, what do they want?" "We're friends of the people," one of the white men called. "Friends of what people?" I called, prepared to jump down upon him if he answered. "You people." "We're friends of all the common people," he shouted. "We came up to help." "We believe in brotherhood," another called. "Well, pick up that sofa and come on," I called. I was uneasy about their presence and disappointed when they all joined the crowd and started lugging the evicted articles back inside. Where had I heard of them? "Why don't we stage a march?" one of the white men called, going past. "Why don't we march?" I yelled out to the sidewalk before I had time to think. They took it up immediately. "Let's march. It's a good idea. Let's have a demonstration. Let's parade." I heard the siren and saw the scout cars swing into the block in the same instant. It was the police. I looked into the crowd, trying to focus upon their faces, hearing someone yell, "Here come the cops," and others answering, "Let 'em come." Where is all this leading? I thought, seeing a white man run inside the building as the policemen dashed from their cars and came running up. "What's going on here?" a Gold Shield officer called. "Up the steps." It had become silent. No one answered. I said, "What's going on here?" he repeated. "You," he called, pointing straight at Maya. We've been clearing the sidewalk of a lot of junk," I called, tense inside. "What's that?" he said. "It's a cleanup campaign," I called, wanting to laugh. These old folks had all their stuff cluttering up the sidewalk, and we cleared the street. "You mean you're interfering with an eviction?" he called, starting through the crowd. "He ain't doing nothing," a woman called from behind me. I looked around. The steps behind were filled with those who had been inside. "We're all together," someone called, as the crowd closed in. "Clear the streets," the officer ordered. "That's what we were doing," someone called from back in the crowd. "Mahoney," he bellowed to another policeman, "send in a riot call." "What riot?" one of the white men called to him. "There's no riot." "If I say there's a riot, the officer said. "And what are you white people doing up here in Harlem?" "We're citizens. We go anywhere we like." "Listen, here come some more cops," someone called. "Let them come. Let the commissioner come." It became too much for me. The whole thing had gotten out of hand. What had I said to bring on all this? I edged to the back of the crowd on the steps and backed into the hallway. Where would I go? I hurried up to the old couple's apartment, but I can't hide here, I thought, heading back for the stairs. "No, you can't go that way," a voice said. I whirled. It was a white girl standing in the door. "What are you doing in here?" I shouted, my fear turning to feverish anger. "I didn't mean to startle you," she said. "Brother, that was quite a speech you made." I heard just the end of it, "but you certainly moved them to action." "Action," I said, "action." "Don't be modest, brother," she said. "I heard you." "Look, miss, we'd better get out of here," I said, finally controlling the throbbing my throat. "There are a lot of policemen downstairs and more coming." "Oh yes, you'd better go over the roof," she said. "Otherwise, someone is sure to point you out." "Over the roofs?" "It's easy. Just go up to the roof of the building and keep crossing until you reach the house at the end of the block. Then open the door and walk down as though you've been visiting. You'd better hurry. The longer you remain unknown to the police, the longer you'll be effective." Effective, I thought. What did she mean? And what was this brother business? "Thanks," I said, and hurried for the stairs. "Goodbye," her voice rose fluidly behind me. I turned, glimpsing her white face in the dim light of the darkened doorway. I took the flight in a bound and cautiously opened the door, and suddenly the sun flared on the roof and it was windy cold. before me the low, snow-caked walls. Dividing the buildings stretched hurdle-like the long length of the block to the corner. And before me empty clotheslines trembled in the wind. I made my way through the wind-carved snow to the next roof and then to the next, going with swift caution. Planes were rising over an airfield far to the southeast, and I was running now and seeing all the church steeples rising and falling in stacks with smoke leaning sharp against the sky, and below in the street the sound of sirens and shouting. I hurried. Then climbing over a wall I looked back, seeing a man hurrying after me, slipping, sliding, going over the low dividing walls of the roofs with puffing, bustling effort. I turned and ran, trying to put the rows of chimneys between us, wondering why he didn't yell halt or shout or shoot. I ran, dodging behind an elevator housing then, dashing to the next roof, going down, the snow cold to my hands, knees striking toes. Gripping and up and running and looking back, seeing the short figure in black still running after. The corner seemed a mile away. I tried to count the number of roofs that bounced before me yet to be crossed. Getting to 7, I ran, hearing shouts. More sirens, and looking back at him still behind me, running in a short-legged scramble still behind me as I tried to open the door of a building to go down and finding it stuck and running once more, trying to zigzag in the snow and feeling the crunch of gravel underneath and behind me still as I swung over a partition and went brushing past a huge coat and arousing a flight of frantic white birds, suddenly as large as buzzards, as they beat furiously against my eyes, dazzling the sun as they fluttered up and away and around in a furious glide, and me running again, and looking back and for a split second thinking him gone, and once more seeing him bobbing after. Why doesn't he shoot? Why, if only it were like at home where I knew someone in all the houses, knew them by sight and by name, by blood and by background, by shame and pride, and by religion. It was a carpeted hall, and I moved down with pounding heart as a dog set up a terrific din within the top apartment. Then I moved quickly, my body like glass inside. As I skipped downward off the edges of the stairs, looking down the stairwell, I saw pale light filtering through the door glass far below. But what had happened to the girl? Had she put the man on my trail? What was she doing there? I bounded down, no one challenging me, and I stopped in the vestibule, breathing deeply and listening for his hand upon the door above and brushing my clothing into order. Then I stepped into the street with a nonchalance copied from characters I had seen in the movies. No sound from above, not even the malicious note of the barking dog. It was a long block, and I had come down into a building that faced not the street, but the avenue. A squad of mounted policemen lashed themselves around the corner and galloped past, the horseshoes thudding dully through the snow, the men rising high in their saddles, shouting. I picked up speed, careful not to run, heading away. This was awful. What on earth had I said to have brought on all this? How would it end? Someone might be killed. Heads would be pistol-whipped. I stopped at the corner, looking for the pursuing man, the detective, and for a bus. The long white stretch of street was empty, the aroused pigeons still circling overhead. I scanned the roofs, expecting to see him peering down. The sound of shouting continued to rise. Then another green and white patrol car was whining around the corner and speeding past me, heading for the block. I cut through a block in which there were close to a dozen funeral parlors, each decked out with neon signs, all set up in old brownstone buildings. Elaborate funeral cars stood along the curb, one a dull black with windows shaped like Gothic arches, through which I saw funeral flowers piled upon a casket. I hurried on. I could see the girl's face still, below the short flight of stairs, but who was the figure that had crossed the roof behind me, chased me? Why had he been so silent? And why was there only one? Yes, and why hadn't they sent a patrol car to pick me up? I hurried out of the block of funeral parlors into the bright sun that swept the snow of the avenue, slowing to a leisurely walk now, trying to give the impression of a complete lack of haste. I longed to look stupid, utterly incapable of thought or speech, and tried to shuffle my feet over the walk, but quit with distaste after stealing a glance behind me. Just ahead, I saw a car pull up and a man leap out with a physician's bag. "Hurry, doctor," a man called from the stoop. "She's already in labor." "Good," the doctor called. "That's what we've been waiting for, isn't it?" "Yeah, but it didn't start when we expected it." I watched them disappear inside the hall. What a hell of a time to be born, I thought. At the corner, I joined several people waiting for the lights to change. I had just about convinced myself that I had escaped successfully when a quiet, penetrating voice beside me said, "That was a masterful bit of persuasion, brother." Suddenly wound tight as a tension spring, I turned almost lethargically. A short, insignificant-looking, bushy-eyebrowed man with a quiet smile on his face stood beside me, looking not at all like a policeman. "What do you mean?" I asked, my voice lazy, distant. "Don't be alarmed," he said. "I'm a friend." "I've got nothing to be alarmed about, and you're no friend of mine." "Then say that I'm an admirer," he said pleasantly. "Admirer of what?" "Of your speech," he said. "I was listening." "What speech?" "I made no speech," I said. He smiled knowingly. "I can see that you have been well trained. Come, it isn't good for you to be seen with me in the street. Let's go somewhere for a cup of coffee." Something told me to refuse, but I was intrigued, and underneath it all was probably flattered. Besides, if I refused to go, it would be taken as an admission of guilt, and he didn't look like a policeman or a detective. I went silently beside him to a cafeteria down near the end of the block, seeing him peer inside through the window before we entered. "You get the table, brother, over there near the wall where we can talk in peace." "I'll get the coffee." I watched him going across the floor with a bouncy, rolling step, then found a table and sat watching him. It was warm in the cafeteria. It was late afternoon now. Only a few customers were scattered at the tables. I watched the man going familiarly to the food counter and ordering, his movements as he peered through the brightly lighted shelves of pastry were those of a lively small animal, a face interested in detecting only the target cut of cake. "So he's heard my speech. Well, I'll hear what he has to say," I thought, seeing him start toward me with his rapid, rolling, bouncy, heel-and-toe step. It was as though he had taught himself to walk that way, and I had a feeling that somehow he was acting a part, that something about him wasn't exactly real and I'd which I dismissed immediately, since there was a quality of unreality over the whole afternoon. He came straight to the table without having to look about for me, as though he had expected me to take that particular table and no other. Although many tables were vacant, he was balancing a plate of cake on top of each cup, setting them down deftly and shoving one toward me as he took his chair. "I thought you might like a piece of cheesecake," he said. "Cheesecake?" I said. "I've never heard of it." "It's nice, sugar." "Go ahead," I said. "No, after you, brothers." I looked at him, then poured 3 spoonfuls and shoved the shaker toward him. I was tense again. "Thanks," I said, repressing an impulse to call him down about the brother business. He smiled, cutting into his cheesecake with a fork and shoving far too large a piece into his mouth. His manners are extremely crude, I thought, trying to put him at a disadvantage in my own mind by pointedly taking a small piece of the cheesy stuff and placing it neatly into my mouth. "You know," he said, taking a gulp of coffee, "I haven't heard such an effective piece of eloquence since the days when I was in a long time. You aroused them so quickly to action. I don't understand how you managed it. If only some of our speakers could have listened. With a few words, you had them involved in action. Others would have still been wasting time with empty verbiage. I want to thank you for a most instructive experience." I drank my coffee silently. Not only did I distrust him, I didn't know how much I could safely say. "The cheesecake here is good," he said before I could answer. "It's really very good. By the way, where did you learn to speak?" "Nowhere," I said, much too quickly. "Then you're very talented. You are a natural. It's hard to believe." "I was simply angry," I said, deciding to admit this much in order to see what he would reveal. Then your anger was skillfully controlled. It had eloquence. Why was that? Why, I suppose I felt sorry. I don't know. Maybe I just felt like making a speech. There was the crowd waiting, so I said a few words. You might not believe it, but I didn't know what I was going to say. Please, he said with a knowing smile. What do you mean? I said. You try to sound cynical, but I see through you. I know. I listened very carefully. To what you had to say, you were enormously moved. Your emotions were touched. I guess so, I said. Maybe seeing them reminded me of something. He leaned forward, watching me intensely now, the smile still on his lips. Did it remind you of people you know? I guess it did, I said. I think I understand. You were watching a death. I dropped my fork. No one was killed, I said tensely. What are you trying to do? A death on the city pavements. That's the title of a detective story or something I read somewheres. He laughed. I only mean metaphorically speaking. There. Living but dead, dead and living, a unity of opposites. Oh, I said, what kind of double talk was this? The old ones, they're agrarian types, you know, being ground up by industrial conditions, thrown on the dump heaps and cast aside. You pointed it out very well. 87 years and nothing to show for it, you said. You were absolutely correct. I suppose that seeing them like that made me feel pretty bad, I said. Yes, of course, and you made an effective speech, but you mustn't waste your emotions on individuals. They don't count. Who doesn't count? I said. Those old ones, he said grimly. It's sad, yes, but they're already dead, defunct. History has passed them by. Unfortunate, but there's nothing to do about them. They're like dead limbs that must be pruned away so that the tree may bear young fruit, or the storms of history will blow them down anyway. Better the storm should hit them. But look. No, let me continue. These people are old. Men grow old and types of men grow old, and these are very old. All they have left is their religion. That's all they can think about, so they'll be cast aside. They're dead, you see, because they're incapable of rising to the necessity of the historical situation. But I like them, I said. I like them. They reminded me of folks I know down south. It's taken me a long time to feel it, but they're folks just like me, except that I've been to school a few years. He wagged his round red head. Oh no, brother, you're mistaken and you're sentimental. You're not like them. Perhaps you were, but you're not any longer. Otherwise, you'd never have made that speech. Perhaps you were, but that's all past. Dead, you might not recognize it just now, but that part of you is dead. You have not completely shed that self, that old agrarian self, but it's dead and you will throw it off completely and emerge something new. History has been born in your brain. Look, I said, I don't know what you're talking about. I've never lived on a farm. And I didn't stud. Why agriculture? But I do know why I made that speech. Then why? Because I was upset over seeing those old folks put out in the street. That's why. I don't care what you call it. I was angry. He shrugged. Let's not argue about it, he said. I've a notion you could do it. Again, perhaps you would be interested in working for us. For whom? I asked, suddenly excited. What was he trying to do? With our organization, we need a good speaker for this district, someone who can articulate the grievances of the people, he said. But nobody cares about their grievances, I said. Suppose they were articulated. Who would listen or care? They exist, he said with his knowing smile. They exist, and when the cry of protest is sounded, there are those who will hear it and act. There was something mysterious and smug in the way he spoke, as though he had everything figured out, whatever he was talking about. Look at this very most certain white man, I thought. He didn't even realize that I was afraid, and yet he speaks so confidently. I got to my feet. I'm sorry, I said. I have a job and I'm not interested in anyone's grievances but my own. But you were concerned with that old couple, he said with narrowed eyes. Are they relatives of yours? Sure, we're all black, I said, beginning to laugh. He smiled, his eyes intense upon my face. Seriously, are they your relatives? Sure, we were burned in the same oven, I said. The effect was electric. Why do you fellows always talk in terms of race? He snapped, his eyes blazing. What other terms do you know? I said, puzzled. You think I would have been around there if they had been white? He threw up his hands and laughed. Let's not argue that now, he said. You were very effective in helping them. I can't believe that you're such an individualist as you pretend. You appeared to be a man who knew his duty toward the people and performed it well. Whatever you think about it personally, you were a spokesman for your people, and you have a duty to work in their interest. He was too complicated for me. Look, my friend, thanks for the coffee and cake. I have no more interest in those old folks than in your job. I wanted to make a speech. I like to make speeches. What happened afterwards is a mystery to me. You picked the wrong man. You should have stopped one of those fellows who started yelling at the policeman. I stood up. Wait a second, he said, producing a piece of envelope and scribbling something. You might change your mind. As for those others, I know them already. I looked at the white paper in his extended hand. You are wise to distrust me, he said. You don't know who I am and you don't trust me. That's as it should be, but I don't give up hope because someday you will. Look me up on your own accord and it will be different, for then you'll be ready. Just call this number and ask for Brother Jack. You needn't give me your name, just mention our conversation. Should you decide tonight, give me a ring about 8. Okay, I said, taking the paper. I doubt if I'll ever need it, but who knows? Well, you think about it, brother. Times are grave and you seem very indignant. I only wanted to make a speech, I said again. But you were indignant, and sometimes the difference between individual and organized indignation is the difference between criminal and political action, he said. I laughed. So what? I'm neither a criminal nor a politician, brother, so you picked the wrong man, but thanks again for the coffee and cheesecake, brother. I left him sitting with a quiet smile on his face. When I had crossed the avenue, I looked through the glass, seeing him still there, and it occurred to me that he was the same man who had followed me over the roof. He hadn't been chasing me at all, but only going in the same direction. I hadn't understood much of what he had said, only that he had spoken with great confidence. Anyway, I had been the better runner. Perhaps it was a trick of some kind. He gave the impression that he understood much and spoke out of a knowledge far deeper than appeared on the surface of his words. Perhaps it was only the knowledge that he had escaped by the same route as I. But what had he to fear? I had made the speech, not he. That girl in the apartment had said that the longer I remained unseen, the longer I'd be effective, which didn't make much sense either, but perhaps that was why he had run. He wanted to remain unseen and effective. Effective at what? No doubt he was laughing at me. I must have looked silly hurtling across the roofs, and like a black-faced comedian shrinking from a ghost when the white pigeons shot up around me. To hell with him. He needn't be so smug. I knew of some things he didn't know. Let him find someone else. He only wanted to use me for something. Everybody wanted to use you for some purpose. Why should he want me as a speaker? Let him make his own speeches. I headed for home, feeling a growing satisfaction that I had dismissed him so completely. It was turning dark now and much colder, colder than I had ever known. What on earth was it, I mused, bending my head to the wind, that made us leave the warm, mild weather of home for all this cold, and never to return, if not something worth hoping for, freezing for, even being evicted for? I felt sad. An old woman passed, bent down with 2 shopping bags, her eyes upon the slushy walk, and I thought of the old couple at the eviction. How had it ended, and where were they now? What an awful emotion. What had he called it? A death on the city pavements. How often did such things occur, and what would he say of Mary? She was far from dead, or of being ground to bits by New York. Hell, she knew very well how to live here, much better than I with my college training, Bledsoeing, that was the term, and I was the one being ground up, not Mary. Thinking of her made me feel better. I couldn't imagine Mary being as helpless as the old woman at the eviction, and by the Time I reached the apartment, I had begun to lose my depression. Chapter 14. The odor of Mary's cabbage changed my mind, standing engulfed in the fumes. Filling the hall, it struck me that I couldn't realistically reject the job. Cabbage was always a depressing reminder of the leaner years of my childhood, and I suffered silently whenever she served it, but this was the third time within the week in it. Dawned on me that Mary must be short of money. And here I've been congratulating myself for refusing a job, I thought, when I don't even know how much money I owe her. I felt a quick sickness grow within me. How could I face her? I went quietly to my room and lay upon the bed, brooding. There were other roomers who had jobs, and I knew she received help from relatives. Still, there was no mistake. Mary loved a variety of food, and this concentration upon cabbage was no accident. Why hadn't I noticed? She'd been too kind, never dunning me, and I lay there hearing her. Don't come bothering me with your little troubles. Boy, you'll get something by and by, when I would try to apologize for not paying my rent and board. Perhaps another roomer had moved or lost his job. What were Mary's problems anyway? Who articulated her grievances, as the red-headed man had put it? She had kept me going for months, yet I had no idea what kind of man was I becoming. I had taken her so much for granted that I hadn't even thought of my debt when I refused the job, nor had I considered the embarrassment I might have caused her should the police come to her home to arrest me for making that wild speech. Suddenly I felt an urge to go look at her. Perhaps I had really never seen her. I had been acting like a child, not a man. Taking out the crumpled paper, I looked at the telephone number. He had mentioned an organization. What was it called? I hadn't inquired. What a fool. At least I should have learned what I was turning down, although I distrusted the red-headed man. Had I refused out of fear as well as from resentment? Why didn't he just tell me what it was all about, instead of trying to impress me with his knowledge? Then from down the hall I could hear Mary singing, her voice clear and untroubled, though she sang a troubled song. It was the backwater blues. I lay listening as the sound flowed to and around me, bringing me a calm sense of my indebtedness. When it faded, I got up and put on my coat. Perhaps it was not too late. I would find a telephone and call him. Then he could tell me exactly what he wanted, and I could make a sensible decision. Mary heard me this time. Boy, when you come home, she said, sticking her head out of the kitchen. I didn't even hear you. I came in a short while ago, I said. You were busy, so I didn't bother you. Then were you going so soon? Ain't you going to eat supper? Yes, Mary, I said, but I've got to go out now. I forgot to take care of some business. Shucks, what kind of business you got on a cold night like this? She said. Oh, I don't know. I might have a surprise for you. Won't nothing surprise me, she said, and you hurry on back here and get something hot in your stomach. Going through the cold, seeking a telephone booth, I realized that I had committed myself to bring her some kind of surprise, and as I walked I became mildly enthusiastic. It was, after all, a job that promised to exercise my talent for public speaking, and if the pay was anything at all, it would be more than I had now. At least I could pay Mary something of what I owed her, and she might receive some satisfaction that her prediction had proved correct. I seemed to be haunted by cabbage fumes, the little luncheonette in which I found. The telephone was reeking. Brother Jack didn't sound at all surprised upon receiving my call. I'd like some information about. Get here as quickly as you can. We're leaving shortly, he said, giving me a Lenox Avenue address and hanging up before I could finish my request. I went out into the cold, annoyed both by his lack of surprise and by the short, clipped manner in which he'd spoken, but I started out, taking my own time. It wasn't far, and just as I reached the corner of Lenox, a car pulled up and I saw several men inside, Jack among them, smiling. Get in, he said. We can talk where we're going. It's a party, you might like it. But I'm not dressed, I said. I'll call you tomorrow. Dressed, he chuckled. You're all right, get in. I got in beside him and the driver, noticing that there were 3 men in the back. Then the car moved off. No one spoke. Brother Jack seemed to sink immediately into deep thought. The others looked out into the night. It was as though we were mere chance passengers. In a subway car, I felt uneasy, wondering where we were going, but decided to say nothing. The car shot swiftly over the slush. Looking out at the passing night, I wondered what kind of men they were. Certainly they didn't act as though they were heading for a very sociable evening. I was hungry and I wouldn't get back in time for supper. Well, maybe it would be worth it both to Mary and to me. At least I wouldn't have to eat that cabbage. For a moment the car paused for the traffic light, then we were circling swiftly through long stretches of snow-covered landscape, lighted here and there by street lamps and the nervously stabbing beams of passing cars. We were flashing through Central Park, now completely transformed by the snow. It was as though we had plunged suddenly into mid-country peace, yet I knew that here, somewhere close by. In the night, there was a zoo with its dangerous animals, the lions and tigers in heated cages, the bears asleep, the snakes coiled tightly underground, and there was also the reservoir of dark water, all covered by snow, and by night, by snowfall, and by nightfall buried beneath black and white, gray mist and gray silence. Then past the driver's head I could see a wall of buildings looming beyond the windshield. The car nosed slowly into traffic, dropped swiftly down a hill. We stopped before an expensive-looking building in a strange part of the city. I could see the word "CH Thonian" on the storm awning stretched above the walk as I got out with the others and went swiftly toward a lobby lighted by dim bulbs set behind frosted glass, going past the uniformed doorman with an uncanny sense of familiarity, feeling now, as we entered a soundproof elevator and shot away at a mile. A minute that I had been through it all before, then we were stopping with a gentle bounce and I was uncertain whether we had gone up or down. Brother Jack guided me down the hall to a door on which I saw a bronze door knocker in the shape of a large-eyed owl. Now he hesitated a moment, his head thrust forward as though listening, then his hand covered the owl from view, producing instead of the knock, which I expected, an icy peal of clear chimes. Shortly the door swung partly open, revealing a smartly dressed woman, whose hard, handsome face broke into smiles. "Come in, brothers," she said, her exotic perfume filling the foyer. I noticed a clip of blazing diamonds on her dress as I tried to stand aside for the others, but Brother Jack pushed me ahead. "Excuse me," I said, but she held her ground, and I was pressing tensely against her perfumed softness, seeing her smile as though there were only she and I. Then I was past, disturbed not so much by the close contact as by the sense that I had somehow been through it all before. I couldn't decide if it were from watching some similar scene in the movies, from books I'd read, or from some recurrent but deeply buried dream. Whatsoever, it was like entering a scene which, because of some devious circumstance, I had hitherto watched only from a distance. How could they have such an expensive place, I wondered. "Put your things in the study," the woman said. "I'll go see about drinks." We entered a room lined with books and decorated with old musical instruments. An Irish harp, a hunter's horn, a clarinet, and a wooden flute were suspended by the neck from the wall on pink and blue ribbons. There were a leather divan and a number of easy chairs. "Throw your coat on the divan," Brother Jack said. I slid out of my overcoat and looked around. The dial of the radio, built into a section of the natural mahogany bookshelf, was lighted, but I couldn't hear any sound, and there was an ample desk on which rested silver and crystal writing things, and as one of the men came to stand gazing at the bookcase, I was struck by the contrast between the richness of the room and their rather poor clothing. "Now we'll go into the other room," Brother Jack said, taking me by the arm. We entered a large room in which one entire wall was hung with Italian red draperies that fell in rich folds from the ceiling. A number of well-dressed men and women were gathered in groups, some beside a grand piano, the others lounging in the pale beige upholstery of the blonde wood chairs. Here and there I saw several Attractive young women, but carefully avoided giving them more than a glance. I felt extremely uncomfortable, although after brief glances, no one paid me any special attention. It was as though they hadn't seen me, as though I were here and yet not. Here, the others were moving away to join the various groups now, and Brother Jack took my arm. "Come, let's get a drink," he said, guiding me toward the end of the room. The woman who'd let us in was mixing drinks behind a handsome, free-form bar, which was large enough to have graced a nightclub. "How about a drink for us, Emma?" Brother Jack said. "Well, now I'll have to think about it," she said, tilting her severely drawn head and smiling. "Don't think, act," he said. "We're very thirsty men," this young man pushed. "History ahead 20 years today." "Oh," she said, her eyes becoming intent. "You must tell me about him." "Just read the morning papers, Emma. Things have begun to move. Yes, leap ahead," he laughed deeply. "What would you like, brother?" she said, her eyes brushing slowly over my face. "Bourbon," I said, a little too loudly, as I remembered the best the South had too. Offer. My face was warm, but I returned her glance as steadily as I dared. It was not the harsh, uninterested in you as a human being stare that I'd known in the South. The kind that swept over a black man as though he were a horse or an insect. It was something more, a direct, "what type of mere man have we here" kind of look that seemed to go beneath my skin. Somewhere in my leg, a muscle twitched violently. "Emma, the bourbon, 2 bourbons," Brother Jack said. "You know," she said, picking up a decanter, "I'm intrigued." "Naturally, always," he said, "intrigued and intriguing, but we're dying of thirst." "Only of impatience," she said, pouring the drinks. "I mean you are. Tell me, where did you find this young hero of the people?" "I didn't," Brother Jack said. "He simply arose out of a crowd. The people always throw up their lighters, you know." "Throw them up," she said. "Nonsense, they chew them up and spit them out. Their leaders are made, not born, then they're destroyed. You've always said that. Here you are, brothers." He looked at her steadily. I took the heavy crystal glass and raised it to my lips, glad for an excuse to turn from her eyes. A haze of cigarette smoke drifted through the room. I heard a series of rich arpeggios sound on the piano behind me and turned to look, hearing the woman Emma say not quite softly enough, "But don't you think he should be a little blacker?" "Shhh, don't be a damn fool," Brother Jack said sharply. "We're not interested in his looks but in his voice, and I suggest, Emma, that you make it your interest too." "Oh no." Suddenly hot and breathless, I saw a window across the room and went over and stood looking out. We were up very high, street lamps and traffic cut patterns in the night below, so she doesn't think I'm black enough. What does she want? A black face comedian? Who is she anyway? Brother Jack's wife, his girlfriend. Maybe she wants to see me sweat coal tar, ink, shoe polish, graphite. What was I, a man or a natural resource? The window was so high that I could barely hear the sound of traffic below. This was a bad beginning, but hell, I was being hired by Brother Jack. If he still wanted me, not this Emma woman, I'd like to show her how really black I am. I thought, taking a big drink of the bourbon. It was smooth, cold. I'd have to be careful with the stuff. Anything might happen if I had too much. With these people I'll have to be careful, always careful. With all people I'll have to be careful. It's a pleasant view, isn't it? A voice said, and I whirled to see a tall, dark man. "But now would you mind joining us in the library?" he said. Brother Jack, the men who had come along in the car, and 2 others whom I hadn't seen before were waiting. "Come in, Brother," Jack said. "Business before pleasure is always a good rule. Whoever you are, someday the rule shall be business with pleasure, for the joy of labor shall have been restored. Sit down." I took the chair directly before him, wondering what this speech was all about. "You know, brother," he said, "we don't ordinarily interrupt our social gatherings with business, but with you it's necessary." "I'm very sorry," I said. "I should have called you earlier." "Sorry? Why, we're only too glad to do so. We've been waiting for you for months. Or for someone who could do what you've done." "But what?" I said. "What are we doing? What is our mission? It's simple. We are working for a better World for all people, it's that simple. Too many have been dispossessed of their heritage, and we have banded together in brotherhood so as to do something about it. What do you think of that? Why, I think it's fine, I said, trying to take in the full meaning of his words. I think it's excellent, but how? By moving them to action just as you did this morning. Brothers, I was there. He said to the others, and he was magnificent, with a few words he said often. Effective demonstration against evictions. I was present too, another said. It was amazing. Tell us something of your background, Brother Jack said, his voice and manner demanding truthful answers, and I explained briefly that I had come up looking for work to pay my way through college and had failed. Do you still plan to return? Not now, I said. I'm all done with that. It's just as well, Brother Jack said. You have little to learn down there, however. College training is not a bad thing, although you'll have to forget most of it. Did you study economics? Some. Sociology? Yes. Well, let me advise you to forget it. You'll be given books to read along with some material that explains our program in detail, but we're moving too fast. Perhaps you aren't interested in working for the Brotherhood. But you haven't told me what I'm supposed to do, I said. He looked at me fixedly, picking up his glass slowly and taking a long swallow. Let's put it this way, he said. How would you like to be the new Booker T? Washington. What? I looked into his bland eyes for laughter, seeing his red head turned slightly to the side. Please now, I said. Oh yes, I'm serious. Then I don't understand you. Was I drunk? I looked at him. He seemed sober. What do you think of the idea? Or better still, what do you think of Booker T? Washington. Why, naturally, I think he was an important figure. At least most people say so. But, well, I was at a loss for words. He was going too fast again. The whole idea was insane, and yet the others were looking at me calmly. One of them was lighting up an underslung pipe. The match sputtered, caught fire. What is it? Brother Jack insisted. Well, I guess I don't think he was as great as the founder. Oh, and why not? Well, in the first place, the founder came before him and did practically everything Booker T. Washington did, and a lot more, and more people believed in him. You hear a lot of arguments about Booker T. Washington, but few would argue about the founder. No, but perhaps that is because the founder lies outside history, while Washington is still a living force. However, the new Washington shall work for the poor. I looked into my crystal glass of bourbon. It was unbelievable, yet strangely exciting, and I had the sense of being present at the creation of important events, as though a curtain had been parted and I was being allowed to glimpse how the country operated, and yet none of these men was well known, or at least I'd never seen their faces in the newspapers. During these times of indecision, when all the old answers are proven false, the people look back to the dead to give them a clue, he went on. They call first upon one and then upon another of those who have acted in the past. If you please, brother, the man with the pipe interrupted, I think you should speak more concretely. Please don't interrupt, Brother Jack said icily. I wish only to point out that a scientific terminology exists, the man said, emphasizing his words with his pipe. After all, we call ourselves scientists here. Let us speak as scientists. In due time, Brother Jack said. In due time, you see, brother, he said. Turning to me, the trouble is that there is little the dead can do, otherwise they wouldn't be the dead, no, but on the other hand, it would be a great mistake to assume that the dead are absolutely powerless. They are powerless only to give the full answer to the new questions posed for the living by history, but they try. Whenever they hear the imperious cries of the people in a crisis, the dead respond. Right now in this country, with its many national groups, all the old heroes are being called back to life. Jefferson, Jackson, Pulaski, Garibaldi, Booker T. Washington, Sun Yat-sen, Danny O'Connell, Abraham Lincoln, and countless others are being Asked to step once again upon the stage of history, I can't say too emphatically that we stand at a terminal point in history, at a moment of supreme world crisis. Destruction lies ahead unless things are changed, and things must be changed, and changed by the people, because, brother, the enemies of man are dispossessing the world, do you understand? I'm beginning to, I said, greatly impressed. There are other terms, other more accurate ways of saying all this, but we haven't time for that right now. We speak now in terms that are easy to understand, as you spoke to the crowd this morning. I see, I said, feeling uncomfortable under his stare. So it isn't a matter of whether you wish to be the new Booker T. Washington. My friend Booker Washington was resurrected today at a certain eviction in Harlem. He came out from the anonymity of the crowd and spoke to the people. So you see, I don't, Joe, key with you or play with words either. There is a scientific explanation for this phenomenon, as our learned brother has graciously reminded me. You'll learn it in time, but whatever you call it, the reality of the world crisis is a fact. We are all realists here and materialists. It is a question of who shall determine the direction of events. That is why we've brought you into this room. This morning you answered the people's appeal, and we want you to be the true interpreter of the people. You shall be the new Booker T. Washington, but even greater than he. There was silence. I could hear the wet cracking of the pipe. Perhaps we should allow the brother to express himself as to how he feels about all this, the man with the pipe said. Well, brother, Jack said. I looked into their waiting faces. It's all so new to me that I don't know exactly what I do think, I said. Do you really think you have the right man? You mustn't let that worry you, Brother Jack said. You will rise to the task. It is only necessary that you work hard and follow instructions. They stood up now. I looked at them, fighting a sense of unreality. They stared at me as the fellows had done when I was being initiated into my college fraternity. Only this was real, and now was the time for me to decide, or to say I thought they were crazy and go back to Mary's. But what is there to lose? I thought. At least they've invited me, one of us, in at the beginning of something big, and besides, if I refused to join them, where would I go? To a job as porter at the railroad station. At least here was a chance to speak. When shall I start? I said. Tomorrow. We must waste no time. By the way, where are you living? I rent a room from a woman in Harlem, I said. A housewife. She's a widow, I said. She rents rooms. What is her educational background? She's had very little. More or less like the old couple that was evicted. Somewhat, but better able to take care of herself. She's tough, I said with a laugh. Does she ask a lot of questions? Are you friendly with her? She's been very nice to me, I said. She allowed me to stay on after I was unable to pay my rent. He shook his head. No. What is it? I said. It is best that you move, he said. We'll find you a place further downtown so that you'll be within easy call. But I have no money, and she's entirely trustworthy. That will be taken care of, he said, waving his hand. You must realize immediately that much of our work is opposed. Our discipline demands, therefore, that we talk to no one, and that we avoid situations in which information might be given away unwittingly. So you must put aside your past. Do you have a family? Yes. Are you in touch with them? Of course, I write home now and then, I said, beginning to resent his method of questioning. His voice had become cold, searching. Then it's best that you cease for a while, he said. Anyway, you'll be too busy. Here, he fished into his vest pocket for something and got suddenly to his feet. What is it? Someone asked. Nothing, excuse me, he said, rolling to the door and beckoning. In a moment I saw the woman appear. Emma, the slip of paper I gave you, give it to the new brother, he said as she stepped inside and closed the door. Oh, so it's you, she said with a meaningful smile. I watched her reach into the bosom of her taffeta hostess gown and remove white envelope. This is your new identity, Brother Jack said. Open it. Inside, I found a name written on a slip of paper. That is your new name, Brother Jack said. Start thinking of yourself by that. Name from this moment. Get it down so that even if you are called in the middle of the night, you will respond. Very soon you shall be known by it all over the country. You are to answer to no other, understand? I'll try, I said. Don't forget his living quarters, the tall man said. No, Brother Jack said with a frown. Emma, please, some funds. How much, Jack? She said. He turned to me. Do you owe much rent? Too much, I said. Make it 300, Emma, he said. Never mind, he said as I showed my surprise at the sum. This will pay your debts and buy you clothing. Call me in the morning and I'll have selected your living quarters. For a start, your salary will be $60 a week. 60 a week, there was nothing I could say. The woman had crossed the room to the desk and returned with the money, placing it in my hand. You'd better put it away, she said expansively. Well, brothers, I believe that's all, he said. Emma, how about a drink? Of course, she said, going to a cabinet and removing a decanter and a set of glasses in which she poured about an inch of clear liquid. Here you are, brothers, she said. Taking his, Brother Jack raised it to his nose, inhaling deeply. To the brotherhood of man, to history and to change, he said, touching my glass. To history, we all said. The stuff be earned, causing me to lower my head to hide the tears that popped from my eyes. Iowa, someone said with deep satisfaction. Come along, Emma said. Let's join the others. Now for some pleasure, Brother Jack said, and remember your new identity. I wanted to think, but they gave me no time. I was swept into the large room and introduced by my new name. Everyone smiled and seemed eager to meet me, as though they all knew the role I was to play. All grasped me warmly by the hand. What is your opinion of the state of women's rights, brother? I was asked by plain woman in a large black velvet tarn, but before I could open my mouth, Brother Jack had pushed me along to a group of men, one of whom seemed to know all about the eviction. Nearby, a group around the piano were singing folk songs with more volume than melody. We moved from group to group, Brother Jack very authoritative. The others always respectful. He must be a powerful man, I thought, not a clown at all. But to hell with this Booker T. Washington business. I would do the work, but I would be no one except myself. Whoever I was, I would pattern my life on that of the founder. They might think I was acting like Booker T. Washington, let them. But what I thought of myself, I would keep to myself. Yes, and I'd have to hide the fact that I had actually been afraid when I made my speech. Suddenly, I felt laughter bubbling inside me. I'd have to catch up with this science of history business. We had come to stand near the piano now, where an intense young man questioned me about various leaders of the Harlem community. I knew them only by name, but pretended that I knew them all. Good, he said, good. We have to work with all these forces during the coming period. Yes, you're quite right, I said, giving my glass a tinkling twirl. A short, broad man saw me and waved the others to a halt. Say, brother, he called, hold the music. Boys, hold it. Yes, brother, I said. You're just who we need. We've been looking for you. Oh, I said. How about a spiritual, brother, or one of those real good old Negro work songs? Like this, I went to Atlanta, never been there before, he sang, his arms held out from his body like a penguin's wings, glass in one hand, cigar in the other. White man sleep in a feather bed, nigga sleep on the floor. Ha, ha, how about it? Brother. The brother does not sing, Brother Jack roared staccato. Nonsense, all colored people sing. This is an outrageous example of unconscious racial chauvinism, Jack said. Nonsense, I like their singing, the broad man said doggedly. The brother does not sing, Brother Jack cried, his face turning a deep purple. The broad man regarded him stubbornly. Why don't you let him say whether he can sing or not? Come on, brother, get hot. Go down, Moses, he bellowed in a ragged baritone, putting down his cigar and snapping his fingers. Way down in Egypt's land, tell dat ol' pharaoh to let ma colored folks sing. I'm for the rights of the colored brother to sing, he shouted belligerently. Brother Jack looked as if he would choke. He raised his hand, signaling. I saw two men shoot from across the room and lead the short man roughly away. Brother Jack followed them as they disappeared beyond the door, leaving an enormous silence. For a moment I stood there, my eyes riveted upon the door. Then I turned, the glass hot in my hand, my face feeling as though it would explode. Why was everyone staring at me as though I were responsible? Why the hell were they staring at me? Suddenly I yelled, "What's the matter with you? Haven't you ever seen a drunk?" When somewhere off the foyer, the broad man's voice staggered drunkenly to us, Sint Louis Mamie with her diamond rings, and was clipped off by slamming door, leaving a roomful of bewildered faces, and suddenly I was laughing hysterically. He hit me in the face, I wheezed. He hit me in the face with a yard of chitterlings, bending double, roaring, the whole room seeming to dance up and down with each rapid eruption of laughter. He threw a hog maw, I cried, but no one seemed to understand. My eyes filled, I could barely see. He's high as a Georgia pine, I laughed, turning to the group. Nearest me, he's absolutely drunk, off music. Yes, sure, a man said nervously. Ha ha. 3 sheets in the wind, I laughed, getting my breath now and discovering that the silent tension of the others was ebbing into a ripple of laughter that sounded throughout the room, growing swiftly to a roar, a laugh of all dimensions, intensities, and intonations. Everyone was joining in. The room fairly bounced. And did you see Brother Jack's face? A man shouted, shaking his head. It was murder. Go down, Moses. I tell you it was murder. Across the room, they were pounding someone on the back to keep him from choking. Handkerchiefs appeared. There was much honking of noses, wiping of eyes. A glass crashed to the floor. A chair was overturned. I fought against the painful laughter, and as I calmed, I saw them looking at me with a sort of embarrassed gratitude. It was sobering, and yet they seemed bent upon pretending that nothing unusual had happened. They smiled. Several seemed about to come over and pound my back, shake my hand. It was as though I had told them something which they'd wished very much to hear, had rendered them an important service which I couldn't understand, but there it was, working in their faces. My stomach ached. I wanted to leave to get their eyes off me. Then a thin little woman came over and grasped my hand. I'm so sorry that this had to happen, she said in a slow Yankee voice. Really and truly sorry. Some of our brothers aren't so highly developed, you know, although they mean very well. You must allow me to apologize for him. Oh, he was only tipsy, I said, looking into her thin New England face. Yes, I know, and revealingly so. I would never ask our colored brothers to sing, even though I love to hear them, because I know that it would be a very backward thing. You are here to fight along with us, not to entertain. I think you understand me, don't you, brother? I gave her a silent smile. Of course you do. I must go now. Goodbye, she said, extending her little white gloved hand and leaving. I was puzzled. Just what did she mean? Was it that she understood that we resented having others think that we were all entertainers and natural singers? But now, after the mutual laughter, something disturbed me. Shouldn't there be some way for us to be asked to sing? Shouldn't the short man have the right to make a mistake without his motives being considered consciously or unconsciously malicious? After all, he was singing or trying to. What if I asked him to sing? I watched the little woman, dressed in black like a missionary, winding her way through the crowd. What on earth was she doing here? What part did she play? Well, whatever she meant, she's nice and I like her. Just then Emma came up and challenged me to dance, and I led her toward the floor as the piano played, thinking of the vet's prediction and drawing her to me as though I danced with such as her every evening. For having committed myself, I felt that I could never allow myself to show surprise or upset, even when confronted with situations furthest from my experience. Otherwise, I might be considered undependable or unworthy. I felt that somehow they expected me to perform even. Those tasks for which nothing in my experience, except perhaps my imagination, had prepared me. Still, it was nothing new. White folks seemed always to expect you to know those things which they'd done everything they could think of to prevent you from knowing. The thing to do was to be prepared, as my grandfather had been. When it was demanded that he quote the entire United States Constitution as a test of his fitness to vote, he had confounded them all by passing the test, although they still refused him the ballot. Anyway, these were different. It was close to 5 a.m., many dances and many bourbons later, when I reached Mary's. Somehow I felt surprised that the room was still the same, except that Mary had changed the bed linen. Good old Mary. I felt sadly sobered, and as I undressed I saw my outworn clothes and realized that I'd have to shed them. Certainly it was time. Even my hat would go. Its green was sun-faded and brown, like a leaf struck by the winter's snows. I would require a new one for my new name, a black broad brimmed one, perhaps a humbug. I laughed. Well, I could leave packing for tomorrow. I had very little, which was perhaps all to the good. I would travel light, far and fast. They were fast people, all right. What a vast difference between Mary and those for whom I was leaving her. And why should it be this way? That the very job which might make it possible for me to do some of the things which she expected of me required that I leave her. What kind of room would Brother Jack select for me, and why wasn't I left to select my own? It didn't seem right that in order to become a Harlem leader I should live elsewhere, yet nothing seemed right and I would have to rely upon their judgment. They seemed expert in such matters. But how far could I trust them, and in what way were they different from the trustees? Whatever I was committed, I'd learn in the process of working with them, I thought, remembering the money. The bills were crisp and fresh, and I tried to imagine Mary's surprise when I paid her all my back rent and board. She'd think that I was kidding, but money could never repay her generosity. She would never understand my wanting to move so quickly after getting a job, and if I had any kind of success at all, it would seem the height of ingratitude. How would I face her? She had asked for nothing in return, or hardly anything, except that I make something of myself that she called a race leader. I shivered. I in the cold, telling her that I was moving would be a hard proposition. I didn't like to think of it, but one couldn't be sentimental. As Brother Jack had said, history makes harsh demands of us all, but they were demands that had to be met if men were to be the masters and not the victims of their times. Did I believe that? Perhaps I had already begun to pay. Besides, I might as well admit right now, I thought, that there are many things about people like Mary that I dislike. For one thing, they seldom know where their personalities end and yours begins. They usually think in terms of we, while I have always tended to think in terms of me, and that has caused some friction, even with my own family. Brother Jack and the others talked in terms of we, but it was a different, bigger we. Well, I had a new name and new problems. I had best leave the old behind. Perhaps it would be best not to see Mary at all, just place the money in an envelope and leave it on the kitchen table where she'd be sure to find it. It would be better that way, I thought drowsily. Then there'd be no need to stand before her and stumble over emotions and words that were at best all snarled up and undifferentiated. One thing about the people at the Chthonian, they all seemed able to say just what they felt and meant in hard, clear terms. That too I'd have to learn. I stretched out beneath the covers, hearing the springs groan beneath me. The room was cold. I listened to the night sounds of the house. The clock ticked with empty urgency as, though trying to catch up with the time, in the street a siren howled. Chapter 15. Then I was awake and not awake, sitting bolt upright in bed and trying to peer through the sick gray light as I sought the meaning of the brash, nerve-jangling sound. Pushing the blanket aside, I clasped my hands to my ears. Someone was pounding the steam line, and I stared helplessly for what seemed minutes. My ears throbbed, my side began itching violently, and I tore open my pajamas to scratch, and Suddenly, the pain seemed to leap from my ears to my side, and I saw gray marks, appearing where the old skin was flaking away beneath my digging nails, and as I watched, I saw thin lines of blood well up in the scratches, bringing pain and joining time and place again, and I thought, the room has lost its heat on my last day at Mary's, and suddenly I was sick at heart. The clock, its alarm lost in the larger sound, said 7:30, and I got out of bed. I'd have to hurry. There was shopping to do before I called Brother Jack for my instructions, and I had to get the money to Mary. Why didn't they stop that noise? I reached for my shoes, flinching as the knocking seemed to sound an inch above my head. Why don't they stop, I thought, and why do I feel so let down? The bourbon. My nerves going bad. Suddenly I was across the room in a bound, pounding the pipe furiously with my shoe heel. Stop it, you ignorant fool. My head was splitting. Beside myself, I struck pieces of silver from the pipe, exposing the black and rusted iron. He was using a piece of metal now, his blows ringing with a ragged edge. If only I knew who it was, I thought, looking for something heavy with which to strike back. If only I knew. Then near the door I saw something which I'd never noticed there before, the cast iron figure of a very black, red-lipped and wide-mouthed Negro, whose white eyes stared up at me from the floor, his face an enormous grin, his single large black hand held palm up before his chest. It was a bank, a piece of early Americana, the kind of bank which, if a coin is placed in the hand and a lever pressed upon the back, will raise its arm and flip the coin into the grinning mouth. For a second I stopped, feeling hate charging within me, then dashed over and grabbed it, suddenly as enraged by the tolerance or lack of discrimination, or whatever, that allowed Mary to keep such a self-mocking image around, as by the knocking. In my hand its expression seemed more of a strangulation than a grin. It was choking, filled to the throat with coins. How the hell did it get here? I wondered, dashing over and striking the pipe a blow with the kinky iron head. Shut up, I screamed, which seemed only to enrage the hidden knocker. The din was deafening. Tenants up and down the entire line of apartments joined in. I hammered back with the iron naps, seeing the silver fly striking like driven sand against my face. The pipe fairly hummed with the blows. Windows were going up. Voices yelled obscenities down the airshaft. Who started all this? I wondered. Who's responsible? Why don't you act like responsible people living in the 20th century? I yelled, aiming a blow at the pipe. Get rid of your cotton patch ways. Act civilized. Then came a crash of sound, and I felt the iron head crumble and fly apart in my hand. Coins flew over the room like crickets, ringing, rattling against the floor. Rolling, I stopped dead. Just listen to 'em. Just listen to 'em, Mary called from the hall. Enough noise to wake the dead. They know when the heat don't come up that the super's drunk or done walked off the job looking for his woman or something. Why don't folks act according to what they know? She was at my door now, knocking stroke for stroke with the blows landing on the pipe, calling, "Son, ain't some of that knocking coming from in there?" I turned from side to side in indecision, looking at the pieces of broken head, the small coins of all denominations that were scattered about. "You hear me, boy," she called. "What is it?" I called, dropping to the floor and reaching frantically for the broken pieces, thinking, if she opens the door, I'm lost. I said, "Is any of that racket coming from in there?" "Yes, it is, Mary," I called, "but I'm all right. I'm already awake." I saw the knob move and froze, hearing. Sounded to me like a heap of it was coming from in there. "You got your clothes on?" "No," I cried. "I'm just dressing. I'll have them on in a minute." "Come on out to the kitchen," she said. "It's warm out there, and there's some hot water on the stove to wash your face in, and some coffee. Lord, just listen at the racket." I stood as though frozen until she moved away from the door. I'd have to hurry. I kneeled, picking up a piece of the bank, a part of the red-shirted chest, reading the legend. "Feed me" in a curve of white iron letters, like the team name on an athlete's Shirt, the figure had gone to pieces like a grenade, scattering jagged fragments of painted iron among the coins. I looked at my hand, a small trickle of blood showed. I wiped it away, thinking, I'll have to hide this mess. I can't take her this and the news. That I'm moving at the same time. Taking a newspaper from the chair, I folded it stiffly and swept the coins in broken metal into a pile. Where would I hide it, I wondered, looking with profound distaste at the iron kinks, the dull red of a piece of grinning lip. Why, I thought with anguish, would Mary have something like this around? Anyway, just why? I looked under the bed. It was dustless there, no place to hide anything. She was too good a housekeeper. Besides, what of the coins? Hell, maybe the thing was left by the former roomer. Anyway, whosever it was, it had to be hidden. There was the closet, but she'd find it there too, after I was gone a few days. She'd clean out my things and there it'd be. The knocking had gone beyond mere protest over heatlessness now. They had fallen into a ragged rumba rhythm. Knock, 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 vibrating the very floor. Just a few minutes more, you bastards, I said aloud, and I'll be gone. No respect for the individual. Why don't you think about those who might wish to sleep? What if someone is near a nervous breakdown? But there was still the package. There was nothing to do but get rid of it along the way downtown. Making a tight bundle, I placed it in my overcoat pocket. I'd simply have to give Mary enough money to cover the coins. I'd give her as much as I could. Spare half of what I had if necessary. That should make up for some of it. She should appreciate that. And now I realized with a feeling of dread that I had to meet her face to face. There was no way out. Why can't I just tell her that I'm leaving and pay her and go on off? She was a landlady, I was a tenant. No, there was more to it. And I wasn't hard enough, scientific enough, even to tell her that I was leaving. I'll tell her I have a job, anything, but it has to be now. She was sitting at the table drinking coffee when I went in, the kettle hissing away on the stove, sending up jets of steam. Gee, but you slow this morning, she said. Take some of that water in the kettle and go wash your face. Though sleepy as you look, maybe you ought to just use cold water. This'll do, I said flatly, feeling the steam drifting upon my face, growing swiftly damp and cold. The clock above the stove was slower than mine. In the bathroom, I put in the plug and poured some of the hot water and cooled it from the spigot. I kept the tear-warm water upon my face a long time, then dried and returned to the kitchen. Run it full again, she said when I returned. How you feel? So, I said. She sat with her elbows upon the enameled tabletop, her cup held in both hands, one work-worn little finger delicately curved. I went to the sink and turned the spigot, feeling the cold rush of water upon my hand, thinking of what I had to do. That's enough there, boy, Mary said, startling me. Wake up. I guess I'm not all here, I said. My mind was wandering. Well, call it back and come get you some coffee. Soon's I've had mine, I'll see what kind of breakfast I can whip together. I guess after last night you can eat this morning. You didn't come back for supper. I'm sorry, I said. Coffee will be enough for me. Boy, you better start eating again, she wah. Arned, pouring me a full cup of coffee. I took the cup and sipped it. Black. It was bitter. She glanced from me to the sugar bowl and back again, but remained silent, then swirled her cup, looking into it. Guess I'll have to get some better filters, she mused. These I got lets through the grounds along with the coffee, the good with the bad. I don't know though, even with the best of filters you apt to find a ground or two at the bottom of your cup. I blew upon the steaming liquid, avoiding Mary's eyes. The knocking was becoming unbearable again. I'd have to get away. I looked at the hot metallic surface of the coffee, noticing an oily, opalescent swirl. Look, Mary, I said, plunging in. I want to talk to you about something. Now see here, boy, she said gruffly. I don't want you worrying me about your rent this morning. I'm not worried 'cause when you get it, I know you'll pay me. Meanwhile, you forget it. Nobody in this house is going to starve. You having any luck lining up a job? No, I mean not exactly, I stammered, seizing the opportunity, but I've got an appointment to see about one this morning. Her face brightened. Oh, that's fine, you'll get something yet, I know it. But about my debts, I began again. Don't worry about it, how about some hotcakes? She asked, rising and going to look into the cabinet. They'll stick with you in this cold weather. I won't have time, I said, but I've got something for you. What's that? She said, her voice coming muffled as she peered inside the cabinet. Here, I said hurriedly, reaching into my pocket for the money. What? Let's see if I got some syrup. But look, I said eagerly, removing $100 bill. Must be on a higher shelf, she said, her back still turned. I sighed as she dragged a step ladder from beside the cabinet and mounted it. Holding onto the doors and peering upon an upper shelf, I'd never get it said. But I'm trying to give you something, I said. Why don't you quit bothering me, boy? You trying to give me what? She said, looking over her shoulder. I held up the bill. This, I said. She craned her head around. Boy, what you got there? It's money. Money, good God, boy, she said, almost losing her balance as she turned completely around. Where'd you get all that much money? You been playing the numbers. That's it, my number came up, I said thankfully, thinking, what'll I say if she asks what the number was? I didn't know, I had never played. But how come you didn't tell me? I'd have at least put a nickel on it. I didn't think it would do anything, I said. Well, I declare, and I bet it was your first time too. It was. See there, I knowed you was a lucky one. Here I've been playing for years, and the first drop of the bucket you hits for that kind of money. I'm so glad for you, son. I really am, but I don't want your money. You wait till you get a job. But I'm not giving you all of it, I said hastily. This is just on account. But that's $100 bill. I take that and try to change it, and the white folks'll want to know my whole life's history, she snorted. They want to know where I was born, where I work, and where I been for the last 6 months, and when I tell they still gonna think I stole it. Ain't you got nothing smaller? That's the smallest. Take it, I pleaded. I'll have enough left. She looked at me shrewdly. You show. It's the truth, I said. Well, I declare, let me get down from up here before I fall and break my neck. Son, she said, coming down off the ladder, I sure do appreciate it, but I tell you I'm just going to keep part of it for myself, and the rest I'm going to save for you. You get. Hard up just come to marry. I think I'll be all right now, I said, watching her fold the money carefully, placing it in the leather bag that always hung on the back of her chair. I'm really glad, 'cause now I can take care of that bill they've been bothering me about. It'll do me so much good to go in there and plop down some money and tell them folks to quit bothering me. Son, I believe your luck done changed. You dream. That number. I glanced at her eager face. Yes, I said, but it was a mixed-up dream. What was the figure? Jesus, what's this? She cried, getting up and pointing at the linoleum near the steam line. I saw a small drove of roaches trooping frantically down the steam line from the floor above, plummeting to the floor as the vibration of the pipe shook them off. Get the broom, Mary yelled, out of the closet there. Stepping around the chair, I snatched the broom and joined her, splattering the scattering roaches with both broom and feet, hearing the pop and snap as I brought the pressure down upon them vehemently. The filthy, stinking things, Mary cried. Get that one under the table, yon he goes, don't let him get away, the nasty rascal. I swung the broom, battering and sweeping the squashed insects into piles. Breathing excitedly, Mary got the dustpan and handed it to me. Some folks just live in filth, she said disgustedly. Just let a little knocking start. And here it comes crawling out. All you have to do is shake things up a bit. I looked at the damp spots on the linoleum, then shakily replaced the pan and broom and started out of the room. Aren't you going to eat no breakfast? She said. Soon's I wipe up this mess I'm going to start. I don't have time, I said, my hand on the knob. My appointment is early and I have a few things to do beforehand. Then you better stop and have you something hot soon as you can. Don't do to go around in this cold weather without something in your belly, and don't think you go and start eating out just 'cause you got some money. I don't, I'll take care of it, I said to her back as she washed her hands. Well, good luck, son, she called. You really give me a pleasant surprise this morning, and if that's a lie, I hope something big'll bite me. She laughed gaily, and I went down the hall to my room and closed the door. Pulling on my overcoat, I got down my prized briefcase from the closet. It was still as new as the night of the battle royal, and sagged now as I placed the smashed bank and coins inside and locked the flap. Then I closed the closet door and left. The knocking didn't bother me so much now. Mary was singing something sad and serene as I went down the hall, and still singing as I opened the door and stepped into the outside hall. Then I remembered, and there beneath the dim hall light I took the faintly perfumed paper from my wallet and carefully unfolded it. Tremor passed over me. The hall was cold. Then it was gone, and I squinted and took a long, hard look at my new Brotherhood name. The night's snowfall was already being churned to muck by the passing cars, and it was warmer. Joining the pedestrians along the walk, I could feel the briefcase swinging against my leg from the weight of the package, and I determined to get rid of the coins and broken iron at the first ash can. I needed nothing like this to remind me of my last morning at Mary's. I made for a row of crushed garbage cans lined before a row of old private houses, coming alongside and tossing the package casually into one of them and moving on, only to hear a door open behind me and a voice ring out. Oh no you don't, oh no you don't, just come right back here and get it. Turning, I saw a little woman standing on the stoop with a green coat covering her head and shoulders, its sleeves hanging limp like extra atrophied arms. I mean you, she called, come on back and get your trash, and don't ever put your trash in my can again. She was a short yellow woman with a pince-nez on a chain, her hair pinned up in knots. We keep our place clean and respectable, and we don't want you field niggers coming up here from the south and ruining things, she shouted with blazing hate. People were stopping to look. A super from a building down the block came out and stood in the middle of the walk, pounding his fist against his palm with a dry, smacking sound. I hesitated, embarrassed and annoyed. Was this woman crazy? I mean it, yes you, I'm talking to you, just take it right out. Rosalie, she called to someone inside the house. Call the police, Rosalie. I can't afford that, I thought, and walked back to the can. What does it matter? Miss, I called up to her. When the collectors come, garbage is garbage. I just didn't want to throw it into the street. I didn't know that some kinds of garbage were better than others. Never mind your impertinence, she said. I'm sick and tired of having you Southern Negroes mess up things for the rest of us. All right, I said, I'll get it out. I reached into the half-filled can, feeling for the package as the fumes of rotting swill entered my nostrils. It felt unhealthy to my hand, and the heavy package had sunk far down. Cursing, I pushed back my sleeve with my clean hand and probed until I found it. Then I wiped off my arm with a handkerchief and started away, aware of the people who paused to grin at me. It serves you right, the little woman called from the stoop. And I turned and started upward. That's enough out of you, you piece of yellow. Gone to waste, unless you still want to call the police. My voice had taken on a new shrill pitch. I've done what you wanted me to do. Another word and I'll do what I want to do. She looked at me with widening eyes. I believe you would, she said, opening the door. I believe you would. I not only would, I'd love it, I said. I can see that you're no gentleman, she called, slamming the door. At the next row of cans, I wiped off my wrist and hands with a piece of newspaper, then wrapped the rest around the package. Next time I'd throw it into the street. 2 blocks further along, my anger had ebbed, but I felt strangely lonely. Even the people who stood around me at the intersection seemed isolated, each lost in his own thoughts. Now just as the lights changed, I let the package fall into the trampled snow and hurried across, thinking, there, it's done. I had covered 2 blocks when someone called behind me, "Say, buddy, hey. There you, mister, wait a second," and I could hear the hurried crunching of footsteps upon the snow. Then he was beside me, a squat man in worn clothes, the strands of his breath showing white in the cold as he smiled at me, panting. "You was moving so fast, I thought I wasn't going to be able to stop you," he said. "Didn't you lose something back there a piece?" "Oh hell, a friend in need," I thought, deciding to deny it. "Lose something," I said. "Why, no." "You sure?" he said, frowning. "Yes," I said, seeing his forehead wrinkle with uncertainty, a hot charge of fear leaping to his eyes as he searched my face. "But I seen you say, buddy," he said, looking swiftly back up the street. "What you trying to do?" "Do what do you means?" "I mean talking about you didn't lose nothing. You working a con game or something." He backed away, looking hurriedly at the pedestrians back up the street, from where he'd come. "What on earth are you talking about now?" I said. "I tell you I didn't lose anything." "Man, don't tell me I seen you. What the hell you mean?" he said furtively, removing the package from his pocket. "This here feels like money or a gun or something, and I know damn well I seen you drop it." "Oh, that," I said. "That isn't anything. I thought you." "That's right. Oh, so you remember now, don't you? I think I'm doing you a favor. And you play me for a fool. You some kind of confidence man or dope peddler or something. You trying to work one of those pigeon drops on me." "Pigeon drop," I said. "You're making a mistake." "Mistake hell, take this damn stuff," he said, thrusting the package in my hands, as though it were a bomb with a lighted fuse. "I got a family, man. I try to do you a favor, and here you trying to get me into trouble. You running from a detective or somebody." "Wait a minute," I said. "You're letting your imagination run away. This is nothing but garbage." "Don't try to hand me that simple-minded crap," he wheezed. "I know what kind of garbage it is. You young New York Negroes is a blip. I swear you is. I hope they catch you and put your ass under the jail." He shot away as though I had smallpox. I looked at the package. "He thinks it's a gun or stolen goods," I thought, watching him go. A few steps farther along I was about to toss it boldly into the street, when upon looking back I saw him, joined by another man now, gesturing toward me indignantly. I hurried away. Give him time, and the fool'll call a policeman. I dropped the package back into the briefcase. I'd wait until I got downtown. On the subway, people around me were reading their morning papers, pressing forward their unpleasant faces. I rode with my eyes shut, trying to make my mind blank to thoughts of Mary. Then turning, I saw the item violent protest over Harlem eviction just as the man lowered his paper and moved out of the breaking doors. I could hardly wait until I reached 42nd Street, where I found the story carried on the front page of a tabloid, and I read it eagerly. I was referred to only as an unknown rabble-rouser who had disappeared in the excitement, but that it referred to me was unmistakable. It had lasted for 2 hours, the crowd refusing to vacate the premises. I entered the clothing store with a new sense of self-importance. I selected a more expensive suit than I'd intended, and while it was being altered, I picked up a hat, shorts, shoes, underwear, and socks, then hurried to call brother Jack, who snapped his orders like a general. I was to go to a number on the Upper East Side where I'd find a room, and I was to read over some of the Brotherhood's literature which had been left there for me, with the idea of my making a speech at a Harlem rally to be held that evening. The address was that of an undistinguished building in a mixed Spanish-Irish neighborhood, and there were boys throwing snowballs across the street when I rang the super's bell. The door was opened by a small, pleasant-faced woman who smiled. "Good morning, brother," she said. "The apartment is all ready for you," he said. "You'd come about this time, and I've just this minute come down. My, just look at that snow." I followed her up the 3 flights of stairs, wondering what on earth I'd do with a whole apartment. "This is it," she said, removing a chain of keys from her pocket and opening a door. At the front of the hall, I went into a small, comfortably furnished room that was bright with the winter sun. "This is the living room," she said proudly, "and over here Is your bedroom? It was much larger than I needed, with a chest of drawers, 2 upholstered chairs, 2 closets, a bookshelf, and a desk on which was stacked the literature to which he'd referred. A bathroom lay off the bedroom, and there was a small kitchen. I hope you like it. Brother, she said as she left, if there's anything you need, please ring my bell. The apartment was clean and neat, and I liked it, especially the bathroom with its tub and shower, and as quickly as I could I drew a bath and soaked myself. Then, feeling clean and exhilarated, I went out to puzzle over the Brotherhood books and pamphlets. My briefcase with the broken image lay on the table. I would get rid of the package later. Right now I had to think about tonight's rally. Chapter 16. At 7:30, Brother Jack and some of the others picked me up and we shot up to Harlem in a taxi. As before, no one spoke a word. There was only the sound made by a man in the corner who drew noisily on a pipeful of rum-flavored tobacco, causing it to glow on and off, a red disc in the dark. I rode with mounting nervousness. The taxi seemed unnaturally warm. We got out in a side street and went down a narrow alley in the dark to the rear of this huge barn-like building. Other members had already arrived. Ah, here we are, Brother Jack said, leading the way through a dark rear door to a dressing room lighted by naked, low-hanging bulbs, a small room with wooden benches and a row of steel lockers with a network of names scratched on the doors. It had a football locker smell of ancient sweat, iodine, blood, and rubbing alcohol, and I felt a welling up of memories. We remain here until the building fills, Brother Jack said, then we make our appearance. Just at the height of their impatience, he gave me a grin. Meanwhile, you think about what you'll say. Did you look over the material? All day, I said. Good. I suggest, however, that you listen carefully to the rest of us. We'll all precede you so that you can get pointers for your remarks. You'll be last. I nodded, seeing him take 2 of the other men by the arm and retreat to a corner. I was alone. The others were studying their notes, talking. I went across the room to a torn photograph tacked to the faded wall. It was a shot in fighting stance of a former prizefight champion, a popular fighter who had lost his sight in the ring. It must have been right here in this arena, I thought. That had been years ago. The photograph was that of a man so dark and battered that he might have been of any nationality. Big and loose-muscled, he looked like a good man. I remembered my father's story of how he had been beaten blind in a crooked fight, of the scandal that had been suppressed, and how the fighter had died in a home for the blind. Who would have thought I'd ever come here? How things were twisted around. I felt strangely sad and went and slouched on a bench. The others talked on, their voices low. I watched them with a sudden resentment. Why did I have to come last? What if they bored the audience to death before I came on? I'd probably be shouted down before I could get started, but perhaps not, I thought, jabbing my suspicions away. Perhaps I could make an effect through the sheer contrast between my approach and theirs. Maybe that was the strategy. Anyway, I had to trust them. I had to. Still, a nervousness clung to me. I felt out of place. From beyond the door I could hear a distant scrape of chairs, a murmur of voices. Little worries whirled up with it. Me, that I might forget my new name, that I might be recognized from the audience. I bent forward, suddenly conscious of my legs in new blue trousers. But how do you know they're your legs? What's your name? I thought, making a sad joke with myself. It was absurd, but it relieved my nervousness, for it was as though I were looking at my own legs for the first time, independent objects that could, of their own volition, lead me to safety or danger. I stared at the dusty floor. Then it was as though I were returning after a long suspension of consciousness, as though I stood simultaneously at opposite ends of a tunnel. I seemed to view myself from the distance of the campus, while yet sitting there on a bench in the old arena, dressed in a new blue suit, sitting across the room from a group of intense men who talked among themselves in hushed, edgy voices, while yet in the distance I could hear the clatter of chairs, more voices, a cough. I seemed aware of it all from a point deep within me, yet there was a disturbing vagueness about what I saw, a disturbing unformed quality, as when you see yourself in a photo exposed during adolescence, the expression empty, the grin. Without character, the ears too large, the pimples, courage bumps, too many and too well defined. This was a new phase, I realized, a new beginning, and I would have to take that part of myself that looked on with remote eyes and keep it always at the distance of the campus, the hospital machine, the battle royal, all now far behind. Perhaps the part of me that observed listlessly, but saw all, missing nothing, was still. The malicious, arguing part, the dissenting voice, my grandfather part, the cynical, disbelieving part, the traitor self that all eyes threatened internal discord, whatever it was. I knew that I'd have to keep it pressed down. I had to, for if I were successful tonight, I'd be on the road to something big. No more flying apart at the seams, no more remembering forgotten pains. No, I thought, shifting my body, they're the same legs on which I've come so far from home, and yet they were somehow new. The new suit imparted a newness to me. It was the clothes and the new name and the circumstances. It was a newness too subtle to put into thought, but there it was. I was becoming someone else. I sensed vaguely, and with a flash of panic, that the moment I walked out upon the platform and opened my mouth, I'd be someone else, not just a nobody with a manufactured name which might have belonged to anyone or to no one, but another personality. Few people knew me now, but after tonight, how was it, perhaps, simply to be known, to be looked upon by so many people, to be the focal point of so many concentrating eyes? Perhaps this was enough to make one different, enough to transform one into something else, someone else, just as by becoming an increasingly larger boy one became one day a man with a deep voice, although my voice had been deep since I was 12. But what if someone from the campus wandered into the audience, or someone from Mary's, even Mary herself? No, it wouldn't change it, I heard myself say softly. That's all past. My name was different. I was under orders. Even if I met Mary on the street, I'd have to pass her by unrecognized. A depressing thought, and I got up abruptly and went out of the dressing room and into the alley. Without my overcoat, it was cold. A feeble light burned above the entrance, sparkling the snow. I crossed the alley to the dark side, stopping near a fence that smelled of carbolic acid, which, as I looked back across the alley, caused me to remember a great abandoned hole that had been the site of a sports arena that had burned before my birth. All that was left, a cliff drop of some 40 feet below the heat-buckled walk, was the shell of concrete with weirdly bent and rusted rods that had been its basement. The hole was used for dumping, and after a rain it stank with stagnant water. And now in my mind I stood upon the walk looking out across the hole past a Hooverville shanty of packing cases and bent tin signs to a railroad yard that lay beyond. Dark, depthless water lay without motion in the hole, and past the Hooverville a switch engine idled upon the shining rails, and as a plume of white steam curled slowly from its funnel, I saw a man come out of the shanty and start up the path which led to the walk above, stooped and dark in sprouting rags from his shoes, hat, and sleeves. He shuffled slowly toward me, bringing a threatening cloud of carbolic acid. It was a syphilitic who lived alone in the shanty between the hole and the railroad yard, coming up to the street only to beg money for food and disinfectant with which to soak his rags. Then in my mind I saw him stretching out a hand from which the fingers had been eaten away, and I ran back to the dark and the cold and the present. I shivered, looking toward the street, where up the alley through the tunneling dark 3 mounted policemen loomed beneath the circular, snow-sparkling beam of the street lamp, grasping their horses by their bridles, the heads of both men and animals bent close as though plotting, the leather of saddles and leggings shining. 3 white men and 3 black horses. Then a car passed and they showed in full relief, their shadows flying like dreams across the sparkle of snow and darkness. And as I turned to leave, one of the horses violently tossed its head, and I saw the gauntleted fist yanked down. Then there was a wild neigh and the horse plunged off. In the dark, the crisp, frantic clanking of metal, and the stomping of hooves followed. Me to the door, perhaps this was something for Brother Jack to know. But inside they were still in a huddle, and I went back and sat on the bench. I watched them, feeling very young and inexperienced, and yet strangely old, with an oldness that watched and waited quietly within me. Outside, the audience had begun to drone, a distant, churning sound that brought back some of the terror of the eviction. My mind flowed. There was a child standing in rompers outside a chicken wire fence, looking in upon a huge black and white dog, log chained to an apple tree. It was Master, the bulldog, and I was the child who was afraid to touch him. Although panting with heat, he seemed to grin back at me like a fat, good-natured man, the saliva roping silvery from his jowls. And as the voices of the crowd churned and mounted and became an impatient splatter of hand claps, I thought of Master's low hoarse growl. He had barked the same note when angry or when being brought his dinner, when lazily snapping flies, or when tearing an intruder to shreds. I liked but didn't trust old Master. I want Ed to please but did not trust the crowd. Then I looked at Brother Jack and grinned. That was it. In some ways he was like a toy bull terrier. But now the roar and clapping of hands became a song, and I saw Brother Jack break off and bounce to the door. "Okay, brothers," he said, "that's our signal." We went in a bunch out of the dressing room and down a dim passage error with the distant sound. Then it was brighter, and I could see a spotlight blazing the smoky haze. We moved silently, Brother Jack following two very black Negroes and two white men who led the procession, and now the roar of the crowd seemed to rise above us, flaring louder. I noticed the others falling into columns of four, and I was alone in the rear, like the pivot of a drill team. Ahead, a slanting shaft of brightness marked the entrance to one of the levels of the arena, and now as we passed it, the crowd let out a roar. Then swiftly we were in the dark again, and climbing, the roar seeming to sink below us, and we were moved into a bright blue light and down a ramp, to each side of which, stretching away in a curve, I could see rows of blurred faces. Then suddenly I was blinded and felt myself crash into the man ahead of me. "It always happens the first time," he shouted, stopping to let me get my balance, his voice small in the roar. "It's the spotlight." It had picked us up now, and beaming just ahead, led us into the arena and encircled us full in its beam, the crowd thundering. The song burst forth like a rocket, to the marching tempo of clapping hands. "John Brown's body lies a moldering in the grave. John Brown's body lies a moldering in the grave. John Brown's body lies a moldering in the grave. His soul is marching on." Imagine that, I thought. They make the old song sound new. At first I was as remote as though I stood in the highest balcony looking on. Then I walked flush into the vibrations of the voices and felt an electric tingling along my spine. We marched toward a flag-draped platform set near the front of the arena, moving through an aisle left between rows of people in folding chairs, then onto the platform past a number of women who stood when we came on. With a nod, Brother Jack indicated our chairs, and we faced the applause standing. Below and above us was the audience, row after row of faces, the arena a bowl-shaped aggregation of humanity. Then I saw the policemen and was disturbed. What if they recognized me? They were all along the wall. I touched the arm of the man ahead, seeing him turn, his mouth halting in a verse of the song. "Why all the police?" I said, leaning forward on the back of his chair. "Cops, don't worry. Tonight they're ordered to protect us. This meeting is of great political consequence," he said, turning away. "Who ordered them to protect us?" I thought, but now the song was ending and the building rang with applause yells, until the chant burst from the rear and spread. "No more dispossessing of the dispossessed. No more dispossessing of the dispossessed." The audience seemed to have become one, its breathing and articulation synchronized. I looked at Brother Jack. He stood up front beside a microphone, his feet planted solidly on the dirty canvas-covered platform, looking from side to side. His posture dignified and benign, like a bemused father listening to the performance of his adoring children. I saw his hand go up in a salute, and the audience thundered, and I seemed to move in close, like the lens of a camera, focusing into the scene and feeling the heat and excitement, and the pounding of voice and applause. Against my diaphragm, my eyes flying from face to face, swiftly, fleetingly, searching for someone I could recognize, for someone from the old life, and seeing the faces become vaguer and vaguer the farther they receded from the platform. The speeches began, first an invocation by a Negro preacher, then a woman spoke of what was happening to the children, then came speeches on various aspects of the economic and political situation. I listened carefully, trying to snatch a phrase here, word there from the arsenal of hard, precise terms. It was becoming a high-keyed evening. Songs flared between speeches, chants exploded as spontaneously as shouts. At a Southern revival, and I was somehow attuned to it all, could feel it physically. Sitting with my feet on the soiled canvas, I felt as though I had wandered into the percussion section of a symphony orchestra. It worked on me so thoroughly that I soon gave up trying to memorize phrases and simply allowed the excitement to carry me along. Someone pulled on my coat sleeve. My turn had come. I went toward the microphone where Brother Jack himself waited, entering the spot of light that surrounded me like a seamless cage of stainless steel. I halted. The light was so strong that I could no longer see the audience, the bowl of human faces. It was as though a semi-transparent curtain had dropped between us, but through which they could see me, for they were applauding without themselves being seen. I felt the hard mechanical isolation of the hospital machine, and I didn't like it. I stood, barely hearing Brother Jack's introduction. Then he was through, and there was an encouraging burst of applause, and I thought they remember, some of them were there. The microphone was strange and unnerving. I approached it incorrectly, my voice sounding raspy and full of air, and after a few words I halted, embarrassed. I was getting off to a bad start. Something had to be done. I leaned toward the vague audience closest to the platform and said, "Sorry, folks. Up to now they've kept me so far away from these shiny electric gadgets, I haven't learned the technique. And to tell you the truth, it looks to me like it might bite. Just look at it. It looks like the steel skull of a man. Do you think he died of dispossession?" It worked, and while they laughed, someone came and made an adjustment. "Don't stand too close," he advised. "How's that?" I said, hearing my voice boom deep and vibrant over the arena. "Is that better?" There was a ripple of applause. "You see, all I needed was a chance. You've granted it, now it's up to me." The applause grew stronger, and from down front, a man's far-carrying voice called, "Out we with you, brother. You pitch 'em, we catch 'em." That was all I needed. I'd made a contact, and it was as though his voice was that. Of them all, I was wound up, nervous. I might have been anyone, might have been trying to speak in a foreign language, for I couldn't remember the correct words and phrases from the pamphlets. I had to fall back upon tradition, and since it was a political meeting, I selected one of the political techniques that I'd heard so often at home, the old down-to-earth, "I'm sick and tired of the way they've been treating us" approach. I couldn't see them, so I addressed the microphone and the cooperative voice before me. "You know, there are those who think we who are gathered here are dumb," I shouted. "Tell me if I'm right." "That's a strike, brother," the voice called. "You pitched a strike." "Yes, they think we're dumb. They call us the common people. But I've been sitting here listening and looking and trying to understand what's so common about us. I think they're guilty of a gross misstatement of fact. We are the uncommon people." "Another strike," the voice called in the thunder, and I paused, holding up my hand to halt the noise. "Yes, we're the uncommon people, and I'll tell you why. They call us dumb, and they treat us dumb, and what do they do with dumb ones? Think about it. Look around. They've got a slogan and a policy. They've got what Brother Jack would call a theory and a practice. It's never give a sucker an even break. It's dispossess him. Evict him, use his empty head for a spittoon and his back for a doormat. It's break him, deprive him of his wages. It's use his protest as a sounding brass to frighten him into silence. It's beat his ideas and his hopes and homely aspirations into a tinkling cymbal, a small, cracked cymbal to tinkle on the 4th of July, only muffle it. Don't let it sound too loud. Beat it in stop time. Give the dumb bunnies the soft shoe dance, the big wormy apple, the Chicago getaway, the shoe fly don't bother. My. And do you know what makes us so uncommon? I whispered hoarsely. We let them do it. The silence was profound. The smoke boiled in the spotlight. Another strike, I heard the voice call sadly. Ain't no use to protest the decision. And I thought, is he with me or against me? Dispossession is the word, I went on. They've tried to dispossess us of our manhood and womanhood, of our childhood and adolescence. You heard the sisters' statistics on our infant mortality rate. Don't you know you're lucky to be uncommonly born? Why, they even tried to dispossess us of our dislike of being dispossessed, and I'll tell you something else, if we don't resist pretty soon, they'll succeed. These are the days of dispossession, the season of homelessness, the time of evictions. We'll be dispossessed of the very brains in our heads, and we're so uncommon that we can't even see it. Perhaps we're too polite, perhaps we don't care to look at unpleasantness. They think we're blind, uncommonly blind, and I don't wonder. Think about it. They've dispossessed us each of one eye from the day we're born, so now we can only see in straight white lines. We're a nation of one-eyed mice. Did you ever see such a sight in your life? Such an uncommon sight. And ain't a farmer's wife in the house, the voice called through the titters of bitter laughter. It's another strike. I leaned forward. You know, if we aren't careful, they'll slip up on our blind sides. And plop, out goes our last good eye, and we're blind as bats. Someone's afraid we'll see something. Maybe that's why so many of our fine friends are present tonight. Blue steel pistols and blue serge suits and all, but I believe knee eye is enough to lose without resistance, and I think that's your belief. So let's get together. Did you ever notice, my dumb one-eyed brothers, how two totally blind men can get together and help one another along? They stumble, they bump into things, but they avoid dangers too. They get along. Let's get together, uncommon people, with both our eyes. We may see what makes us so uncommon. We'll see who makes us so uncommon. Up to now, we've been like a couple of one-eyed men walking down opposite sides of the street. Someone starts throwing bricks, and we start blaming each other and fighting among ourselves, but we're mistaken because there's a third party present. There's a smooth, oily scoundrel running down the middle of the wide gray street throwing stones. He's the one. He's doing the damage. He claims he needs the space. He calls it his freedom, and he knows he's got us on our blind side, and he's been popping away till he's got us silly, uncommonly silly. In fact, his freedom has got us damn nigh blind. Hush now, don't call no names, I called, holding up my palm. I say to hell with this guy. I say come on, cross over. Let's make an alliance. I'll look out for you and you look out for me. I'm good at catching and I've got a damn good pitching arm. You don't pitch no balls, brother, not a single one. Let's make a miracle, I shouted. Let's take back our pillaged eyes. Let's reclaim our sight. Let's combine and spread our vision. Peep around the corner. There's a storm coming. Look down the avenue. There's only one enemy. Can't you see his face? It was a natural pause and there was applause, but as it burst I realized that the flow of words had stopped. What would I do when they started to listen again? I leaned forward, straining to see through the barrier of light. They were mine, out there, and I couldn't afford to lose them. Yet I suddenly felt naked, sensing that the words were returning and that something was about to be said that I shouldn't reveal. Look at me, the words ripped from my solar plexus. I haven't lived here long. Times are hard. I've known despair. I'm from the South, and since coming here I've known eviction. I'd come to distrust the world, but look at me now. Something strange is happening. I'm here before you, I must confess. And suddenly Brother Jack was beside me, pretending to adjust the microphone. Careful now, he whispered. Don't end your usefulness before you've begun. I'm all right, I said, leaning toward the mic. May I confess, I shouted. You are my friends. We share a common Disinheritance, and it said that confession is good for the soul. Have I your permission? Your batting .500, brother, the voice called. There was a stir behind me. I waited until it was quiet and hurried on. Silence is consent, I said, so I'll have it out, I'll confess it. My shoulders were squared, my chin thrust forward, and my eyes focused straight into the light. Something strange and miraculous and transforming is taking place in me right now. As I stand here before you, I could feel the words forming themselves, slowly falling into place. The light seemed to boil opalescently, like liquid soap shaken gently in a bottle. Let me describe it. It is something odd. It's something that I'm sure I'd never experience anywhere else in the world. I feel your eyes upon me. I hear the pulse of your breathing, and now, at this moment, with your black and white eyes upon me, I feel. I stumbled in a stillness so complete that I could hear the gears of the huge clock, mounted somewhere on the balcony, gnawing upon time. What is it, son? What do you feel? A shrill voice cried. My voice fell to a husky whisper. I feel suddenly that I have become more human. Do you understand? More human. Not that I have become a man, for I was born a man, but that I am more human. I feel strong. I feel able to get things done. I feel that I can see sharp and clear and far down the dim corridor of history, and in it I can hear the footsteps of militant fraternity. No, wait, let me confess. I feel the urge to affirm my feelings. I feel that here, after a long and desperate and uncommonly blind journey, I have come home, with your eyes upon me. I feel that I've found my true family, my true people, my true country. I am a new citizen of the country of your vision, a native of your fraternal land. I feel that here. Tonight, in this old arena, the new is being born and the vital old revived. In each of you, in me, in us all. Sisters, brothers, we are the true patriots, the citizens of tomorrow's world. We'll be dispossessed no more. The applause struck like a clap of thunder. I stood, transfixed, unable to see, my body quivering with the roar. I made an indefinite movement. What should I do? Waved to them. I faced the shouts, cheers, shrill whistling, my eyes burning from the light. I felt a large tear roll down my face, and I wiped it away with embarrassment. Others were starting down. Why didn't someone help me get out of the spot before I spoiled everything? But with the tears came an increase of applause, and I lifted my head, surprised, my eyes streaming. The sound seemed to roar up in waves. They had begun to stomp the floor, and I was laughing and bowing my head now. Unashamed, it grew in volume. The sound of splitting wood came from the rear. I grew tired, but still they cheered until, finally, I gave up and started back toward the chairs. Red spots danced before my eyes. Someone took my hand and leaned toward my ear. You did it, Godamnit, you did it. And I was puzzled by the hot mixture of hate and admiration bursting through his words as I thanked him and removed my hand from his crushing grasp. Thanks, I said, but the others had raised them to the right pitch. I shuddered. He sounded as though he would like to throttle me. I couldn't see, and there was much confusion, and suddenly someone spun me around, pulling me off balance, and I felt myself pressed against warm feminine softness, holding on. Oh, brother, brother, a woman's voice cried into my ear, little brother, and I felt the hot, moist pressure of her lips upon my cheek. Blurred figures bumped about me. I stumbled as in a game of blindman's buff. My hands were shaken, my back pounded. My face was sprayed with the saliva of enthusiasm, and I decided that the next time I stood in the spotlight, it would be wise to wear dark glasses. It was a deafening demonstration. We left them cheering, knocking over chairs, stomping the floor. Brother Jack guided me off the platform. It's time we left, he shouted. Things have truly begun to move. All that energy must be organized. He guided me through the shouting crowd, hands continuing to touch me as I stumbled along. Then we entered the dark passage, and when we reached the end, the spots faded from my eyes and I began to see again. Brother Jack paused at the door. Listen to them, he said, just waiting to be told what to do, and I could still Hear the applause booming behind us, then several of the others broke off their conversation and faced us, as the applause muffled down behind the closing door. Well, what do you think? Brother Jack said enthusiastically. How's that for a starter? There was a tense silence. I looked from face to face, black and white, feeling swift panic. They were grim. Well, Brother Jack said, his voice suddenly hard. I could hear the creaking of someone's shoes. Wells, he repeated. Then the man with the pipe spoke up, a swift charge of tension building with his words. It was a most unsatisfactory beginning, he said quietly, punctuating the unsatisfactory with a stab of his pipe. He was looking straight at me and I was puzzled. I looked at the others. Their faces were noncommittal, stolid. Unsatisfactory, Brother Jack exploded, and what alleged process of thought led to that brilliant pronouncement. This is no time for cheap sarcasm, brother, the brother with the pipe said. Sarcasm, you made the sarcasm. No, it isn't a time for sarcasms nor for imbecilities, nor for plain damn fooleries. This is a key moment in the struggle. Things have just begun to move, and suddenly you are unhappy, you are afraid of success. What's wrong? Isn't this just what we've been working for? Again, ask yourself, you are the great leader, look into your crystal ball. Brother Jack swore. Brothers, someone said. Brother Jack swore and swung to another brother. You, he said to the husky man, have you the courage to tell me what's going on here? Have we become a street corner gang? Silence. Someone shuffled his feet. The man with the pipe was looking now at me. Did I do something wrong? I said. The worst you could have done, he said coldly. Stunned, I looked at him wordlessly. Never mind, Brother Jack said, suddenly calm. Just what is the problem? Brother, let's have it out right here. Just what is your complaint? Not a complaint, an opinion, if we are still allowed to express our opinions, the brother with the pipe said. Your opinion, then, Brother Jack said. In my opinion, the speech was wild, hysterical, politically irresponsible, and dangerous, he snapped, and worse than that, it was incorrect, he pronounced. Incorrect, as though the term described the most heinous crime imaginable, and I stared at him open-mouthed, feeling a vague guilt. Sue, Brother Jack said, looking from face to face, there's been a caucus and decisions have been made. Did you take minutes, Brother Chairman, have you recorded your wise disputations? There was no caucus and the opinion still holds, the brother with the pipe said. No meeting, but just the same there has been a caucus and decisions have been reached even before the event is finished. But brother, someone tried to intervene. A most brilliant operation, Brother Jack went on, smiling now, a consummate example of skilled theoretica. El Nijinsky's leaping ahead of history, but come down. Brothers, come down or you'll land on your dialectics. The stage of history hasn't built that far. The month after next, perhaps, but not yet. And what do you think, brother? Restrum, he asked, pointing to a big fellow of the shape and size of supercargo. I think the brother's speech was backward and reactionary, he said. I wanted to answer but could not. No wonder his voice had sounded so mixed. When he congratulated me, I could only stare into the broad face with its hate burning eyes. And you, Brother Jack said. I liked the speech, the man said. I thought it was quite effective. And you, Brother Jack said to the next man. I am of the opinion that it was a mistake. And just why? Because we must strive to reach the people through their intelligence. Exactly, the brother with the pipe said. It was the antithesis of the scientific approach. Ours is a reasonable point of view. We are champions of a scientific approach to society, and such a speech as we've identified ourselves with tonight destroys everything that has been said before. The audience isn't thinking, it's yelling its head off. Sure, it's acting like a mob, the big black brother said. Brother Jack laughed. And this mob, he said, is it a mob against us, or is it a mob for us? How do our muscle-bound scientists answer that? But before they could answer, he continued, perhaps you're right, perhaps it is a Mob, but if it is, then it seems to be a mob that's simply boiling over to come along with us, and I shouldn't have to tell you theoreticians that science bases its judgments upon experiment. You're jumping to conclusions before the experiment has run its course. In fact, what's happening here tonight represents only one step in the experiment, the initial step, the release of energy. I can understand that it should make you timid. You're afraid of carrying through to the next step because it's up to you to organize that energy. Well, it's going to be organized, and not by a bunch of timid sideline theoreticians arguing in a vacuum, but by getting out and leading the people. He was fighting mad, looking from face to face, his red head bristling, but no one answered his challenge. It's disgusting, he said, pointing to me. Our new brother has succeeded by instinct where for 2 years your science has failed, and now all you can offer is destructive criticism. I beg to differ, the brother with the pipe said, to point out the dangerous nature of his speech isn't destructive criticism, far from it. Like the rest of us, the new brother must learn to speak scientifically, he must be trained. So at last it occurs to you, Brother Jack said, pulling down the corners of his mouth. Training, all is not lost. There's hope that our wild but effective speaker may be tamed. The scientists perceive a possibility. Very well, it has been arranged. Perhaps not scientifically, but arranged nevertheless. For the next few months our new brother is to undergo a period of intense study and indoctrination under the guidance of Brother Hambro. That's right, he said as I started to speak. I meant to tell you later. But that's a long time, I said. How am I going to live? Your salary will continue, he said. Meanwhile, you'll be guilty of no further unscientific speeches to upset our brother's scientific tranquility. In fact, you are to stay completely out of Harlem. Perhaps then we'll see if you brothers are as swift at organizing as you are at criticizing. It's your move, brothers. I think Brother Jack is correct, a short, bald man said, and I don't think that we of all people should be afraid of the people's enthusiasm. What we've got to do is to guide it into channels where it will do the most good. The rest were silent, the brother with the pipe looking at me unbendingly. Come, Brother Jack said, let's get out of here. If we keep our eyes on the real goal, our chances are better than ever before. And let's remember that science isn't a game of chess, although chess may be played scientifically. The other thing to remember is that if we are to organize the masses, we must first organize ourselves. Thanks to our new brother, things have changed. We mustn't fail to make use of our opportunity. From now on, it's up to you. We shall see, the brother with the pipe said, and as for the new brother, a few talks with Brother Hambro wouldn't harm anyone. Hambro, I thought, going out, who the hell is he? I suppose I'm lucky they didn't fire me, so now I've got to go to school again. Out in the night, the group was breaking up, and Brother Jack drew me aside. Don't worry, he said, you'll find Brother Hambro interesting, and a period of training was inevitable. Your speech tonight was a test which you passed with flying colors, so now you'll be prepared for some real work. Here's the address. See Brother Hambro the first thing in the morning. He's already been notified. When I reached home, tiredness seemed to explode within me. My nerves remained tense even after I had had a hot shower and crawled into bed. In my disappointment, I wanted only to sleep, but my mind kept wandering back to the rally. It had actually happened. I had been lucky and had said the right things at the right time, and they had liked me. Or perhaps I had said the wrong things in the right places. Whatever, they had liked it regardless of the brothers, and from now on my life would be different. It was different already, for now I realized that I meant everything that I had said to the audience, even though I hadn't known that I was going to say those things. I had intended only to make a good appearance, to say enough to keep the brotherhood interested in me. What had come out was completely uncalculated, as though another self within me had taken over and held forth. And lucky that it had, or I might have been fired. Even my technique had been different. No one who had known me at college would have recognized the speech, but that was as it should have been, for I was someone Knew even though I had spoken in a very old-fashioned way, I had been transformed. And now, lying restlessly in bed in the dark, I felt a kind of affection for the blurred audience whose faces I had never clearly seen. They had been with me from the first. They had wanted me to succeed, and fortunately I had spoken for them and they had recognized my words. I belonged to them. I sat up, grasping my knees in the dark as the thought struck home. Perhaps this was what was meant by being dedicated and set aside. Very well, if so, I accepted it. My possibilities were suddenly broadened. As a Brotherhood spokesman, I would represent not only my own group but one that was much larger. The audience was mixed, their claims broader than race. I would do whatever was necessary to serve them well. If they could take a chance with me, then I'd do the very best that I could. How else could I save myself from disintegration? I sat there in the dark trying to recall the sequence of the speech. Already it seemed the expression of someone else, yet I knew that it was mine and mine alone. And if it was recorded by a stenographer, I would have a look at it tomorrow. Words, phrases skipped through my mind. I saw the blue haze again. What had I meant by saying that I had become more human? Was it a phrase that I had picked up from some preceding speaker, or a slip of the tongue? For a moment I thought of my grandfather and quickly dismissed him. What had an old slave to do with humanity? Perhaps it was something that Woodridge had said in the literature class. Back at college, I could see him vividly, half drunk on words and full of contempt and exaltation, pacing before the blackboard, chalked with quotations from Joyce and Yeats and Sean O'Casey, thin, nervous, neat, pacing as though he walked a high wire of meaning upon which no one of us would ever dare venture. I could hear him. Stephen's problem, like ours, was not actually one of creating the uncreated conscience of his race, but of creating the uncreated features of his face. Our task is that of making ourselves individuals. The conscience of a race is the gift of its individuals who see, evaluate, record. We create the race by creating ourselves. And then, to our great astonishment, we will have created something far more important. We will have created a culture. Why waste time creating a conscience for something that doesn't exist? For you see, blood and skin do not think. But no, it wasn't Woodridge. More human. Did I mean that I had become less of what I was, less a Negro, or that I was less a being apart, less an exile from down home, the South? But all this is negative. To become less in order to become more, perhaps that was it. But in what way more human? Even Woodridge hadn't spoken of such things. It was a mystery once more, as at the eviction I had uttered words that had possessed me. I thought of Bledsoe and Norton and what they had done. By kicking me into the dark, they'd made me see the possibility of achieving something greater and more important than I'd ever dreamed. Here was a way that didn't lead through the back door, a way not limited by black and white, but a way which, if one lived long enough and worked hard enough, could lead to the highest possible rewards. Here was a way to have a part in making the big decisions, of seeing through the mystery of how the country, the world, really operated. For the first time, lying there in the dark, I could glimpse the possibility of being more than a member of a race. It was no dream. The possibility existed. I had only to work and learn and survive in order to go to the top. Sure, I'd study with Hambro. I'd learn what he had to teach and a lot more. Let tomorrow come. The sooner I was through with this Hambro, the sooner I could get started with my work. Chapter 17. 4 months later, when Brother Jack Ka led the apartment at midnight to tell me to be prepared to take a ride, I became quite excited. Fortunately, I was awake and dressed, and when he drove up a few minutes later, I was waiting expectantly at the curb. Maybe, I thought, as I saw him hunched behind the wheel in his topcoat, this is what I've been waiting for. How have you been, brother? I said, getting in. A little tired, he said. Not enough sleep, too many problems. Then, as he got the car underway, he became silent, and I decided not to ask any questions. That was one thing I had learned thoroughly. There must be something doing at the CH Thonian, I thought, watching him staring at the road as though lost in Thought maybe the brothers are waiting to put me through my paces. If so, fine, I've been waiting for an examination. But instead of going to the Chthonian, I looked out to discover that he had brought me to Harlem and was parking the car. "We'll have a drink," he said, getting out and heading for where the neon lighted. Sign of a bull's head announced the El Toro bar. I was disappointed. I wanted no drink. I wanted to take the next step that lay between me and an assignment. I followed him inside with a surge of irritation. The barroom was warm and quiet. The usual rows of bottles with exotic names were lined on the shelves, and in the rear, where four men argued in Spanish over glasses of beer, a jukebox lit up green and red played Media Luz, and as we waited for the bartender, I tried to figure the purpose of the trip. I had seen very little of Brother Jack after beginning my studies with Brother Hambro. My life had been too tightly organized, but I should have known that if anything was going to happen, Brother Hambro would have let me know. Instead, I was to meet him in the morning as usual. That Hambro, I thought, is he a fanatic teacher, a tall, friendly man, a lawyer and the Brotherhood's chief theoretician? He had proved to be a hard taskmaster. Between daily discussions with him and a rigid schedule of reading, I had been working harder than I'd ever found necessary at college. Even my nights were organized. Every evening found me at some rally or meeting in one of the many districts, though this was my first trip to Harlem since my speech, where I'd sit on the platform with the speakers, making notes to be discussed with him the next day. Every occasion became a study situation, even the parties that sometimes followed the meetings. During these, I had to make mental notes on the ideological attitudes revealed in the guests' conversations, but I had soon learned the method in it. Not only had I been learning the many aspects of the Brotherhood's policy and its approach to various social groupings, but the citywide membership had grown familiar with me. My part in the eviction was kept very much alive, and although I was under orders to make no speeches, I had grown accustomed to being introduced as a kind of hero. Yet it had been mainly a time for listening, and being a talker, I had grown impatient. Now I knew most of the Brotherhood arguments so well, those I doubted, as well as those I believed, that I could repeat them in my sleep, but nothing had been said about my assignment. Thus I had hoped the midnight call meant some kind of action was to begin. Beside me, Brother Jack was still lost in thought. He seemed in no hurry to go elsewhere or to talk, and as the slow-motion bartender mixed our drinks, I puzzled vainly as to why he had brought me here. Before me, in the panel where a mirror is usually placed, I could see a scene from a bullfight, the bull charging close to the man and the man swinging the red cape in sculptured folds, so close to his body that man and bull seemed to blend in one swirl of calm, pure motion, pure grace. I saw it looking above the bar to where, larger than life, the pink and white image of a girl smiled down from a summery beer ad on which a calendar said April 1. Then, as our drinks were placed before us, Brother Jack came alive, his mood changing as though in the instant he had settled whatever had been bothering him and felt suddenly free. "Here, come back," he said, nudging me playfully. "She's only a cardboard image of a cold steel civilization." I laughed, glad to hear him joking. "And that," I said, pointing to the bullfight, "sign sheer barbarism," he said, watching the bartender and lowering his voice to a whisper. "But tell me, how have you found your work with Brother Hambro?" "Oh, fine," I said. "He's strict, but if I'd had teachers like him in college, I'd know a few things. He's taught me a lot, but whether enough to satisfy the brothers who disliked my arena speech, I don't know. Shall we converse scientifically?" He laughed, one of his eyes glowing brighter than the other. "Don't worry about the brothers," he said. "You'll do very well. Brother Hambro's reports on you have been excellent." "Now that's nice to hear," I said, aware now of another bullfight scene farther down the bar, in which the matador was being swept skyward on the black bull's horns. "I've worked pretty hard trying to master the ideology." "Master it," Brother Jack said, "but don't overdo it. Don't let it master you. There is nothing to put the people to sleep like dry ideology. The ideal is to strike a medium between ideology and inspiration. Say what the people want to hear, but say it in such a way that they'll do what we wish. He laughed. Remember, too, that theory always comes after practice. Act first, theorize later. That's also a formula. Devastatingly effective one. He looked at me as though he did not see me, and I could not tell whether he was laughing at me or with me. I was sure only that he was laughing. Yes, I said, I'll try to master all that is required. You can, he said, and now you don't have to worry about the brothers. Criticism, just throw some ideology back at them, and they'll leave you alone. Provided, of course, that you have the right backing and produce the required results. Another drink. Thanks, I've had enough. Are you sure? Sure. Good, now to your assignment. Tomorrow you are to become chief spokesman of the Harlem district. What? Yes, the committee decided yesterday. But I had no idea. You'll do all right. Now listen, you are to continue what you started at the eviction. Keep them stirred up, get them active, get as many to join as possible. You'll be given guidance by some of the older members, but for the time being you are to see what you can do. You will have freedom of action, and you will be under strict discipline to the committee. I see, I said. No, you don't quite see, he said, but you will. You must not underestimate the discipline, brother. It makes you answerable to the entire organization for what you do. Don't underestimate the discipline. It is very strict, but within its framework you are to have full freedom to do your work, and your work is very important. Understand? His eyes seemed to crowd my face as I nodded yes. We'd better go now. So that you can get some sleep, he said, draining his glass. You're a soldier now. Your health belongs to the organization. I'll be ready, I said. I know you will. Until tomorrow then. You'll meet with the executive committee of the Harlem section at 9 a.m. You know the location, of course. No, brother, I don't. Oh, that's right. Then you'd better come up with me for a minute. I have to see someone there, and you can take a look at where you'll work. I'll drop you off on the way down, he said. The district offices were located in a converted church structure, the main floor of which was occupied by a pawn shop, its window crammed with loot that gleamed dully in the darkened street. We took a stair to the third floor, entering a large room beneath a high Gothic ceiling. It's down here, Brother Jack said, making for the end of the large room where I saw a row of smaller ones, only one of which was lighted, and now I saw a man appear in the door and limp forward. Evening, Brother Jack, he said. Why, Brother Tarp, I expected to find Brother Tobbit. I know he was here, but he had to leave, the man said. He left this envelope for you and said he'd call you later on tonight. Good, good, Brother Jack said. Here, meet a new brother. Pleased to meet you, the brother said, smiling. I heard you speak at the arena. You really told 'em. Thanks, I said. So you liked it, did you, Brother Tarp? Brother Jack said. The boy's all right with me, the man said. Well, you're going to see a lot of him. He's your new spokesman. That's fine, the man said. Looks like we're going to get some changes made. Correct, Brother Jack said. Now let's take a look at his office and we'll be going. Sure, brother, Tarp said, limping before me into one of the dark rooms and snapping on a light. This here is the one. I looked into a small office, containing a flat-top desk with a telephone, typewriter on its table, a bookcase with shelves of books and pamphlets, and a huge map of the world inscribed with ancient nautical signs and a heroic figure of Columbus to one side. If there's anything you need, just see Brother Tarp, Brother Jack said. He's here at all times. Thanks, I shall, I said. I'll get oriented in the morning. Yes, and we'd better go so you can get some sleep. Good night, Brother Tarp. See that everything is ready for him in the morning. He won't have to worry about a thing, brother. Good night. It's because we attract men like Brother Tarp there that we shall triumph, he said as we climbed into the car. He's old physically, but ideologically he's a vigorous young man. He can be depended upon in the most precarious circumstance. He sounds like a good man to have around, I said. You'll see, he said, and lapsed into a silence that lasted until we reached my door. The committee was assembled in the hall with the high Gothic ceiling when I arrived, sitting in folding chairs around two small tables pushed together to form a unit. Well, Brother Jack said, you are on time. Very good, we favor precision in our lighters. Brother, I shall always try to be on time, I said. Here he is, brothers and sisters, he said, your new spokesman. Now to begin. Are we all present? All except Brother Todd Clifton, someone said. His red head jerked with surprise. So, he'll be here, a young brother said. We were working until 3 this morning. Still, he should be on time. Very well, Brother Jack said, taking out a watch. Let us begin. I have only a little time here, but a little time is all that is needed. You all know the events of the recent period and the role our new brother has played in them. Briefly, you are here to see that it isn't wasted. We must achieve 2 things. We must plan methods of increasing the effectiveness of our agitation, and we must organize the energy that has already been released. This calls for a rapid increase of membership. The people are fully aroused. If we fail to lead them into action, they will become passive or they will become cynical. Thus, it is necessary that we strike immediately and strike hard. For this purpose, he said, nodding toward me, our brother has been appointed district spokesman. You are to give him your loyal support and regard him as the new instrument of the committee's authority. I heard the slight applause splatter up, only to halt with the opening of the door. And I looked down past the rows of chairs to where a hatless young man about my own age was coming into the hall. He wore a heavy sweater and slacks, and as the others looked up, I heard the quick intake of a woman's pleasurable sigh. Then the young man was moving, with an easy negro stride out of the shadow into the light. And I saw that he was very black and very handsome, and as he advanced mid-distance into the room, that he possessed the chiseled, black marble features sometimes found on statues in northern museums and alive in southern towns in which the white offspring of house children and the black offspring of yard children bear names, features, and character traits as identical as the rifling of bullets fired from a common barrel, and now close up, leaning tall and relaxed, his arms outstretched stiffly upon the table. I saw the broad, taut span of his knuckles upon the dark grain of the wood, the muscular, sweatered arms, the curving line of the chest rising to the easy pulsing of his throat, to the square, smooth chin, and saw a small X-shaped patch of adhesive upon the subtly blended, velvet-over stone, granite-over bone, Afro-Anglo-Saxon contour of his cheek. He lined there, looking at us all with a remote aloofness in which I sensed an unstated questioning beneath a friendly charm. Sensing a possible rival, I watched him warily, wondering who he was. Ah, so Brother Todd Clifton is late, Brother Jack said. Our leader of the youth is late. Why is this? The young man pointed to his cheek and smiled. I had to see the doctor, he said. What is this? Brother Jack said, looking at the cross of adhesive on the black skin. Just a little encounter with the nationalists, with Roz the exhorter's boys, Brother Clifton said, and I heard a gasp from one of the women who gazed at him with shining, compassionate eyes. Brother Jack gave me a quick look. Brother, you have heard of Roz. He is the wild man who calls himself a black nationalist. I don't recall so, I said. You'll hear of him soon enough. Sit down, Brother Clifton. Sit down, you must be careful. You are valuable to the organization. You must not take chances. This was unavoidable, the young man said. Just the same, Brother Jack said, returning to the discussion with a call for ideas. Brother, are we still to fight against evictions? I said. It has become a leading issue, thanks to you. Then why not step up the fight? He studied my face. What do you suggest? Well, since it has attracted so much attention, why not try to reach the whole community with the issue? And how would you suggest we go about it? I suggest we get the community leaders on record in support of us. There are certain difficulties in face of this, Brother Jack said. Most of the leaders are against us. But I think he's got something there, Brother Clifton said. What if we got them to support the issue whether they like us or not? The issue is a community issue. It's non-partisan. Sure, I said, that's how it looks to me, with all the excitement over evictions. They can't afford to come out against us, not without appearing to be against the best interests of the community. So we have them across a barrel, Clifton said. That is perceptive enough, Brother Jack said. The others agreed. You see, Brother Jack said with a grin, we've always avoided these leaders, but the moment we start to advance on a broad front, sectarianism becomes a burden too. Be cast off. Any other suggestions? He looked around. Brother, I said, remembering now, when I first came to Harlem, one of the first things that impressed me was a man making a speech from a ladder. He spoke very violently and with an accent, but he had an enthusiastic audience. Why can't we carry our program to the street in the same way? So you have met him, he said, suddenly grinning. Well, Roz the Exhorter has had a monopoly in Harlem, but now that we are larger we might give it a try. What the committee wants is results. So that was Roz the Exhorter, I thought. We'll have trouble with the extorter, I mean the exhorter, a big woman said. His hoodlums would attack and denounce the white meat of a roasted chicken. We laughed. He goes wild when he sees black people and white people together, she said too. Maya. We'll take care of that, Brother Clifton said, touching his cheek. Very well, but no violence, Brother Jack said. The Brotherhood is against violence and terror and provocation of any kind, aggressive, that is, understand. Brother Clifton. I understand, he said. We will not countenance any aggressive violence, understand, nor attacks upon officials or others who do not attack us. We are against all forms of violence, do you understand? Yes, brother, I said. Very well, having made this clear, I leave you now, he said. See what you can accomplish. You'll have plenty support from other districts and all the guidance you need. Meanwhile, remember that we are all under discipline. He left and we divided the labor. I suggested that each work in the area he knew best, since there was no liaison between the Brotherhood and the community leaders. I assigned myself the task of creating one. It was decided that our street meetings begin immediately and that Brother Todd Clifton was to return and go over the details with Maya. While the discussion continued, I studied their faces. They seemed absorbed with the cause and in complete agreement, blacks and whites, but when I tried to place them as to type, I got nowhere. The big woman who looked like a Southern Sudsbuster was in charge of women's work and spoke in abstract, ideological terms. The shy-looking man with the liver splotches on his neck spoke with a bold directness and eagerness for action, and this Brother Todd Clifton, the youth leader, looked somehow like a hipster, a zoot suiter, a sharpie, except his head of Persian lamb's wool had never known a straightener. I could place none of them. They seemed familiar but were just as different as Brother Jack and the other whites were. From all the white men I had known, they were all transformed like familiar people seen in a dream. Well, I thought, I'm different too, and they'll see it when the talk is finished and the action begins. I'll just have to be careful not to antagonize anyone. As it is, someone might resent my being placed in charge. But when Brother Todd Clifton came into my office to discuss the street meeting, I saw no signs of resentment, but a complete absorption in the strategy of the meeting. With great care, he went about instructing me how to deal with hecklers, on what to do if we were attacked, and upon how to recognize our own members from the rest of the crowd. For all his seeming zoot-suiter characteristics, his speech was precise, and I had no doubt that he knew his business. How do you think we'll do? I said when he had finished. It'll go big, man, he said. It'll be bigger than anything since Garvey. I wish I could be so sure, I said. I never saw Garvey. I didn't either, he said, but I understand that in Harlem he was very big. Well, we're not Garvey, and he didn't last. No, but he must have had something, he said with sudden passion. He must have had something to move all those people. Our people are hell to move. He must have had plenty. I looked at him, his eyes were turned inward, then he smiled. Don't worry, he said, we have a scientific plan and you set them off. Things are so bad they'll listen. And when they listen, they'll go along. I hope so, I said. They will. You haven't been around the movement as I have for 3 years now. And I can feel the change. They're ready to move. I hope your feelings are right, I said. They're right, all right, he said. All we have to do is gather them in. The evening was almost of a winter coldness, the corner well lighted, and the all Negro crowd large and tightly packed. Up on the ladder now I was surrounded by group of Clifton's youth division, and I could see, beyond their backs with upturned collars, the faces of the doubtful, the curious, and the convinced in the crowd. It was early, and I threw my voice hard down against the traffic sounds, feeling the damp coldness of the air upon my cheeks and hands as my voice warmed with my emotion. I had just begun to feel the pulsing set up between myself and the people, hearing them answering in staccato applause and agreement when Todd C.L. Ifton caught my eye pointing, and over the heads of the crowd and down past the dark storefronts and blinking neon signs, I saw a bristling band of about 20 men quick-stepping forward. I looked down. It's trouble, keep talking, Clifton said. Give the boys the signal. My brothers, the time has come for action, I shouted, and now I saw the youth members and some older men move around to the back of the crowd and up to meet the advancing group. Then something sailed up out of the dark and landed hard against my forehead, and I felt the crowd surge in close, sending the ladder moving backwards, and I was like a man tottering above a crowd on stilts, then dropping backwards into the street and clear, hearing the ladder clatter down. They were milling in a panic now, and I saw Clifton beside me. It's Roz the Exhorter, he yelled. Can you use your hands? I can use my fists, I was annoyed. Well, all right then, here's your chance. Come on, let's see you duke. He moved forward and seemed to dive into the whirling crowd, and I beside him, seeing them scatter into doorways and pound off in the dark. There's Roz over there, Clifton cried, and I heard the sound of breaking glass. And the street went dark. Someone had knocked out the light, and through the dimness I saw Clifton heading to where a red neon sign glowed in a dark window. As something went past my head, then a man ran up with a length of pipe, and I saw Clifton close with him, ducking down and working in close and grabbing the man's wrist and twisting suddenly like a soldier, executing an about-face so that now he faced me, the back of the man's elbow rigid across his shoulder, and the man rising on tiptoe and screaming as Clifton straightened smoothly and levered down on the arm. I heard a dry popping sound and saw the man sag, and the pipe rang upon the walk. Then someone caught me hard in the stomach, and suddenly I knew that I was fighting too. I went to my knees and rolled and pulled erect, facing him. Get up, Uncle Tom, he said, and I clipped him. He had his hands and I had mine, and the match was even, but he was not so lucky. He wasn't down and he wasn't out, but I caught him 2 good ones, and he decided to fight elsewhere. When he turned, I tripped him and moved away. The fight was moving back into the dark, where the street lights had been knocked out clear to the corner, and it was quiet except for the grunting and straining and the sound of footfalls and of blows. It was confusing in the dark, and I couldn't tell hours from theirs, and moved cautiously, trying to see. Someone up the street in the dark yelled, break it up, and I thought cops and looked around for Clifton. The neon sign glowed mysteriously, and there was a lot of running and cursing, and now I saw him working skillfully in a store lobby before a red check's cashed. Here sign, and I hurried over, hearing objects sailing past my head and the crash of glass. Clifton's arms were moving in short, accurate jabs against the head and stomach of Roz the Exhorter, punching swiftly and scientifically, careful not to knock him into the window or strike the glass with his fists, working Roz between rights and lefts jabbed so fast that he rocked like a drunken bull from side to side, and as I came up, Roz tried to bull his way out, and I saw Clifton drive him back and down into a squat, his hands upon the dark floor of the lobby, his heels back against the door. Like a runner against starting blocks, and now, shooting forward, he caught Clifton. Coming in, butting him, and I heard the burst of breath, and Clifton was on his back. And something flashed in Roz's hand, and he came forward, a short, heavy figure as wide as the lobby now with the knife, moving deliberately. I spun, looking for the length of pipe, diving for it, and crawling on hands and knees, and here, and coming up to see Roz reach down, getting one hand into Clifton's collar, the knife, the other looking down at Clifton and panting, bull-angry. I froze, seeing him draw back the knife and stop it in midair, draw back and stop, cursing, then draw back and stop again, all very quickly, beginning to cry now and talking rapidly at the same time, and me easing slowly forward. Mon, Roz blurted, I ought to kill you. Goddam, I ought to kill you and this world be better off, but you black Mon, why you be black Mon, I swear I ought to kill you. No Mon, strike the exhorter, goddam it, no Mon. I saw him raise the knife again, and now as he lowered it, unused, he pushed Clifton into the street and stood over him, sobbing. Why you with these white folks? Why, I been watching you a long time, I say to myself, soon he get smart and get tired, he get out of that teeing, why a good boy like you still with them. Still moving forward, I saw his face gleam with red, angry tears as he stood above Clifton with the still innocent knife, and the tears red in the glow of the window sign. You my brother, Mon, brothers are this same color, how the hell you call these? White men brother, shit Mon, that's shit, brothers the same color, we sons of Mama Africa, you done forgot, you black, you goddamn Mon, he said, swinging the knife for emphasis. You got bod hair, you got thick lips, they say you stink, they hate you Mon, you African, why you with them, leave that shit Mon, they sell you out, that shit is old-fashioned, they enslave us, you forget. That's how can they mean a black Mon any good, how they going to be your brother? I had reached him now and brought the pipe down hard, seeing the knife fly off into the dark as he grabbed his wrist, and I raised the pipe again, suddenly hot with fear and hate as he looked at me out of his narrow little eyes, standing his ground. And you Mon, the exhorter said, a reglar little black devil, a goddam sly mongoose, where you think you from, going with the white folks, I know, goddam. Don't I know it, you from down south, you from Trinidad, you from Barbados, Jamaica, South Africa, and the white Mon's foot in your ass all the way to the hip. What you trying to deny by betraying the black people, why you fight against us? You young fellows, you young black men with plenty education, I've been hearing your rabble rousing, why you go over to the enslaver, what kind of education is that? What kind of black Mon is that, who betray his own mama? Shut up, Clifton said, leaping to his feet, shut up. Hell no, Roz cried, wiping his eyes with his fists. I talk, bust me with the pipe. But by God, you listen to the exhorter, come in with us Mon, we build a glorious movement of black people, what they do give you monies who want. The dom stuff, their money bleed black blood Mon, it's unclean, taking their money is shit Mon, money without dignity, that's bod shit. Clifton lunged toward him, I held him, shaking my head, come on the man's crazy, I said, pulling on his arm. Roz struck his thighs with his fists, me crazy Mon, you call me crazy, look at you too and look at me, is this sanity, standing here in 3 shades of blackness? 3 black men fighting in the street because of the white enslaver, is that sanity? Is that consciousness, scientific understanding, is that the modern black Mon of the 20th century, hell Mon, is it self-respect, black against black, what they give you to betray their women, you fall for that. Let's go, I said, listening and remembering, and suddenly alive in the dark with the horror of the battle royal, but Clifton looked at Roz with a tight, fascinated expression, pulling away from me. Let's go, I repeated. He stood there looking. Sure you go, Roz said, but not him. You contaminated, but he the real black. Mon in Africa, this Mon be a chief, a black king. Here they say he raped them. Goddamn women with no blood in their veins. I bet this Mon can't beat them off with. Baseball bat shit, what kind of foolishness is it? Kick him ass from cradle to grave. Then call him brother, does it make mathematics? Is it logic? Look at him, Mon. Open your eyes, he said to me. I look like that I rock the blasted world, they know. About me in Japan, India, all the colored countries. Youth, intelligence, the Mons. A natural prince, where is your eyes, where your self-respect, working for them? Dom people, their days is numbered, the time is almost here and you fooling round. Like this was the 19th century, I don't understand you, am I ignorant? Answer. Me, Mons. Yes, Clifton burst out, hell yes. You think I'm crazy, is it cas I speak bad English? Hell, it ain't my mama. Tung Mon, I'm African, you really think I'm crazy? Yes, yes. You believe that, said Roz. What they do to you, Black Mon, give you them. Stinking women. Clifton lunged again, and again I grabbed him, and again Roz held his ground, his head glowing red. Women, Goddam Mon, is that equality? Is that the Black Mon's freedom? Pat on the back and a piece of cunt without no passion. Maggots, they buy you that. Blasted cheap Mon, what they do to my people, where is your brains, these? Women dregs Mon, they bilge water, you know the high-class white Mon hates. The Black Mon, that's simple, so now he used the dregs and want you black young. Men to do his dirty work, they betray you and you betray the black people, they. Tricking you Mon, let them fight among themselves, let them kill off one another, we. Organization is good, but we organize black, to hell with that son. Of a bitch, he take one them strumpets and tell the Black Mon his freedom lie. Between her skinny legs, while that son of a gun, he take all the power and the capital and don't leave the Black Mon knotting. The good white women he tell this. Black Mon is a rapist, and keep them locked up and ignorant while he makes the Black Mon a race of bastards. When the Black Mon going to tire of this childish perfidy, he got you so you. Don't trust your BL. Ack intelligence, you young don't play yourself cheap, Mon, don't. Deny yourself, it took 1 billion gallons of black blood to make you, recognize yourself. Inside and you won the kings among men, a Mon knows he's a Mon when he got. Nodding when he's naked, nobody have to tell him that, you 6-foot-tall Mon, you. Young and intelligent, you black and beautiful, don't let him tell you different, you. Wasn't them teings you be dead, Mon, dead, I'd have killed you, Mon, Roz the. Exhorter raised up his knife and tried to do it, but he could not do it. Why don't you? Do it, I ask myself. I will do it now, I say, but something tell me no, you might be killing your black king, and I say yes, so I accept your humiliating auction, Roz. Recognized your black possibilities, Mon. Roz would not sacrifice his black brother to the white enslaver, instead he cry, Roz is a Mon, no white Mon have to tell him. That and Roz cry, so why don't you recognize your black duty, Mon, and come join? Oz. His chest was heaving, and a note of pleading had come into the harsh voice. He was an exhorter, all right, and I was caught in the crude, insane eloquence of his plea. He stood there awaiting an answer, and suddenly a big transport plane came low over the buildings, and I looked up to see the firing of its engine, and we were all three silent, watching. Suddenly the exhorter shook his fist toward the plane and yelled, hell with him. Someday we have them too, hell with him. He stood there, shaking his fist, as the plane rattled the buildings in its powerful flight. Then it was gone, and I looked about the unreal street. They were fighting far up the block in the dark now, and we were alone. I looked at the exhorter. I didn't know if I was angry or amazed. Look, I said, shaking my head, let's talk sense. From now on we'll be on the street corners every night and we'll be prepared for trouble. We don't want it. Especially with you, but we won't run either. Goddamn Mon, he said, leaping forward, this is Harlem. This is my territory. The Black Mon's territory. You think we let white folks come in and spread their poison? Let 'em come in like they come and take over the numbers racket, like they Have all the stores. Talk sense, mon. If you talking to Roz, talk sense. This is sense, I said, and you listen as we listen to you. We'll be out here. Every night, understand. We'll be out here, and the next time you go after one of our brothers with a knife, and I mean white or black, well, we won't forget it. He shook his head. Nor will I forget you either, mon. I don't want you to, because if you forget, there'll be trouble. You're mistaken. Don't you see you're outnumbered? You need allies to win. That there is sense, black allies, yellow and brown allies. All men who want a brotherly world, I said. Don't be stupid, mon. They white, they don't have to be allies with no black. People, they get what they want, they turn against you. Where's your black intelligence? Thinking like that will get you lost in the backwash of history, I said. Start thinking with your mind and not your emotions. He shook his head vehemently, looking at Clifton. This black mon talking to me about brains and thinking. I ask both of you, are you awake or sleeping? What is your past and where are you going? Never mind. Take your corrupt ideology and eat out your own guts like a laughing hyena. You are nowhere, mon, nowhere. Roz is not ignorant, nor is Roz afraid. No, Roz, he be here. Black and fighting for the liberty of the black people when the white folks have got what they want and done gone off laughing in your face, and you stinking and choked up with white maggots. He spat angrily into the dark street. It flew pink in the red glow. That'll be all right with me, I said. Only remember what I said, come on. Brother Clifton, this man's full of pus, black pus. We started away, a piece of glass crunching under my foot. Maybe so, Roz said, but I am no fool. I am no black educated fool who tinks. Everything between black mon and white mon can be settled with some blasted lies in some bloody books written by the white mon in the first place. It's 300 years of black blood to build this white mon civilization, and won't be wiped out in a minute. Blood calls for blood, you remember that, and remember that. I am not like you. Roz recognizes the true issues and he is not afraid to be black, nor is he a traitor for white men. Remember that. I am no black traitor to the black people for the white people. And before I could answer, Clifton spun in the dark, and there was a crack, and I saw Roz go down, and Clifton breathing hard, and Roz lying there in the street. Thick black man with red tears on his face that caught the reflection of the checks. Cashed here sign. And again, as Clifton looked gravely down, he seemed to ask a silent question. Let's go, I said, let's go. We started away as the screa. MS of sirens sounded, Clifton cursing quietly to himself. Then we were out of the dark onto a busy street, and he turned to me. There were tears in his eyes. That poor misguided son of a bitch, he said. He thinks a lot of you too, I said. I was glad to be out of the dark and away from that exhorting voice. The man's crazy, Clifton said. It'll run you crazy if you let it. Where'd he get that name? I said. He gave it to himself. I guess he did. Roz is a title of respect in the East. It's a wonder he didn't say something about Ethiopia stretching forth her wings, he said. Mimicking Roz, he makes it sound like the hood of a cobra fluttering. I don't know. We'll have to watch him now, I said. Yes, we'd better, he said. He won't stop fighting, and thanks for getting rid of his knife. You didn't have to worry, I said. He wouldn't kill his king. He turned and looked at me as though he thought I might mean it. Then he smiled. For a while there I thought I was gone, he said. As we headed for the district office, I wondered what Brother Jack would say about the fight. We'll have to overpower him with organization, I said. We'll do that all right, but it's on the inside that Roz is strong, Clifton said. On the inside, he's dangerous. He won't get on the inside, I said. He'd consider himself a traitor. No, Clifton said, he won't get on the inside. Did you hear how he was talking? Did you hear what he was saying? I heard him, sure, I said. I don't know, he said. I suppose sometimes a man has to plunge outside history. What? Plunge outside, turn his back. Otherwise he might kill somebody, go nuts. I didn't answer. Maybe he's right, I thought, and was suddenly very glad I had. Found brotherhood. The next morning it rained, and I reached the district before the others arrived, and stood looking through the window of my office, past the jutting wall of a building. And on beyond the monotonous pattern of its bricks and mortar, I saw a row of trees. Rising tall and graceful in the rain, one tree grew close by, and I could see the rain. Streaking its bark and its sticky buds, trees were rowed the length of the long block. Beyond me, rising tall in dripping wetness above a series of cluttered backyards, and it occurred to me that cleared of its ramshackle fences and planted with flowers and grass, it might form a pleasant park, and just then a paper bag sailed from a window to my left and burst like a silent grenade, scattering garbage into the trees and pancaking to earth with a soggy, exhausted plop. I started with disgust then. Thought the sun will shine in those backyards someday, a community cleanup campaign might be worthwhile for a slack season at that. Everything couldn't possibly be as exciting as last night. Turning back to my desk, I sat facing the map now as Brother Tarp appeared. "Morning, son, I see you already on the job," he said. "Good morning, I have so much to do that I thought I'd better get started early," I said. "You'll do all right," he said, "but I didn't come in here to take up your time. I want to put something on the wall." "Go right ahead, can I give you a hand?" "No, I can make it all right," he said, clambering with his lame leg upon a chair that sat beneath the map and hanging a frame from the ceiling molding, straightening it carefully and getting down to come over beside my desk. "Son, you know who that is?" "Why, yes," I said, "it's Frederick Douglass." "Yes, sir, that's just who it is. You know much about him?" "Not much. My grandfather used to tell me about him, though." "That's enough. He was a great man. You just take a look at him once in a while. You have everything you need, paper and stuff like that." "Yes, I have, Brother Tarp, and thanks for the portrait of Douglas." "Don't thank me, son," he said from the door. "He belongs to all of us." I sat now facing the portrait of Frederick Douglass, feeling a sudden piety, remembering and refusing to hear the echoes of my grandfather's voice. Then I picked up the telephone and began calling the community leaders. They fell in line like prisoners, preachers, politicians, various professionals. Proving Clifton correct, the eviction fight was such a dramatic issue that most of the leaders feared that their followers would have rallied to us without them. I slighted no one, no matter how unimportant. Big shots, doctors, real estate men in storefront, preachers, and it went so fast and smoothly that it seemed not to happen to me but to someone who actually bore my new name. I almost laughed into the phone when I heard the director of Men's House address me with profound respect. My new name was getting around. It's very strange, I thought, but things are so unreal for them. Normally that they believe that to call a thing by name is to make it so, and yet I am what they think I am. Our work went so well that a few Sundays later, we threw a parade that clinched our hold on the community. We worked feverishly, and now the clashing and conflict of my last days at Mary's seemed to have moved out into the struggles of the community, leaving me inwardly calm and controlled. Even the hustle and bustle of picketing and speechmaking seemed to stimulate me for the better. My wildest ideas paid off. Upon hearing that one of the unemployed brothers was an ex-drill master from Wichita, Kansas, I organized a drill team of 6-footers whose duty it was to march through the streets, striking up sparks with their hobnailed shoes. On the day of the parade, they drew crowds faster than a dogfight on a country road. The People's Hot Foot Squad, we called them, and when they drilled fancy formations down 7th Avenue in the springtime dusk, they set the streets ablaze. The community laughed and cheered, and the police were dumbfounded, but the sheer corn of it got them, and the Hot Foot Squad went shuffling along. Then came the flags and banners and the cards bearing slogans, and the squad of drum majorettes, the best-looking girls we could find, who pranced and twirled and just plain girled in the enthusiastic interest of brotherhood. We pulled 15,000 Harlemites into the street behind our slogans, and marched down Broadway to City Hall. Indeed, we were the talk of the town. With this success, I was pushed forward at a dizzy pace. My name spread like smoke in an airless room. I was kept moving all over the place, speeches here, there. Everywhere uptown and down, I wrote newspaper articles, led parades and relief delegations, and so on, and the Brotherhood was going out of its way to make my name prominent. Articles, telegrams, and many mailings went out over my signature, some of which I'd written but most not. I was publicized, identified with the organization both by word and image in the press. On the way to work one late spring morning, I counted 50 greetings from people I didn't know, becoming aware that there were two of me, the old self that slept a few hours a night and dreamed sometimes of my grandfather and Bledsoe and Brockway and Mary, the self that flew without wings and plunged from great heights, and the new public self that spoke for the Brotherhood and was becoming so much more important than the other that I seemed to run a foot race against myself. Still, I liked my work during those days of certainty. I kept my eyes wide and ears alert. The Brotherhood was a world within a world, and I was determined to discover all its secrets and to advance as far as I could. I saw no limits. It was the one organization in the whole country in which I could reach the very top, and I meant to get there, even if it meant climbing a mountain of words, for now I had begun to believe, despite all the talk of science around me, that there was a magic in spoken words. Sometimes I sat watching the watery play of light upon Douglas' portrait, thinking how magical it was that he had talked his way from slavery to a government ministry, and so swiftly. Perhaps, I thought, something of the kind is happening to me. Douglas came north to escape and find work in the shipyards, a big fellow in a sailor's suit who, like me, had taken another name. What had his true name been? Whatever it was as Douglas that he became himself, defined himself, and not as a boatwright as he'd expected, but as an orator. Perhaps the sense of magic lay the unexpected transformations. You start Saul and end up Paul, my grandfather had often said. When you're a young gun, you Saul, but let life whoop your head a bit, and you starts to trying to be Paul, though you still Sauls around on the side. No, you could never tell where you were going. That was a sure thing, the only sure thing, nor could you tell how you'd get there, though when you arrived it was somehow right, for hadn't I started out with a speech, and hadn't it been a speech that won my scholarship to college, where I had expected speechmaking to win me a place with Bledsoe and launch me finally as a national leader? Well, I had made a speech, and it had made me a leader, only not the kind I had expected, so that was the way it was, and no complaints. I thought, looking at the map. You started looking for red men, and you found them, even though of a different tribe and in a bright new world. The world was strange if you stopped to think about it. Still, it was a world that could be controlled by science, and the Brotherhood had both science and history under control. Thus, for one lone stretch of time, I lived with the intensity displayed by those chronic numbers players who see clues to their fortune in the most minute and insignificant phenomena, in clouds, on passing trucks and subway cars, in dreams. Comic strips the shape of dogluck fouled on the pavements. I was dominated by the all-embracing idea of brotherhood. The organization had given the world a new shape and me a vital role. We recognized no loose ends. Everything could be controlled by our science. Life was all pattern and discipline, and the beauty of discipline is when it works, and it was working very well. Chapter 18. Only my Bledsoe trustee inspired compulsion to read all papers that touched my hands prevented me from throwing the envelope aside. It was unstamped and appeared to be the least important item in the morning's mail. Brother, this is advice from a friend who has been watching you closely. Do not go too fast. Keep working for the people, but remember that you are one of us, and do not forget, if you get too big, they will cut you down. You are from the South, and you know that this is a white man's world, so take a friendly advice and go easy so that you can keep on helping the colored people. They do not want you to go too fast and will cut You down if you do, be smart. I shot to my feet, the paper rattling poisonously in my hands. What did it mean? Who'd send such a thing? Brother Tarp, I called, reading again the wavery lines of a handwriting that was somehow familiar. Brother Tarp. What is it, son? And looking up, I received another shock, framed there in the gray, early morning. Light of the door, my grandfather seemed to look from his eyes. I gave a quick gasp. Then there was a silence in which I could hear his wheezing breath as he eyed me. Unperturbed. What's wrong? He said, limping into the room. I reached for the envelope. Where did this come from? I said. What is it? He said, taking it calmly from my hands. It's unstamped. Oh yes, I saw it myself, he said. I reckon somebody put it in the box late last night. I took it out with the regular mail. Is it something that wasn't for you? No, I said, avoiding his eyes, but it isn't dated. I was wondering when it arrived. Why are you staring at me? Because looks to me like you seen a ghost. You feel sick. It's nothing, I said, just a slight upset. There was an awkward silence. He stood there and I forced myself to look at his eyes again, finding my grandfather gone, leaving only the searching calm. I said, sit down a second, Brother Tarp. Since you're here, I'd like to ask you a question. Sure, he said, dropping into a chair. Go ahead. Brother Tarp, you get around and know the members. How do they really feel about me? He cocked his head. Why, sure, they think you're going to make a real leader. But ain't no buts, that's what they think, and I don't mind telling you. But what about the others? What others? The ones who don't think so much of me. Them's the ones I haven't heard about, son. But I must have some enemies, I said. Sure, I guess everybody has 'em, but I never heard of anybody here in the Brotherhood not liking you. As far as folks up here is concerned, they think you're it. You heard any different? No, but I was wondering. I've been going along taking them so much for granted that I thought I'd better check so that I can keep their support. Well, you don't have to worry. So far, nearly everything you had anything to do with has turned out to be what the folks like, even things some of 'em resisted. Take that there, he said, pointing to the wall near my desk. It was a symbolic poster of a group of heroic figures, an American Indian couple, representing the dispossessed past, a blonde brother in overalls and a leading Irish sister representing the dispossessed present, and brother Todd Clifton and a young white couple. It had been felt unwise simply to show Clifton and the girl, surrounded by a group of children of mixed races, representing the future, a color photograph of bright skin texture and smooth contrast. So, I said, staring at the legend. After the struggle, the rainbow of America's future. Well, when you first suggested it, some of the members was against you. That's certainly true. Show, and they raised the devil about the youth members going into the subways and sticking 'em up in place of them constipation ads and things. But do you know what they doing now? I guess they're holding it against me because some of the kids were arrested. I said, holding it against you? Hell, they going around bragging about it. But what I was about to say is they taking them rainbow pictures and tacking 'em to their walls long. With God bless our home and the Lord's Prayer, they're crazy about it, and same way with the hot footers and all that. You don't have to worry, son. They might resist some of your ideas, but when the deal goes down, they with you right on down to the ground. The only enemies you likely to have is somebody on the outside who's jealous to see you spring up all of a sudden and start to doing some of the things what should have been done years ago. And what do you care when some folks start knocking you? It's a sign you getting someplace. I'd like to believe so, Brother Tarp, I said, as long as I have the people with me. I'll believe in what I'm doing. That's right, he said. When things get rough, it kind of helps decay. Now you got support. His voice broke off and he seemed to stare down at me, although he faced me at eye level across the desk. What is it, Brother Tarp? You from down south, ain't you, son? Yes, I said. He turned in his chair, sliding one hand into his pocket as he rested his chin. Upon the other, I don't really have the words to say what just come into my head. Son, you see, I was down there for a long time before I come up here, and when I did come up, they was after me. What I mean is, I had to escape, I had to come running. I guess I did too, in a way, I said. You mean they were after you too? Not really, Brother Tarp, I just feel that way. Well, this ain't exactly the same thing, he said. You notice this limp I got? Yes. Well, I wasn't always lame, and I'm not really now 'cause the doctors can't find anything wrong with that leg. They say it's sound as a piece of steel. What I mean is I got this limp from dragging a chain. I couldn't see it in his face or hear it in his speech, yet I knew he was neither lying nor trying to shock me. I shook my head. Sure, he said, nobody knows that about me. They just think I got rheumatism. But it was that chain, and after 19 years, I haven't been able to stop dragging my leg. 19 years. 19 years, 6 months, and 2 days, and what I did wasn't much, that is it. Wasn't much when I did it, but after all that time, it changed into something else, and it seemed to be as bad as they said it was. All that time made it bad. I paid for it with everything I had but my life. I lost my wife and my boys and my piece of land, so what started out as an argument between a couple of men turned out to be a crime worth 19 years of my life. What on earth did you do, Brother Tarp? I said no to a man who wanted to take something from me. That's what it cost me. For saying no, and even now, the debt ain't fully paid and will never be paid in their terms. A pain throbbed in my throat, and I felt a kind of numb despair. 19 years. And here he was talking quietly to me, and this no doubt the first time he'd tried to tell anyone about it. But why me, I thought, why pick me? I said no, he said. I said hell no, and I kept saying no until I broke the chain and left. But how? They let me get close to the dogs once in a while. That's how I made friends with them dogs, and I waited. Down there you really learn how to wait. I waited 19 years, and then one morning when the river was flooding I left. They thought I was one of them who got drowned when the levee broke, but I done broke the chain and gone. I was standing in the mud holding a long-handled shovel, and I asked myself, Tarp, can you make it? And inside me I said yes. All that water and mud and rain said yes, and I took off. Suddenly he gave a laugh so gay it startled me. I'm tellin' it better'n I ever thought I could, he said, fishing in his pocket and removing something that looked like an oilskin tobacco pouch, from which he removed an object wrapped in a handkerchief. I've been looking for freedom ever since, son, and sometimes I've done all right. Up to these here hard times, I did very well, considering that I'm a man whose health is not too good, but even when times were best for me, I remembered, because I didn't want to forget those 19 years. I just kind of held on to this as a keepsake and a reminders. He was unwrapping the object now, and I watched his old man's hands. I'd like to pass it on to you, son. There, he said, handing it to me. Funny thing to give somebody, but I think it's got a heap of signifying wrapped up in it, and it might help you remember what we're really fighting against. I don't think of it in terms of but 2 words, yes and no, but it signifies a heap more. I saw him place his hand on the desk. Brother, he said, calling me brother for the first time. I want you to take it. I guess it's a kind of luck piece. Anyway, it's the one I filed to get away. I took it in my hand, a thick, dark, oily piece of filed steel that had been twisted open and forced partly back into place, on which I saw marks that might have been made by the blade of a hatchet. It was such a link as I had seen on Bledsoe's desk. Only while that one had been smooth, Tarp's bore the marks of haste and violence, looking as though it had been attacked and conquered before it stubbornly yielded. I looked at him and shook my head as he watched me inscrutably, finding no words to ask him more about it. I slipped the link over my knuckles and struck it sharply against the desk. Brother Tarp chuckled. Now there's a way I never thought of using it, he said. It's pretty good, it's pretty good. But why do you give it to me, Brother Tarp? Because I have to, I guess. Now don't go trying to get me to say what I can't. You're the talker, not me, he said, getting up and limping toward the door. It was lucky to me, and I think it might be lucky to you. You just keep tea with you and look at it once in a while. Course, if you get tired of it, why give it back? Oh no, I called after him. I want it, and I think I understand. Thanks for giving it to me. I looked at the dark band of metal against my fist and dropped it upon the anonymous letter. I neither wanted it nor knew what to do with it, although there was no question of keeping it if for no other reason than that I felt that Brother Tarp's gesture in offering it was of some deeply felt significance which I was compelled to respect, something perhaps like a man passing on to his son his own father's watch, which the son accepted not because he wanted the old-fashioned timepiece for itself, but because of the overtones of unstated seriousness and solemnity of the paternal gesture which at once joined him with his ancestors, marked a high point of his present and promised a concreteness to his nebulous and chaotic future. And now I remembered that if I had returned home instead of coming north, my father would have given me my grandfather's old-fashioned Hamilton with its long, burr-headed winding stem. Well, so my brother would get it, and I'd never wanted it. Anyway, what were they doing now? I brooded, suddenly sick for home. I could feel the air from the window hot against my neck, now as through the smell of morning coffee. I heard a throaty voice singing with a mixture of laughter and solemnity. Don't come early in the morning, neither in the heat of the day, but come in the sweet cool of the evening and wash my sins away. A whole series of memories started to well up, but I threw them off. There was no time for memory, for all its images were of times past. There had been only a few minutes from the time that I'd called in Brother Tarp about the letter and his leaving, but it seemed as though I'd plunged down a well of years. I looked calmly now at the writing which, for a moment, had shaken my total structure of certainty, and was glad that Brother Tarp had been there to be called, rather than Clifton or some of the others before whom I would have been ashamed of my panic. Instead, he'd left me soberly confident, perhaps from the shock of seeming to see my grandfather looking through Tarp's eyes, perhaps through the calmness of his voice alone, or perhaps through his story and his link of chain. He had restored my perspective. He's right, I thought. Whoever sent the message is trying to confuse me. Some enemy is trying to halt our progress by destroying my faith through touching upon my old Southern distrust, our fear of white betrayal. It was as though he had learned of my experience with Bledsoe's letters and was trying to use that knowledge to destroy not only me but the whole brotherhood. Yet that was impossible. No one knew that story who knew me now. It was simply an obscene coincidence. If only I could get my hands upon his stupid throat. Here in the brotherhood was the one place in the country where we were free and given the greatest encouragement to use our abilities, and he was trying to destroy it. No, it wasn't me he was worrying about becoming too big. It was the brotherhood, and becoming big was exactly what the brotherhood wanted. Hadn't I just received orders to submit ideas for organizing more people, and a white man's world was just what the brotherhood was against. We were dedicated to building a world of brotherhood. But who had sent it? Roz the exhorter. No, it wasn't like him. He was more direct and absolutely against any collaboration between blacks and whites. It was someone else, someone more insidious than Roz, but who, I wondered, forcing it below my consciousness as I turned to the tasks at hand. The morning began with people asking my advice on how to secure relief, members coming in for instructions for small committee meetings being held in corners of the large hall, and I had just dismissed a woman seeking to free her husband who had been jailed for beating her. When Brother Restrom entered the room, I returned his greeting and watched him ease into a chair, his eyes sweeping over my desk with uneasiness. He seemed to possess some kind of authority in the brotherhood, but his exact function was unclear. He was, I felt, something of a meddler, And hardly had he settled himself when he stared at my desk, saying, "What you got there, brother," and pointed toward a pile of my papers. I leaned slowly back in my chair, looking him in the eye. "That's my work," I said, coldly, determined to stop any interference from the start. "But I mean that," he said, pointing, his eyes beginning to blaze, "that there." "It's work," I said, "all my work." "Is that too?" he said, pointing to Brother Tarp's leg link. "That's just a personal present, brother," I said. "What could I do for you?" "That ain't what I asked you, brother. What is it?" I picked up the link and held it toward him, the metal oily and strangely skin-like. "Now with the slanting sun entering the window, would you care to examine it?" "Brother, one of our members wore it 19 years on the chain gang." "Hell no," he recoiled. "I mean no, thank you. In fact, brother, I don't think we ought to have such things around." "You think so," I said, "and just why?" "Because I don't think we ought to dramatize our differences." "I'm not dramatizing anything. It's my personal property that happens to be lying on my desk. But people can see it." "That's true," I said, "but I think it's a good reminder of what our movement is fighting against." "No, sah," he said, shaking his head. "No, sah, that's the worst kind of thing for brotherhood, because we want to make folks think of the things we have in common. That's what makes for brotherhood. We have to change this way we have of always talking about how different we are. In the brotherhood, we are all brothers." I was amused. He was obviously disturbed by something deeper than a need to forget differences. Fear was in his eyes. I never thought of it in just that way. "Brother," I said, dangling the iron between my finger and thumb. "But you want to think about it," he said. "We have to discipline ourselves. Things that don't make for brotherhood have to be rooted out. We have enemies, you know." I watch everything I do and say so as to be sure that I don't upset the brotherhood. "'Cause this is a wonderful movement, brother, and we have to keep it that way. We have to watch ourselves, brother, you know what I mean. Too often we're liable to forget that this is something that's a privilege to belong to. We're liable to say things that don't do nothing but make for more misunderstanding." What's driving him, I thought. What's all this to do with me? Could he have sent me the note? Dropping the iron, I fished the anonymous note from beneath the pile and held it by a corner so that the slanting sun shone through the page and outlined the scrawling letters. I watched him intently. He was leaning upon the desk now, looking at the page but with no recognition in his eyes. I dropped the page upon the chain, more disappointed than relieved. "Between you and me, brother," he said, "there are those amongst us who don't really believe in brotherhood." "Though." "You damn right they don't. They're just in it to use it for their own ends. Some call you brother to your face, and the minute you turn your back, you're a black son of a bitch. You got to watch 'em." "I haven't encountered any of that, brother," I said. "You will. There's lots of poison around. Some don't want to shake your hand, and some don't like the idea of seeing too much of you, but goddammit, in the brotherhood, they gotta." I looked at him. It had never occurred to me that the brotherhood could force anyone to shake my hand, and that he found satisfaction that it could was both shocking and distasteful. Suddenly he laughed. "Yes, damn it, they gotta. Me, I don't let 'em get away with nothing. If they going to be brothers, let 'em be brothers." "Oh, but I'm fair," he said, his face suddenly self-righteous. "I'm fair. I ask myself every day, what are you doing against brotherhood? And when I find it, I root it out. I burn it out like a man cauterizing a mad dog bite. This business of being a brother is a full-time job. You have to be pure in heart, and you have to be disciplined in body and mind, brother. You understand what I mean?" "Yes, I think I do," I said. "Some folks feel that way about their religion." "Religion?" He blinked his eyes. "Folks like me and you is full of distrust," he said. "We been corrupted till it's hard for some of us to believe in brotherhood, and some even want revenge. That's what I'm talking about. We have to root it out. We have to learn to trust our other brothers. After all, didn't they start the brotherhood? Didn't they come and stretch out their hand to us black men and say, 'We want y'all for our Brothers, didn't they do it? Didn't they now? Didn't they set out to organize us and help fight our battle and all like that? Show they did, and we have to remember it. 24 hours a day, brotherhood, that's the word we got to keep right in front of our eyes every second. Now this brings me to why I come to see you, brother. He sat back, his huge hands grasping his knees. I got a plan I want to talk over with you. What is it, brother? I said. Well, it's like this. I think we ought to have some way of showing what we are. We ought to have some banners and things like that, especially for us black brothers. I see, I said, becoming interested. But why do you think this is important? 'Cause it helps the brotherhood, that's why. First, if you remember when you watch our people when there's a parade or a funeral or a dance or anything like that, they always have some kind of flags and banners, even if they don't mean anything. It kind of makes the occasion seem more important, like it makes people stop, look, and listen what's coming off here. But you know, and I know that they ain't none of 'em got no true flag except maybe Raz the Exhorter, and he claims he's Ethiopian or African, but none of us got no true flag 'cause that flag don't really belong to us. They want a true flag, one that's as much theirs as anybody else's. You know what I mean? Yes, I think I do, I said, remembering that there was always that sense in me of being apart when the flag went by. It had been a reminder until I'd found this brotherhood that my star was not yet there. Sure, you know, Brother Restrom said, everybody wants a flag. We need a flag. That stands for brotherhood, and we need a sign we can wear. A sign? You know, a pin or a button. You mean an emblem? That's it, something we can wear, a pin or something like that, so that when a brother meets a brother, they can know it. That way that thing what happened to Brother Todd Clifton wouldn't have happened. What wouldn't have happened? He sat back. Don't you know about it? I don't know what you means. It's something that's best forgot about, he said, leaning close, his big hands gripped and stretched before him. But you see, there was a rally and some hoodlums tried to break up the meeting, and in the fighting brother Todd Clifton got hold to one of the white brothers by mistake and was beating him, thought he was one of the hoodlums, he said. Things like that is bad, brother, very bad, but with some of these emblems, things like that wouldn't happen. So that actually happened, I said. Sure did. That Brother Clifton goes wild when he gets mad. But what do you think of my idea? I think it should be brought to the attention of the committee, I said guardedly. As the phone rang, excuse me a moment, brother, I said. It was the editor of a new picture magazine requesting an interview of one of our most successful young men. That's very flattering, I said, but I'm afraid I'm too busy for an interview. I suggest, however, that you interview our youth leader, Brother Todd Clifton. You'll find him a much more interesting subject. No, no, Restrom said, shaking his head violently as the editor said, but we want you've. And you know, I interrupted, our work is considered very controversial. Certainly by some. That's exactly why we want you. You've become identified with that controversy. And it's our job to bring such subjects to the eyes of our readers. But so has Brother Clifton, I said. No, sir, you're the man and you owe it to our youth to allow us to tell them your story, he said, as I watched Brother Restrom leaning forward. We feel that they should be encouraged to keep fighting toward success. After all, you're one of the latest to fight his way to the top. We need all the heroes we can get. But please, I laughed over the phone, I'm no hero and I'm far from the top. I'm a cog in a machine. We here in the Brotherhood work as a unit, I said, seeing Brother Restrom nod his head in agreement. But you can't get around the fact that you're the first of our people to attract attention to it, can you now? Brother Clifton was active at least 3 years before me. Besides, it isn't that simple. Individuals don't count for much. It's what the group wants, what the group does. Everyone here submerges his personal ambitions for the common achievement. Good, that's very good. People want to hear that. Our people need to have Someone say that to them. Why don't you let me send out an interviewer? I'll have her there in 20 minutes. You're very insistent, but I'm very busy, I said. And if Brother Restrom hadn't been wigwagging, trying to tell me what to say, I would have refused. Instead, I consented, perhaps, I thought, a little friendly. Publicity wouldn't hurt. Such a magazine would reach many timid souls living far from the sound of our voices. I had only to remember to say little about my past. I'm sorry for this interruption, brother, I said, putting down the phone and looking into his curious eyes. I'll bring your idea to the attention of the committee as quickly as possible. I stood to discourage further talk, and he got up, fairly bursting to continue. Well, I've got to see some other brothers myself, he said. I'll be seeing you soon. Any time, I said, avoiding his hand by picking up some papers. Going out, he turned with his hand on the door frame, frowning. And brother, don't forget what I said about that thing you got on your desk. Things like that don't do nothing but cause confusion. They ought to be kept out of sight. I was glad to see him go. The idea of his trying to tell me what to say in a conversation only part of which he could have heard, and it was obvious that he disliked Clifton. Well, I disliked him, and all that foolishness and fear over the leg chain. Tarp had worn it for 19 years and could laugh, but this big. Then I forgot Brother Restrom until about 2 weeks later at our downtown headquarters, where a meeting had been called to discuss strategy. Everyone had arrived before me. Long benches were arranged at one side of the room, which was hot and filled with smoke. Usually such meetings sounded like a prize fight or a smoker, but now everyone was silent. The White brothers looked uncomfortable, and some of the Harlem brothers belligerent, nor did they leave me time to think about it. No sooner had I apologized for my lateness than Brother Jack struck the table with his gavel, addressing his first remarks to me. Brother, there seems to be a serious misunderstanding among some of the brothers concerning your work and recent conduct, he said. I stared at him blankly, my mind groping for connections. I'm sorry, brother Jack, I said, but I don't understand. You mean there's something wrong with my work? So it seems, he said, his face completely neutral. Certain charges have just been made. Charges? Have I failed to carry out some directive? About that there seems to be some doubt, but we'd better let Brother Restrom speak of this, he said. Brother Restrom. I was shocked. He hadn't been around since our talk, and I looked across the table into his evasive face, seeing him stand with a slouch, a rolled paper protruding from his pocket. Yes, brothers, he said, I brought charges, much as I hated to have to do it, but I've been watching the way things have been going, and I've decided that if they don't stop soon, this brother is going to make a fool out of the brotherhood. There were some sounds of protest. Yes, I said it, and I mean it. This here brother constitutes one of the greatest dangers ever confronted by our movement. I looked at Brother Jack. His eyes were sparkling. I seemed to see traces of a smile. As he scribbled something on a pad, I was becoming very hot. Be more specific, brother, Brother Garnet, a white brother said. These are serious charges, and we all know that the brother's work has been splendid. Be specific. Show I'll be specific, Restrom boomed, suddenly whipping the paper from his pocket, unrolling it and throwing it on the table. This here's what I mean. I took a step forward. It was a portrait of me looking out from a magazine page. Where did that come from? I said. That's it, he boomed. Make out like you never seen it. But I haven't, I said. I really haven't. Don't lie to these white brothers. Don't lie. I'm not lying. I never saw it before in my life. But suppose I had. What's wrong with it? You know what's wrong, Restrom said. Look, I don't know anything. What's on your mind? You have us all here, so if you have anything to say, please get it over with. Brothers, this man is a opportunist. All you got to do is read this article too. See, I charge this man with using the brotherhood movement to advance his own selfish interests. Article, then I remembered the interview which I had forgotten. I met the eyes of The others as they looked from me to Restrum. And what does it say about us? Brother Jack said, pointing to the magazine. Say, Restrum said, it doesn't say anything. It's all about him, what he thinks. What he does, what he's going to do. Not a word about the rest of us who's been building the movement before he was ever heard of. Look at it, if you think I'm lying. Look at it. Brother Jack turned to me. Is this true? I haven't read it, I said. I had forgotten that I was interviewed. But you remember it now, Brother Jack said. Yes, I do now, and he happened to be in the office when the appointment was made. They were silent. Hell, Brother Jack, Restrum said. It's right here in black and white. He's trying to give people the idea that he's the whole brotherhood movement. I'm doing nothing of the sort. I tried to get the editor to interview Brother Todd. Clifton, you know that. Since you know so little about what I'm doing, why not tell the brothers what you're up to? I'm exposing a double dealer, that's what I'm doing. I'm exposing you, brothers. This man is a pure D opportunist. All right, I said, expose me if you can, but stop the slander. I'll expose you all right, he said, sticking out his chin. I'm going to, he's doing everything I said, brothers, and I'll tell you something else, he's trying to sew things up so that the members won't move unless he tells them to. Look at a few weeks ago. When he was off in Philly, we tried to get a rally going, and what happens? Only about 200 people turned out. He's trying to train them so they won't listen to no one but him. But brother, didn't we decide that the appeal had been improperly phrased? Brother interrupted. Yeah, I know, but that wasn't it. But the committee analyzed the appeal, and I know, brothers, and I don't aim to dispute the committee, but brothers, it just seems that way 'cause you don't know this man. He works in the dark, he's got some kind of plot. What kind of plot? One of the brothers said, leaning across the table. Just a plot, Restrum said. He aims to control the movement uptown. He wants to be a dictator. The room was silent except for the humming of fans. They looked at him with a new concern. These are very serious charges, brother, two brothers said in unison. Serious? I know they're serious. That's how come I brought them. This opportunist thinks that because he's got a little more education, he's better than anybody else. He's what Brother Jack calls a petty individualist. He struck the conference table with his fist, his eyes showing small and round in his taut face. I wanted to punch that face. It no longer seemed real, but a mask, behind which the real face was probably laughing, both at me and at the others. For he couldn't believe what he had said. It just wasn't possible. He was the plotter, and from the serious looks on the committee's faces, he was getting away with it. Now, several brothers started to speak at once, and Brother Jack knocked for order. Brothers, please, Brother Jack said, one at a time. What do you know about this article? He said to me. Not very much, I said. The editor of the magazine called to say he was sending a reporter up for an interview. The reporter asked a few questions and took a few pictures with a little camera. That's all I know. Did you give the reporter a prepared handout? I gave her nothing except a few pieces of our official literature. I told her neither what to ask me nor what to write. I naturally tried to cooperate. If an article about me would help make friends for the movement, I felt it was my duty. Brothers, this thing was arranged, Restrum said. I tell you, this opportunist had that reporter sent up there. He had her sent up, and he told her what to write. That's a contemptible lie, I said. You were present, and you know I tried to get them to interview Brother Clifton. Who's a lie? You're a liar and a fat-mouthed scoundrel. You're a liar and no brother of mine. Now he's calling me names. Brothers, you heard him. Let's not lose our tempers, Brother Jack said calmly. Brother Restrum, you've made serious charges. Can you prove them? I can prove them. All you have to do is read the magazine and prove them for yourself. It will be read, and what else? All you have to do is listen to folks in Harlem. All they talk about is him, never. Nothing about what the rest of us do. I tell you, brothers, this man constitutes danger to the people of Harlem. he ought to be thrown out. That is for the committee to decide, Brother Jack said. Then to me, and what have you to say in your defense, brother? In my defense, I said, nothing. I haven't anything to defend. I've tried to do my work, and if the brothers don't know that, then it's too late to tell them. I don't know what's behind this, but I haven't gotten around to controlling magazine writers, and I didn't realize that I was coming to stand trial either. This was not intended as a trial, Brother Jack said, if you're ever put on trial. And I hope you'll never be, you'll know it. Meantime, since this is an emergency, the committee asks that you leave the room while we read and discuss the questioned. Interview. I left the room and went into a vacant office, boiling with anger and disgust. Restrom had snatched me back to the south, in the midst of one of the top Brotherhood committees, and I felt naked. I could have throttled him, forcing me to take part in a childish dispute before the others, yet I had to fight him as I could, in terms he understood, even though we sounded like characters in a razor-slinging vaudeville skit. Perhaps I should mention the anonymous note, except that someone might take it to mean that I didn't have the full support of my district. If Clifton were here, he'd know how to handle this clown. Were they taking him seriously just because he was black? What was wrong with them anyway? Couldn't they see that they were dealing with a clown? But I would have gone to pieces had they laughed or even smiled, I thought, for they couldn't laugh at him without laughing at me as well. Yet if they had laughed, it would have been less unreal. Where the hell am I? You can come in now, a brother called to me, and I went out to hear their decision. Well, Brother Jack said, we've all read the article, brother, and we're happy to report that we found it harmless enough. True, it would have been better had more wordage been given to other members of the Harlem district, but we found no evidence that you had anything to do with that. Brother Restrom was mistaken. His bland manner and the knowledge that they had wasted time to see the truth released the anger within me. I'd say that he was criminally mistaken, I said. Not criminal, overzealous, he said. To me it seems both criminal and overzealous, I said. No, brother, not criminal. But he attacked my reputation. Brother Jack smiled, only because he was sincere, brother. He was thinking of the good of the brotherhood. But why slander me? I don't follow you, Brother Jack. I'm no enemy, as he well knows. I'm a brother too, I said, seeing his smile. The brotherhood has many enemies, and we must not be too harsh with brotherly mistakes. Then I saw the foolish, abashed expression on Restrom's face and relaxed. Very well, Brother Jack, I said. I suppose I should be glad you found me innocent. Concerning the magazine article, he said, stabbing the air with his finger. Something tensed in the back of my head. I got to my feet. Concerning the article, you mean to say that you believe that other pipe dream? Is everyone reading Dick Tracy these days? This is no matter of Dick Tracy, he snapped. The movement has many enemies. So now I have become an enemy, I said. What's happened to everybody? You act as though none of you has any contact with me at all. Jack looked at the table. Are you interested in our decision, brother? Oh yes, I said. Yes, I am. I'm interested in all manner of odd behavior. Who wouldn't be when one wild man can make a roomful of what I'd come to regard as some of the best minds in the country take him seriously? Certainly, I'm interested. Otherwise, I'd act like a sensible man and run out of here. There were sounds of protest in Brother Jack, his face red, rapped for order. Perhaps I should address a few words to the brother, Brother McAfee said. Go ahead, Brother Jack said thickly. Brother, we understand how you feel, Brother McAfee said, but you must understand that the movement has many enemies. This is very true, and we are forced to think of the organization at the expense of our personal feelings. The brotherhood is bigger than all of us. None of us as individuals count when its safety is questioned, and be assured that none of us have anything but goodwill toward you. Personally, your work has been splendid. This is simply a matter of the safety of the organization, and it is our responsibility to make a thorough investigation of all such charges. I felt suddenly empty. There was a logic in what he said which I felt compelled to accept. They were wrong, but they had the obligation to discover their mistake. Let them go ahead. They'd find that none of the charges were true, and I'd be vindicated. What was all this obsession with enemies anyway? I looked into their smoke-washed faces. Not since the beginning had I faced such serious doubts. Up to now I had felt a wholeness about my work and direction such as I'd never known, not even in my mistaken college days. Brotherhood was something to which men could give themselves completely. That was its strength and my strength, and it was this sense of wholeness that guaranteed that it would change the course of history. This I had believed with all my being, but now, though still inwardly affirming that belief, I felt a blighting hurt which prevented me from trying further to defend myself. I stood there, silently waiting their decision. Someone drummed his fingers against the table top. I heard the dry-leaf rustle of onion skin papers. Be assured that you can depend upon the fairness and wisdom of the committee. Brother Tobit's voice drifted from the end of the table, but there was smoke between us and I could barely see his face. The committee has decided, Brother Jack began crisply, that until all charges have been cleared, you are to have the choice of becoming inactive in Harlem, or accepting an assignment downtown. In the latter case, you are to wind up your present assignment immediately. I felt weak in my legs. You mean I am to give up my work? Unless you choose to serve the movement elsewhere. But can't you see, I said, looking from face to face and seeing the blank finality in their eyes. Your assignment, should you decide to remain active, Brother Jack said, reaching for his gavel, is to lecture downtown on the woman question. Suddenly I felt as though I had been spun like a top. The what? The woman question, my pamphlet on the woman question in the United States will be your guide. And now, brothers, he said, his eyes sweeping around the table, the meeting is adjourned. I stood there, hearing the rapping of his gavel echoing in my ears, thinking the woman question and searching their faces for signs of amusement, listening to their voices as they filed out into the hall for the slightest sound of suppressed laughter. Stood there fighting the sense that I had just been made the butt of an outrageous joke, and all the more so since their faces revealed no awareness. My mind fought desperately for acceptance. Nothing would change matters. They would shift me and investigate, and I, still believing, still bending to discipline, would have to accept their decision. Now was certainly no time for inactivity, not just when I was beginning to approach some of the aspects of the organization about which I knew nothing, of higher committees and the leaders who never appeared, of the sympathizers and all wise in groups that seemed far removed from our concerns, not at a time when all the secrets of power and authority, still shrouded from me in mystery, appeared on the way toward revelation. No, despite my anger and disgust, my ambitions were too great to surrender so easily, and why should I restrict myself? Segregate myself? I was a spokesman. Why shouldn't I speak about women or any other subject? Nothing lay outside the scheme of our ideology. There was a policy on everything, and my main concern was to work my way ahead in the movement. I left the building still feeling as though I had been violently spun, but with optimism growing. Being removed from Harlem was a shock, but one which would hurt them as much as me, for I had learned that the clue to what Harlem wanted was what I wanted, and my value to the Brotherhood was no different from the value to me of my most useful contact. It depended upon my complete frankness and honesty in stating the community's hopes and hates, fears and desires. One spoke to the committee as well as to the community. No doubt it would work much the same. Downtown, the new assignment was a challenge and an opportunity for testing how much of what happened in Harlem was due to my own efforts and how much to the sheer eagerness of the people themselves. And after all, I told myself, the assignment was also proof of the committee's goodwill, for by selecting me to speak with its Authority on a subject which elsewhere in our society I'd have found taboo, weren't they reaffirming their belief both in me and in the principles of brotherhood, proving that they drew no lines even when it came to women. They had to investigate the charges against me, but the assignment was their unsentimental affirmation that their belief in me was unbroken. I shivered in the hot street. I hadn't allowed the idea to take concrete form in my mind, but for a moment I had almost allowed an old Southern backwardness which I had thought dead to wreck my career. Leaving Harlem was not without its regrets, however, and I couldn't bring myself to say goodbye to anyone, not even to Brother Tarp or Clifton, not to mention the others upon whom I depended for information concerning the lowest groups in the community. I simply slipped my papers into my briefcase and left as though going downtown for a meeting. Chapter 19. I went to my first lecture with a sense of excitement. The theme was a surefire guarantee of audience interest, and the rest was up to me. If only I were a foot taller and 100 pounds heavier, I could simply stand before them with a sign across my chest stating I know all about them, and they'd be as awed as though I were the original boogeyman, somehow reformed and domesticated. I'd no more have to speak than Paul Robeson had to act. They'd simply thrill at the sight of me. And it went well enough. They made it a success through their own enthusiasm. And the barrage of questions afterwards left no doubts in my mind. It was only after the meeting was breaking up that there came the developments which even my volatile suspicions hadn't allowed me to foresee. I was exchanging greetings with the audience when she appeared, the kind of woman who glows as though consciously acting a symbolic role of life and feminine fertility. Her problem, she said, had to do with certain aspects of our ideology. It's rather involved, really, she said with concern, and while I shouldn't care to take up your time, I have a feeling that you— Oh, not at all, I said, guiding her away from the others to stand near a partly uncoiled fire hose hanging beside the entrance. Not at all. But brother, she said, it's really so late and you must be tired. My problem could wait until some other time. I'm not that tired, I said, and if there's something bothering you, it's my duty to do what I can to clear it up. But it's quite late, she said. Perhaps some evening when you're not busy you'll drop in to see us, then we could talk at greater length, unless, of course. Unless, she smiled, I can induce you to stop by this evening. I might add that I serve a fair cup of coffee. Then I'm at your service, I said, pushing open the door. Her apartment was located in one of the better sections of the city, and I must have revealed my surprise upon entering the spacious living room. You can see, brother, the glow she gave the word was disturbing. It is really the spiritual values of brotherhood that interest me. Through no effort of my own, I have economic security and leisure, but what is that, really, when so much is wrong with the world? I mean when there is no spiritual or emotional security, and no justice. She was slipping out of her coat now, looking earnestly into my face, and I thought, is she a Salvationist, a Puritan with reverse English, remembering Brother Jack's private description of wealthy members who, he said, sought political salvation by contributing financially to the brotherhood. She was going a little fast for me, and I looked at her gravely. I can see that you've thought deeply about this thing, I said. I've tried, she said, and it's most perplexing, but make yourself comfortable while I put away my things. She was a small, delicately plump woman with raven hair in which a thin streak of white had begun almost imperceptibly to show, and when she reappeared in the rich red of a hostess gown, she was so striking that I had to avert my somewhat startled eyes. What a beautiful room you have here, I said, looking across the rich cherry glow of furniture to see a life-sized painting of a nude, a pink Renoir. Other canvases were hung here and there, and the spacious walls seemed to flash alive with warm, pure color. What does one say to all this? I thought, looking at an abstract fish of polished brass mounted on a piece of ebony. I'm glad you find it pleasant, brother, she said, We like it ourselves, though I must say that Hubert finds so little time to enjoy it. He's much too busy. Hubert, I said. My husband, unfortunately, he had to leave. He would have loved to have met you. But then he's always dashing off. Business, you know. I suppose it's unavoidable, I said with sudden discomfort. Yes, it is, she said, but we're going to discuss brotherhood and ideology, aren't we? And there was something about her voice and her smile that gave me a sense of both comfort and excitement. It was not merely the background of wealth and gracious living to which I was alien, but simply the being there with her and the sensed possibility of a heightened communication, as though the discordantly invisible and the conspicuously enigmatic were reaching a delicately balanced harmony. She's rich but human, I thought, watching the smooth play of her relaxed hands. There are so many aspects to the movement, I said. Just where shall we start? Perhaps it's something that I'm unable to handle. Oh, it's nothing that profound, she said. I'm sure you'll straighten out my little ideological twists and turns, but sit here on the sofa, brother, it's more comfortable. I sat, seeing her go toward a door, the train of her gown trailing sensuously over the oriental carpet. Then she turned and smiled. Perhaps you'd prefer wine or milk instead of coffee. Wine, thank you, I said, finding the idea of milk strangely repulsive. This isn't at all what I expected, I thought. She returned with a tray holding 2 glasses and a decanter, placing them before us on a low cocktail table, and I could hear the wine trickle musically into the glasses, one of which she placed in front of me. Here's to the movement, she said, raising her glass with smiling eyes. To the movement, I said. And to brotherhood. And to brotherhood. This is very nice, I said, seeing her nearly closed eyes, her chin tilting upward toward me. But just what phase of our ideology should we discuss? All of it, she said. I wish to embrace the whole of it. Life is so terribly empty and disorganized without it. I sincerely believe that only brotherhood offers any hope of making life worth living again. Oh, I know that it's too vast a philosophy to grasp immediately, as it were. Still, it's so vital and alive that one gets the feeling that one should at least make the try, don't you agree? Well, yes, I said. It's the most meaningful thing that I know. Oh, I'm so pleased to have you agree with me. I suppose that's why I always thrill to hear you speak. Somehow you convey the great throbbing vitality of the movement. It's really amazing. You give me such a feeling of security, although, she interrupted herself with a mysterious smile, I must confess that you also make me afraid. Afraid? You can't mean that, I said. Really, she repeated as I laughed. It's so powerful, so primitive. I felt some of the air escape from the room, leaving it unnaturally quiet. You don't mean primitive, I said. Yes, primitive. No one has told you, brother, that at times you have tom-toms beating in your voice. My God, I laughed. I thought that was the beat of profound ideas. Of course you're correct, she said. I don't mean really primitive. I suppose I mean forceful, powerful. It takes hold of one's emotions as well as one's intellect. Call it what you will, it has so much naked power that it goes straight through one. I tremble just to think of such vitality. I looked at her, so close now that I could see a single jet black strand of out of place hair. Yes, I said, the emotion is there, but it's actually our scientific approach that releases it. As Brother Jack says, we're nothing if not organizers, and the emotion isn't merely released, it's guided, channelized. That is the real source of our effectiveness. After all, this very good wine can please emotion, but I doubt seriously that it can organize anything. She leaned gracefully forward, her arm along the back of the sofa, saying, yes. And you do both. In your speeches, one just has to respond, even when one isn't too clear as to your meaning. Only I do know what you're saying, and that's even more inspiring. Actually, you know, I'm as much affected by the audience as it is by me. Its response helps me do my best. And there's another important aspect, she said, one which concerns me greatly. It provides women the full opportunity for self-expression, which is so very important. Brother, it's as though every day were leap year, which is as it should be. Women should be absolutely as free as men. And if I were really free, I thought, lifting my glass, I'd get the hell out of here. I thought you were exceptionally good tonight. It's time the woman had a champion in the movement. Until tonight, I'd always heard you on minority problems. This is a new assignment, I said, but from now on one of our main concerns is to be the woman question. That's wonderful, and it's about time. Something has to give women an opportunity to come to close grips with life. Please go on, tell me your ideas, she said, pressing forward, her hand light upon my arm. And I went on talking, relieved to talk, carried away by my own enthusiasm and by the warmth of the wine, and it was only when I turned to ask a question of her that I realized that she was leaning only a nose-tip away, her eyes upon my face. Go on, please go on, I heard. You make it sound so clear, please. I saw the rapid, moth-wing fluttering of her lids become the softness of her lips as we were drawn together. There was not an idea or concept in it but sheer warmth. Then the bell was ringing, and I shook it off and got to my feet, hearing it ring again as she arose with me, the red robe falling in heavy folds upon the carpet, and she saying, "You make it all so wonderfully alive," as the bell sounded again, and I was trying to move to get out of the apartment, looking for my hat and filling with anger. Thinking, is she crazy? Doesn't she hear? As she stood before me in bewilderment, as though I were acting irrationally, and now taking my arm with sudden energy, saying, "This way in here," almost pulling me along as the bell rang again, through door down a short hall, a satiny bedroom, in which she stood appraising me with a smile, saying, "This is mine," as I looked at her in outrageous disbelief. Yours, but what about that bell?" "Never mind," she cooed, looking into my eyes. "But be reasonable," I said, pushing her aside. "What about that door?" "Oh, of course, you mean the telephone, don't you, darling? But your old man, your husband, in Chicago. But he might not." No, darling, he won't." "But he might." "But brother, darling, I talked with him, I know." "You what? What kind of game is this?" "Oh, you poor darling, it isn't a game. Really, you have no cause to worry. We're free. He's in Chicago, seeking his lost youth, no doubt," she said, bursting into laughter of self-surprise. "He's not at all interested in uplifting things, freedom and necessity, woman's rights and all that. You know, the sickness of our class, brother." "Darling." I took a step across the room. There was another door to my left through which I saw the gleam of chromium and tile. "Brotherhood, darling," she said, gripping my biceps with her little hands. "Teach me, talk to me, teach me the beautiful ideology of brotherhood," and I wanted both. To smash her and to stay with her, and knew that I should do neither. Was she trying to ruin me, or was this a trap set by some secret enemy of the movement waiting outside the door with cameras and wrecking bars? "You should answer the phone," I said with forced calm, trying to release my hands without touching her, for if I touched her. "And you'll continue," she said. I nodded, seeing her turn without a word and go toward a vanity with a large oval mirror taking up an ivory telephone, and in the mirrored instant I saw myself standing between her eager form and a huge white bed, myself caught in a guilty stance, my face taut, tie dangling, and behind the bed another mirror which now, like a surge of the sea, tossed our images back and forth, furiously. Multiplying the time and the place and the circumstance, my vision seemed to pulse, alternately clear and vague, driven by a furious bellows, as her lips said soundlessly, "I'm sorry," and then impatiently into the telephone, "Yes, this is she," and then to me, again smiling as she covered the mouthpiece with her hand, "It's only my sister, it'll only take a second," and my mind whirled with forgotten stories of male servants summoned to wash the mistress's back, chauffeurs sharing the master's wives, Pullman porters invited into the drawing room of rich wives headed for Reno. Thinking, but this is the movement, the brotherhood, and now I saw her smile, saying, "Yes, Gwen, dear, yes," as one free hand went up as though to smooth her Hair, and in one swift motion, the red robe swept aside like a veil, and I went. Bruya. Less at the petite and generously curved nude, framed delicate and firm in the glass. It was like a dream interval, and in an instant it swung back and I saw only her. Mysteriously smiling eyes above the rich red robe. I was heading for the door, torn between anger and a fierce excitement, hearing the phone click down as I started past and feeling her swirl against me, and I was lost, for the conflict between the ideological and the biological, duty and desire, had become too subtly confused. I went to her thinking, let them break down the door. Whosoever will, let them come. I didn't know whether I was awake or dreaming. It was dead quiet, yet I was certain that there had been a noise and that it had come from across the room as she beside me made a soft sighing sound. It was strange. My mind revolved. I was chased out of a chinkapin woods by a bull. I ran up a hill. The whole hill heaved. I heard the sound and looked up to see the man looking straight at me from where he stood in the dim light of the hall, looking in with neither interest nor surprise, his face expressionless, his eyes staring. There was the sound of even breathing. Then I heard her stir beside me. "Oh, hello, dear," she said, her voice sounding far away. "Back so soon?" "Yes," he said. "Wake me early. I have a lot to do." "I'll remember, dear," she said sleepily. "Have a good night's rest." "Night, and you too," he said with a short, dry laugh. The door closed. I lay there in the dark for a while, breathing rapidly. It was strange. I reached out and touched her. There was no answer. I leaned over her, feeling her breath breezing warm and pure against my face. I wanted to linger there, experiencing the sensation of something precious perilously attained too late, and now to be lost forever, a poignancy. But it was as though she'd never been awake, and if she should awaken now, she'd scream, shriek. I slid hurriedly from the bed, keeping my eye on that part of the darkness from where the light had come. As I tried to find my clothes, I blundered around, finding a chair, an empty chair. Where were my clothes? What a fool. Why had I gotten myself into such a situation? I felt my way naked through darkness, found the chair with my clothes, dressed hurriedly, and slipped out, halting only at the door to look back through the dim light from the hall. She slept without sigh or smile, a beautiful dreamer, one ivory arm flung above her jet black head. My heart pounded as I closed the door and went down the hall, expecting the men, crowds to halt me. Then I was taking the stairs. The building was quiet. In the lobby the doorman dozed, his starched bib buckling beneath his chin with his breathing, his white head bare. I reached the street limp with perspiration, still unsure whether I had seen the man or had dreamed him. Could I have seen him without his seeing me? Or again, had he seen me and been silent out of sophistication, decadence, over-civilization? I hurried down the street, my anxiety growing with each step. Why hadn't he said something, recognized me, cursed me, attacked me, or at least been outraged with her? And what if it were a test to discover how I would react to such pressure? It was, after all, a point upon which our enemies would attack us violently. I walked in a sweat of agony. Why did they have to mix their women into everything, between us and everything we wanted to change in the world? They placed a woman, socially, politically, economically. Why? God admit, why did they insist upon confusing the class struggle with the ass struggle, debasing both us and them, all human motives? All the next day I was in a state of exhaustion, waiting tensely for the plan to be revealed. Now I was certain that the man had been in the doorway, a man with a brief case who had looked in and given no definite sign that he had seen me, a man who had spoken like an indifferent husband, but who yet seemed to recall to me some important member of the Brotherhood, someone so familiar that my failure to identify him was driving me almost to distraction. My work lay untouched before me. Each ring of the telephone filled me with dread. I toyed with Tarp's leg chain. If they don't call by 4 o'clock, I'm saved, I told myself, but still no sign, not even a call to a meeting. Finally, I rang her number, hearing her voice, delighted, gay, and discreet, but no mention of the night or the man, and hearing her so composed and gay, I was too embarrassed to bring it up. Perhaps this was the sophisticated and civilized way. Perhaps he was there and they had an understanding, a woman with full rights. Would I return for further discussion? She wanted to know. Yes, of course, I said. Oh, brother, she said. I hung up with a mixture of relief and anxiety, unable to shrug off the notion that I had been tested and had failed. I went through the next week puzzling over it and even more confused because I knew nothing definite of where I stood. I tried to detect why changes in my relations with Brother Jack and the others, but they gave no sign. And even if they had, I wouldn't have known its definite meaning, for it might have had to do with the charges. I was caught between guilt and innocence, so that now they seemed one and the same. My nerves were in a state of constant tension. My face took on a stiff, non-committal expression, beginning to look like Brother Jack's and the other leaders. Then I relaxed a bit. Work had to be done and I would play the waiting game, and despite my guilt and uncertainty, I learned to forget that I was a lone guilty black brother and to go striding confidently into a room full of whites. It was chin up and not too wide-stretched smile, the out-thrust hand for the firm warm hand shake, and with it just the proper mixture of arrogance and down-to-earth humility to satisfy all. I threw myself into the lectures, defending, asserting the rights of women, and though the girls continued to buzz around, I was careful to keep the biological and ideological carefully apart, which wasn't always easy, for it was as though many of the sisters were agreed among themselves and assumed that I accepted it, that the ideological was merely a superfluous veil for the real concerns of life. I found that most downtown audiences seemed to expect some unnamed something whenever I appeared. I could sense it the moment I stood before them, and it had nothing to do with anything I might say, for I had merely to appear before them, and from the moment they turned their eyes upon me, they seemed to undergo a strange unburdening, not of laughter, nor of tears, nor of any stable, unmixed emotion. I didn't get it, and my guilt was aroused. Once in the middle of a passage, I looked into the sea of faces and thought, do they know? Is that it? And almost ruined my lecture. But of one thing I was certain, it was not the same attitude they held for certain other black brothers who entertained them with stories so often that they laughed even before these fellows opened their mouths. No, it was something else, a form of expectancy, a mood of waiting, a hoping for something like justification, as though they expected me to be more than just another speaker or an entertainer. Something seemed to occur that was hidden from my own consciousness. I acted out a pantomime more eloquent than my most expressive words. I was a partner to it, but could no more fathom it than I could the mystery of the man in the doorway. Perhaps I told myself, it's in your voice after all, in your voice and in their desire to see in you a living proof of their belief in brotherhood. And to ease my mind, I stopped thinking about it. Then one night when I had fallen asleep while making notes for a new series of lectures, the phone summoned me to an emergency meeting at headquarters, and I left the house with feelings of dread. This is it, I thought, either the charges or the woman, to be tripped up by a woman. What would I say to them? That she was irresistible and I human. What had that to do with responsibility, with building brotherhood? It was all I could do to make myself go, and I arrived late. The room was sweltering. 3 small fans stirred the heavy air, and the brothers sat in their shirt sleeves around a scarred table, upon which a pitcher of iced water glistened with beads of moisture. Brothers, I'm sorry I'm late, I apologized. There were some important last-minute details concerning tomorrow's lecture that kept me. Then you might have saved yourself the trouble and the committee this lost time, Brother Jack said. I don't understand you, I said, suddenly feverish. He means that you are no longer to concern yourself with the woman question. That's ended, Brother Talbot said, and I braced myself for the attack, but before I could respond, Brother Jack fired a startling question at me. What has become of Brother Todd Clifton? Brother Clifton? Why, I haven't seen him in weeks. I've been too busy downtown. Hear what's happened. He has disappeared, Brother Jack said, disappeared, so don't waste time with superfluous questions. You weren't sent for that. But how long has this been known? Brother Jack struck the table. All we know is that he's gone. Let's get on with our business. You, brother, are to return to Harlem immediately. We're facing a crisis there since Brother Todd Clifton has not only disappeared, but failed in his assignment. On the other hand, Roz the Exhorter and his gang of racist gangsters are taking advantage of this and are increasing their agitation. You are to get back there and take measures to regain our strength in the community. You'll be given the forces you need, and you'll report to us for a strategy meeting about which you'll be notified tomorrow. And please, he emphasized with his gavel, be on time. I was so relieved that none of my own problems were discussed that I didn't linger to ask if the police had been consulted about the disappearance. Only thing was wrong with the whole deal, for Clifton was too responsible and had too much to gain simply to have disappeared. Did it have any connection with Roz the Exhorter? But that seemed unlikely. Harlem was one of our strongest districts, and just a month ago when I was shifted, Roz would have been laughed off the street had he tried to attack us. If only I hadn't been so careful not to offend the committee, I would have kept in closer contact with Clifton and the whole Harlem membership. Now it was as though I had been suddenly awakened from a deep sleep. Chapter 20. I had been away long enough for the streets to seem strange. The uptown rhythms were slower and yet were somehow faster. A different tension was in the hot night air. I made my way through the summer crowds, not to the district but to Barrel House's Jolly Dollar, a dark hole of a bar and grill on Upper 8th Avenue, where one of my best contacts, Brother Maceo, could usually be found about this time, having his evening's beer. Looking through the window, I could see men in working clothes and a few rummy women leaning at the bar, and down the aisle between the bar and counter were a couple of men in black and blue checked sport shirts eating barbecue. A cluster of men and women hovered near the jukebox at the rear, but when I went in, Brother Maceo wasn't among them, and I pushed to the bar, deciding to wait over a beer. Good evening, brothers, I said, finding myself beside two men whom I had seen around before, only to have them look at me oddly, the eyebrows of the tall one raising at a drunken angle as he looked at the other. Shit, the tall man said. You said it, man, he a relative of yourn. Shit, he got him show, ain't no kin of mine. I turned and looked at them, the room suddenly cloudy. He must be drunk, the second man said. Maybe he thinks he's kin to you. Then his whiskey's telling him a damn lie. I wouldn't be his kin even if I was. Hey, Barrel House. I moved away down the bar, looking at them out of a feeling of suspense. They didn't sound drunk, and I had said nothing to offend, and I was certain that they knew who I was. What was it? The Brotherhood greeting was as familiar as give me some skin or peace. It's wonderful. I saw Barrel House rolling down from the other end of the bar, his white apron indented by the tension of its cord, so that he looked like that kind of metal beer barrel which has a groove around its middle, and seeing me now, he began to smile. Well, I'll be damned if it ain't the good brother, he said, stretching out his hand. Brother, where you been keeping yourself? I've been working downtown, I said, feeling a surge of gratitude. Fine, fine, Barrel House said. Business good. I'd rather not discuss it, brother. Business is bad, very bad. I'm sorry to hear it. You'd better give me a beer, I said, after you've served these gentlemen. I watched them in the mirror. Sure thing, Barrel House said, reaching for a glass and drawing a beer. What you putting down, old man, he said to the tall man. Look here, Barrel, we wanted to ask you one question, the tall one said. We just wanted to know if you could tell us just whose brother this here cat's supposed to be. He come in here just now calling everybody brother. He's my brother, Barrel said, holding the foaming glass between his long fingers. Anything wrong with that? Look, fellow, I said down the bar, that's our way of speaking. I meant no harm in calling you brother. I'm sorry you misunderstood me. Brother, here's your beer, Barrelhouse said. So he's your brother, eh, Barrel? Barrel's eyes narrowed as he pressed his huge chest across the bar, looking suddenly sad. You enjoying yourself, McAdams, he said gloomily. You like your beer? Show, McAdams said. It cold enough. Show, but Barrel. You like the groovy music on the juke, Barrelhouse said. Hell yes, but... And you like our good, clean, sociable atmosphere. Show, but that ain't what I'm talking about, the man said. Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about, Barrelhouse said mournfully. And if you like it, and don't start trying to bug my other customers. This here man's done more for the community than you'll ever do. What community? McAdams said, cutting his eyes around toward me. I hear. He got the white fever and left. You liable to hear anything, Barrelhouse said. There's some paper back there in the gents' room. You ought to wipe out your ears. Never mind my ears. Aw, come on, Mac, his friend said. Forget it, ain't the man done apologized? I said never mind my ears, McAdams said. You just tell your brother he ought to be careful 'bout who he claims as kinfolks. Some of us don't think so much of his kind of politics. I looked from one to the other. I considered myself beyond the stage of street fighting, and one of the worst things I could do upon returning to the community was to engage in a brawl. I looked at Mac Adams and was glad when the other man pushed him down the bar. That McAdams thinks he's right, Barrelhouse said. He's the kind can't nobody. Please be frank though, there's lots feel like that now. I shook my head in bafflement. I'd never met that kind of antagonism before. What's happened to Brother Maceo? I said. I don't know, brother, he don't come in so regular these days. Things are kinda changing up here, ain't much money floating around. Times are hard everywhere, but what's been going on up here, Barrel? I said. Oh, you know how it is, brother. Things are tight and lots of folks who got jobs. Through you people have lost them, you know how it goes. You mean people in our organization. Quite a few of them are, fellows like Brother Maceo. But why, they were doing all right. Sure they was, as long as you people was fighting for 'em, but the minute y'all stopped, they started throwing folks out on the street. I looked at him big and sincere before me. It was unbelievable that the Brotherhood had stopped its work, and yet he wasn't lying. Give me another beer, I said. Then someone called him from the back, and he drew the beer and left. I drank it slowly, hoping Brother Maceo would appear before I had finished. When he didn't, I waved to Barrelhouse and left for the district. Perhaps Brother Tarp could explain, or at least tell me something about Clifton. I walked through the dark block over to 7th and started down. Things were beginning to look serious. Along the way, I saw not a single sign of Brotherhood activity. In a hot side street, I came upon a couple striking matches along the curb, kneeling as though looking for a lost coin, the matches flaring dimly in their faces. Then I found myself in a strangely familiar block and broke out in a sweat. I had walked almost to Mary's door and turned now and hurried away. Barrelhouse had prepared me for the darkened windows of the district, but not when I let myself in, to call in vain through the dark to Brother Tarp. I went to the room where he slept, but he was not there. Then I went through the dark hall to my old office and threw myself into my desk chair, exhausted. Everything seemed to be slipping away from me, and I could find no quick absorbing action that would get it under control. I tried to think of whom among the district committee I might call for information concerning Clifton, but here again I was balked, for if I selected one who believed that I had requested to be transferred because I hated my own people, it would only complicate matters. No doubt there would be some who'd resent my return, so it was best to confront them all at once, without giving any one of them the opportunity to organize any sentiment against me. It was best that I talk with Brother Tarp, whom I trusted. When he came in, he could give me an idea of the state of affairs and perhaps tell me what had actually happened to Clifton. But Brother Tarp didn't arrive. I went out and got a container of coffee and Returned to spend the night poring over the district's records, when he hadn't. Returned by 3 a.m., I went to his room and took a look around. It was empty, even. The bed was gone. I'm all alone, I thought. A lot has occurred about which I wasn't told, something that had not only stifled the members' interest, but which, according to the records, had sent them away in droves. Barrelhouse had said that the organization had quit fighting, and that was the only explanation I could find for Brother Tarp's leaving, unless, of course, he'd had disagreements with Clifton or some of the other leaders. And now, returning to my desk, I noticed his gift of Douglas' portrait was gone. I felt in my pocket for the leg chain. At least I hadn't forgotten to take that along. I pushed the records aside. They told me nothing of why things were as they were. Picking up the telephone, I called Clifton's number, hearing it ring on and on. Finally, I gave it up and went to sleep in my chair. Everything had to wait until the strategy meeting. Returning to the district was like returning to a city of the dead. Somewhat to my surprise, there were a good number of members in the hall when I awoke, and having no directives from the committee on how to proceed, I organized them into teams to search for Brother Clifton. Not one could give me any definite information. Brother Clifton had appeared at the district, as usual up to the time of his disappearance. There had been no quarrels with committee members, and he was as popular as ever, nor had there been any clashes with Roz the Exhorter, although in the past week he had been increasingly active. As for the loss of membership and influence, it was a result of a new program which had called for the shelving of our old techniques of agitation. There had been, to my surprise, a switch in emphasis from local issues to those more national and international in scope, and it was felt that for the moment the interests of Harlem were not of first importance. I didn't know what to make of it, since there had been no such change of program downtown. Clifton was forgotten. Everything which I was to do now seemed to depend upon getting an explanation from the committee, and I waited with growing agitation to be called to the strategy meeting. Such meetings were usually held around 1 o'clock, and we were notified well ahead, but by 11:30 I had received no word, and I became worried. By 12, an uneasy sense of isolation took hold of me. Something was cooking, but what, how, why? Finally I phoned headquarters, but could reach none of the leaders. What is this? I wondered. Then I called the leaders of other districts with the same results. And now I was certain that the meeting was being held, but why without me? Had they investigated Restrom's charges and decided they were true? It seemed that the membership had fallen off after I had gone downtown, or was it the woman? Whatever it was, now was not the time to leave me out of a meeting. Things were too urgent in the district. I hurried down to headquarters. When I arrived, the meeting was in session, just as I expected, and word had been left that it was not to be disturbed by anyone. It was obvious that they hadn't forgotten to notify me. I left the building in a rage. Very well, I thought, when they do decide to call me, they'll have to find me. I should never have been shifted in the first place, and now that I was sent back to clean up the mess, they should aid me as quickly as possible. I would do no more running downtown, nor would I accept any program that they sent up without consulting the Harlem committee. Then I decided, of all things, to shop for a pair of new shoes, and walked over to Fifth Avenue. It was hot, the walk still filled with noontime crowds, moving with reluctance back to their jobs. I moved along close to the curb to avoid the bumping and agitated changes of pace, the chattering women in summer dresses finally entering the leather-smelling, air-cooled interior of the shoe store with a sense of relief. My feet felt light in the new summer shoes as I went back into the blazing heat, and I recalled the old boyhood pleasure of discarding winter shoes for sneakers and the neighborhood foot races that always followed, that light-footed, speedy floating sensation. Well, I thought, you've run your last foot race and you'd better get back to the district in case you're called. I hurried now, my feet feeling trim and light as I moved through the oncoming rush of sunbeaten faces. To avoid the crowd on 42nd Street, I turned off at 43rd and it was here that things began to boil. A small fruit wagon with an array of bright peaches and pears stood near the curb, and the vendor, a florid man with bulbous nose and bright black Italian eyes, looked at me knowingly from beneath his huge white and orange umbrella, then over toward a crowd that had formed alongside the building across the street. What's wrong with him, I thought. Then I was across the street and passing the group, standing with their backs to me. A clipped, insinuating voice spelled words whose meaning I couldn't catch, and I was about to pass on when I saw the boy. He was a slender brown fellow whom I recognized immediately as a close friend of Clifton's, and who now was looking intently across the tops of cars to where down the block near the post office on the other side a tall policeman was approaching. Perhaps he'll know something, I thought, as he looked around to see me and stopped in confusion. "Hello there," I began, and when he turned toward the crowd and whistled, I didn't know whether he was telling me to do the same or signaling to someone else. I swung around, seeing him step to where a large carton sat beside the building and sling its canvas straps to his shoulder, as once more he looked toward the policeman. Ignoring me, puzzled, I moved into the crowd and pressed to the front where at my feet I saw a square piece of cardboard upon which something was moving with furious action. It was some kind of toy, and I glanced at the crowd's fascinated eyes. And down again, seeing it clearly this time. I'd seen nothing like it before. A grinning doll of orange and black tissue paper with thin flat cardboard discs forming its head and feet, and which some mysterious mechanism was causing to move up and down in a loose-jointed, shoulder-shaking, infuriatingly sensuous motion, a dance that was completely detached from the black, mask-like face. It's no jumping jack, but what I thought, seeing the doll throwing itself about with the fierce defiance of someone performing a degrading act in public, dancing as though it received a perverse pleasure from its motions, and beneath the chuckles of the crowd I could hear the swishing of its ruffled paper, while the same out-of-the-corner-of-the-mouth voice continued to spiel. "Shake it up, shake it up. He's Sambo the dancing doll, ladies and gentlemen. Shake him. Stretch him by the neck and set him down. He'll do the rest, yes. He'll make you laugh, he'll make you sigh, sieg. He'll make you want to dance and dance. Here you are, ladies and gentlemen, Sambo the dancing doll. Buy one for your baby, take him to your girlfriend, and she'll love you, love you. He'll keep you entertained, he'll make you weep sweet tears from laughing. Shake him, you cannot break him. For he's Sambo the dancing, Sambo the prancing, Sambo the entrancing, Sambo boogie-woogie paper doll. And all for 25 cents, the quarter part of $1. Ladies and gentlemen, he'll bring you joy. Step up and meet him, Sambo the..." I knew I should get back to the district, but I was held by the inanimate, boneless bouncing of the grinning doll, and struggled between the desire to join in the laughter and to leap upon it with both feet, when it suddenly collapsed, and I saw the tip of the spieler's toe press upon the circular cardboard that formed the feet, and a broad black hand come down, its fingers deftly lifting the doll's head and stretching it upward twice its length, then releasing it to dance again, and suddenly the voice didn't go with the hand. It was as though I had waded out into a shallow pool, only to have the bottom drop out in the water close over my head. I looked up. "Not you," I began, but his eyes looked past me deliberately, unseeing. I was paralyzed looking at him, knowing I wasn't dreaming, hearing. What makes him happy, what makes him dance? This Sambo, this Jambo, this high-stepping joy boy. He's more than a toy, ladies and gentlemen. He's Sambo, the dancing doll, the 20th century miracle. Look at that rumba, that Suzy Q. He's Sambo Boogie. Sambo Boogie, you don't have to feed him. He sleeps collapsed. He'll kill your depression and your dispossession. He lives upon the sunshine of your lordly smile. And only 25 cents, the brotherly 2 bits of $1, because he wants me to eat. It gives him pleasure to see me eat. You simply take him and shake him, and he does the rest. Thank you, lady. It was Clifton, riding easily back and forth on his knees, flexing his legs without shifting his feet, his right shoulder raised at an angle, and his arm pointing stiffly at the bouncing doll as he spieled from the corner of his mouth. The whistle came again, and I saw him glance quickly toward his lookout, the boy with the carton. Who else wants little Sambo before we take it on the Lambo? Speak up, ladies and gentlemen, who wants little? And again the whistle. Who wants Sambo the dancing, prancing? Hurry, hurry. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no license for little Sambo the joy spreader. You can't tax joy, so speak up, ladies and gentlemen. For a second our eyes met, and he gave me a contemptuous smile, then he spieled. Again I felt betrayed. I looked at the doll and felt my throat constrict, the rage welled behind the phlegm as I rocked back on my heels and crouched forward. There was a flash of whiteness and a splatter like heavy rain striking a newspaper, and I saw the doll go over backwards, wilting into a dripping rag of frilled tissue, the hateful head upturned on its outstretched neck, still grinning toward the sky. The crowd turned on me indignantly. The whistle came again. I saw a short, pot-bellied man look down, then up at me with amazement and explode with laughter, pointing from me to the doll rocking. People backed away from me. I saw Clifton step close to the building. Where beside the fellow with the carton, I now saw a whole chorus line of dolls, flouncing themselves with a perverse increase of energy, and the crowd laughing hysterically. You, I began, only to see him pick up two of the dolls and step forward. But now the lookout came close. He's coming, he said, nodding toward the approaching policeman as he swept up the dolls, dropping them into the carton and starting away. Follow little Sambo around the corner, ladies and gentlemen, Clifton called. There's a great show coming up. It happened so fast that in a second only I and an old lady in a blue polka dot dress were left. She looked at me, then back to the walk, smiling. I saw one of the dolls. I looked. She was still smiling, and I raised my foot to crush it, hearing her cry. Oh no, the policeman was just opposite, and I reached down instead, picking it up and walking off in the same motion. I examined it, strangely weightless in my hand, half expecting to feel it pulse with life. It was a still frill of paper. I dropped it in the pocket where I carried Brother Tarp's chain link and started after the vanished crowd, but I couldn't face Clifton again. I didn't want to see him. I might forget myself and attack him. I went in the other direction, towards 6th Avenue, past the policeman. What a way to find him, I thought. What had happened to Clifton? It was all so wrong, so unexpected. How on earth could he drop from brotherhood to this so short a time? And why, if he had to fall back, did he try to carry the whole structure with him? What would non-members who knew him say? It was as though he had chosen, how had he put it the night he fought with Roz, to fall outside of history. I stopped in the middle of the walk with the thought, to plunge, he had said, but he knew that only in the brotherhood could we make ourselves known, could we avoid being empty Sambo dolls, such an obscene flouncing of everything human, my God. And I had been worrying about being left out of a meeting. I'd overlook it 1,000 times, no matter why I wasn't called. I'd forget it and hold on desperately to brotherhood with all my strength, for to break away would be to plunge, and those dolls, where had they found them? Why had he picked that way to earn a quarter? Why not sell apples or song sheets or shine shoes? I wandered past the subway and continued around the corner to 42nd Street, my mind grappling for meaning, and when I came around the corner onto the crowded walk into the sun, they were already lining the curb and shading their faces with their hands. I saw the traffic moving with the lights, and across the street a few pedestrians were looking back toward the center of the block, where the trees of Bryant Park rose above two men. I saw a flight of pigeons whirl out of the trees, and it all happened in the swift interval of their circling, very abruptly, and in the noise of the traffic, yet seeming to unfold in my mind like a slow-motion movie run off with the soundtrack dead. At first I thought it was a cop and a shoeshine boy. Then there was a break in the traffic, and across the sun-glaring bands of trolley rails I recognized Clifton. His partner had disappeared now, and Clifton had the box slung to his left shoulder with the cop moving slowly behind and to one side of him. They were coming my way. Passing a newsstand, and I saw the rails in the asphalt and a fire plug at the curb. And the flying birds and thought, you'll have to follow and pay his fine, just as. The cop pushed him, jolting him forward, and Clifton, trying to keep the box from swinging against his leg and saying something over his shoulder and going forward. As one of the pigeons swung down into the street and up again, leaving a feather floating white in the dazzling backlight of the sun, and I could see the cop push Clifton again, stepping solidly forward in his black shirt, his arm shooting out stiffly, sending him in a head-snapping forward stumble until he caught himself, saying something over his shoulder again, the two moving in a kind of march that I'd seen many times but never with anyone like Clifton, and I could see the cop bark a command and lunge forward, thrusting out his arm and missing, thrown off balance. As suddenly Clifton spun on his toes like a dancer and swung his right arm over end, around in a short, jolting arc, his torso carrying forward and to the left in a motion that sent the box strap free as his right foot traveled forward and his left arm followed. Threw in a floating uppercut that sent the cop's cap sailing into the street and his feet flying to drop him hard, rocking from left to right on the walk as Clifton kicked the box, thudding aside and crouched, his left foot forward, his hands high, waiting. And between the flashing of cars, I could see the cop propping himself on his elbows, like a drunk trying to get his head up, shaking it and thrusting it forward, and somewhere between the dull roar of traffic and the subway vibrating underground, I heard rapid explosions and saw each pigeon diving wildly as though blackjacked by the sound, and the cop sitting up straight now and rising to his knees, looking steadily at Clifton, and the pigeons plummeting swiftly into the trees, and Clifton still facing the cop and suddenly crumpling. He fell forward on his knees, like a man saying his prayers, just as a heavyset man in a hat with a turned-down brim stepped from around the newsstand and yelled a protest. I couldn't move. The sun seemed to scream an inch above my head. Someone shouted. A few men were starting into the street. The cop was standing now and looking down at Clifton as though surprised, the gun in his hand. I took a few steps forward, walking blindly now, unthinking, yet my mind registering it all vividly. Across and starting up on the curb, and seeing Clifton up closer now, lying in the same position on his side, a huge wetness growing on his shirt, and I couldn't set my foot down. Cars sailed close behind me, but one couldn't take the step that would raise me up to the walk. I stood there, one leg in the street and the other raised above the curb, hearing whistles screeching, and looked toward the library to see two cops coming on in a lunging, big-bellied run. I looked back to Clifton. The cop was waving me away with his gun, sounding like a boy with a changing voice. "Get back on the other side," he said. He was the cop that I'd passed on 43rd a few minutes before. My mouth was dry. "He's a friend of mine. I want to help," I said, finally stepping upon the curb. "He don't need no help, Junior. Get across that street." The cop's hair hung on the sides of his face. His uniform was dirty, and I watched him without emotion, hesitated, hearing the sound of footfalls approaching. Everything seemed slowed down. A pool formed slowly on the walk. My eyes blurred. I raised my head. The cop looked at me curiously. Above in the park, I could hear the furious flapping of wings on my neck, the pressure of eyes. I turned, a round-headed, apple-cheeked boy with a thickly freckled nose and Slavic eyes leaned over the fence of the park above, and now as he saw me turn, he shrilled something too. Someone behind him, his face lighting up with ecstasy. What does it mean? I wondered, turning back to that to which I did not wish to turn. There were three cops now, one watching the crowd and the others looking at Clifton. The first cop had his cap on again. "Look, Junior," he said very clearly, "I had enough trouble for today. You going to get on across that street?" I opened my mouth, but nothing would come. Kneeling, one of the cops was examining Clifton and making notes on a pad. "I'm his friend," I said, and the one making notes looked up. "He's a cooked pigeon, Mac," he said. You ain't got any friend anymore. I looked at him. Hey, Mickey, the boy above us called. The guy's out cold. I looked down. That's right, the kneeling cop said. What's your name? I told him. I answered his questions about Clifton as best I could until the wagon came. For once it came quickly. I watched numbly as they moved him inside, placing the box of dolls in with him. Across the street, the crowd still churned. Then the wagon was gone, and I started back toward the subway. Say, mister, the boy's voice shrilled down. Your friend sure knows how to use his dukes, biff bang, 1-2, and the cops on his ass. I bowed my head to this final tribute, and now walking away in the sun, I tried to erase the scene from my mind. I wandered down the subway stairs, seeing nothing, my mind plunging. The subway was cool, and I leaned against a pillar, hearing the roar of trains passing. Across on the other side, feeling the rushing roar of air. Why should a man deliberately plunge outside of history and peddle an obscenity? My mind went on. Abstractedly, why should he choose to disarm himself, give up his voice, and leave the only organization offering him a chance to define himself? The platform vibrated, and I looked down. Bits of paper whirled up in the passage of air, settling quickly as a train moved past. Why had he turned away? Why had he chosen to step off the platform and fall beneath the train? Why did he choose to plunge into nothingness? Into the void of faceless faces, of soundless voices lying outside history. I tried to step away and look at it from a distance of words read in books, half remembered. For history records the patterns of men's lives, they say, who slept with whom and with what results, who fought and who won and who lived to lie about it afterwards. All things, it is said, are duly recorded, all things of importance, that is, but not quite, for actually it is only the known, the seen, the heard, and only those events that the recorder regards as important that are put down, those lies his keepers keep there. Power by, but the cop would be Clifton's historian, his judge, his witness, and his executioner, and I was the only brother in the watching crowd, and I, the only witness for the defense, knew neither the extent of his guilt nor the nature of his crime. Where were the historians today, and how would they put it down? I stood there with the trains plunging in and out, throwing blue sparks. What did they ever think of us transitory ones such as I had been before I found brotherhood, birds of passage who were too obscure for learned classification, too silent for the most sensitive recorders of sound, of natures too ambiguous for the most ambiguous words, and too distant from the centers of historical decision to sign, or even to applaud the signers of historical documents, we who write no novels, histories, or other books. What about us, I thought, seeing Clifton again in my mind, and going to sit upon a bench as a cool gust of air rolled up the tunnel. A body of people came down the platform, some of them Negroes. Yes, I thought. What about those of us who shoot up from the south into the busy city like wild jacks in the box, broken loose from our springs, so sudden that our gait becomes like that of deep-sea divers suffering from the bends? What about those fellows waiting still and silent there on the platform, so still and silent that they clash with the crowd in their very immobility, standing noisy in their very silence, harsh as a cry of terror in their quietness? What about those three boys coming now along the platform, tall, and slender, walking stiffly with swinging shoulders in their well pressed, too hot for summer suits, their collars high and tight about their necks, their identical hats of black cheap felt set upon the crowns of their heads, with severe formality above their hard conked hair? It was as though I'd never seen there. Like before, walking slowly, their shoulders swaying, their legs swinging from their hips in trousers that ballooned upward from cuffs fitting snug about their ankles. Their coats long and hip-tight, with shoulders far too broad to be those of natural Western men, these fellows whose bodies seemed, what had one of my teachers said of me, you're like one of these African sculptures, distorted in the interest of a design. Well, what design and whose? I stared as they seemed to move like dancers in some kind of funeral ceremony, swaying, going forward, their black faces secret, moving slowly down the subway. platform the heavy heel-plated shoes, making a rhythmical tapping as they moved. Everyone must have seen them, or heard their muted laughter, or smelled the heavy pomade on their hair, or perhaps failed to see them at all, for they were men outside. Of historical time, they were untouched. They didn't believe in brotherhood, no doubt. Had never heard of it, or perhaps like Clifton would mysteriously have rejected it. Mysteries, men of transition, whose faces were immobile. I got up and went behind them, women shoppers with bundles and impatient men in straw hats and seersucker suits stood along the platform as they passed, and suddenly I found myself thinking, do they come to bury the others or to be entombed, to give life or to receive it? Do the others see them, think about them even? Those standing close enough to speak, and if they spoke back, would the impatient businessmen in conventional suits and tired housewives with their plunder understand? What would they say? For the boys speak a jived-up transitional language full of country glamour, think transitional thoughts, though perhaps they dream the same old ancient dreams. They were men out of time unless they found brotherhood, men out of time who would soon be gone and forgotten. But who knew? And now I began to tremble so violently I had to lean against a refuse can. Who knew but that they were the saviors, the true leaders, the bearers of something precious, the stewards of something uncomfortable, burdensome, which they hated? Because, living outside the realm of history, there was no one to applaud their value. And they themselves failed to understand it. What if Brother Jack were wrong? What if history was a gambler instead of a force in a laboratory experiment, and the boys his ace in the hole? What if history was not a reasonable citizen, but a madman full of paranoid guile, and these boys his agents, his big surprise, his own revenge? For they were outside in the dark with Sambo, the dancing paper doll, taking it on the Lambo with my fallen brother, Todd Clifton. Todd, running and dodging the forces of history instead of making a dominating stand. A train came, I followed them inside. There were many seats and the three sat together. I stood, holding onto the center pole, looking down the length of the car. On one side I saw a white nun in black telling her beads, and standing before the door. Across the aisle there was another dressed completely in white, the exact duplicate of the other, except that she was black and her black feet bare. Neither of the nuns was looking at the other but at their crucifixes, and suddenly I laughed, and a verse I'd heard long ago at the Golden Day paraphrased itself in my mind. Bread and wines, bread and wines, your cross ain't nearly so heavy as mine. And the nuns rode on with lowered heads. I looked at the boys. They sat as formally as they walked. From time to time one of them would look at his reflection in the window and give his hat brim a snap, the others watching him silently, communicating ironically with their eyes, then looking straight ahead. I staggered with the lunging of the train, feeling the overhead fans driving the hot air down upon me. What was I in relation to the boys, I wondered. Perhaps an accident like Douglas, perhaps each 100 years or so men like them, like me, appeared in society, drifting through, and yet by all historical logic I should have disappeared around the first part of the 19th century. Rationalized out of existence, perhaps like them I was a throwback, a small distant meteorite that died several hundred years ago, and now lived only by virtue of the light that speeds through space at too great a pace to realize that its source has become a piece of lead. This was silly, such thoughts. I looked at the boys. One tapped another on the knee, and I saw him remove 3 rolled magazines from an inner pocket, passing 2 around and keeping one for himself. The others took theirs silently and began to read in complete absorption. He held his magazine high before his face, and for an instant I saw a vivid scene: the shining rails, the fire hydrant, the fallen policeman, the diving birds, and in the mid-ground, Clifton crumpling. Then I saw the cover of a comic book and thought, Clifton would have known them better than I. He knew them all the time. I studied them closely until they left the train, their shoulders rocking, their heavy heel plates clicking remote, cryptic messages in the brief silence of the train's stop. I came out of the subway, weak, moving through the heat as though I carried a heavy stone, the weight of a mountain on my shoulders. My new shoes hurt my feet. Now, moving through the crowds along 125th Street, I was painfully aware of other men dressed like the boys, and of girls in dark, exotic-colored stockings, their costumes surreal variations of downtown styles. They'd been there all along, but somehow I'd missed them. I'd missed them even when my work had been most successful. They were outside the groove of history, and it was my job to get them in. All of them. I looked into the design of their faces, hardly a one that was unlike someone I'd known down south. Forgotten names sang through my head like forgotten scenes in dreams. I moved with the crowd, the sweat pouring off me, listening to the grinding roar of traffic, the growing sound of a record shop loudspeaker blaring a languid blues. I stopped. Was this all that would be recorded? Was this the only true history of the times? A mood blared by trumpets, trombones, saxophones and drums, a song with turgid, inadequate words. My mind flowed. It was as though in this short block, I was forced to walk past everyone I'd ever known. And no one would smile or call my name. No one fixed me in his eyes. I walked in feverish isolation. Near the corner, now a couple of boys darted out of the 5 and 10 with handfuls of candy bars, dropping them along the walks as they ran with a man right behind. They came toward me, pumping past, and I killed an impulse to trip the man and was confused all the more when an old woman standing further along threw out her leg and swung a heavy bag. The man went down, sliding across the walk as she shook her head in triumph. A pressure of guilt came over me. I stood on the edge of the walk, watching the crowd threatening to attack the man until a policeman appeared and dispersed them. And although I knew no one man could do much about it, I felt responsible. All our work had been very little, no great chain had been made, and it was all my fault. I'd been so fascinated by the motion that I'd forgotten to measure what it was bringing forth. I'd been asleep, dreaming. Chapter 21. When I got back to the district, a small group of youth members stopped there, joking to welcome me, but I couldn't break the news. I went through to the office with only a nod, shutting the door upon their voices, and sat staring out through the trees. The once fresh green of the trees was dark and drying now, and somewhere down below, a clothesline peddler clanged his bell and called. Then, as I fought against it, the scene came back, not of the death but of the dolls. Why had I lost my head and spat upon the doll? I wondered. What had Clifton felt when he saw me? He must have hated me behind his spiel, yet he'd ignored me. Yes, and been amused by my political stupidity. I had blown up and acted personally, instead of denouncing the significance of the dolls, him, the obscene idea, and seizing the opportunity to educate the crowd. We lost no opportunity to educate, and I had failed. All I'd done was to make them laugh all the louder. I had aided and abetted social backwardness. The scene changed. He lay in the sun, and this time I saw a trail of smoke left by a skywriting plane lingering in the sky. A large woman in a Kelly green dress stood near me, saying, "Oh, oh." I turned and faced the map, removing the doll from my pocket and tossing it upon the desk. My stomach surged. To die for such a thing. I picked it up with an unclean feeling, looked at the frilled paper. The joined cardboard feet hung down, pulling the paper legs in elastic folds, a construction of tissue, cardboard, and glue, and yet I felt a hatred as for something alive. What had made it seem to dance? Its cardboard hands were doubled into fists, the fingers outlined in orange paint, and I noticed that it had 2 faces, one on either side of the disc of cardboard, and both grinning. Clifton's voice came to me as he spieled his directions for making it dance, and I held it by the feet and stretched its neck, seeing it crumple and slide forward. I tried again, turning its other face around. It gave a tired bounce, shook itself, and fell in a heap. "Go on, entertain me," I said, giving it a stretch. "You entertain the crowd." I turned it around. One face grinned as broadly as the other. It had grinned back at Clifton as it grinned forward at the crowd, and their entertainment had been his death. It had still grinned when I played the tool and spat upon it, and it was still grinning when Clifton ignored me. Then I saw a fine black thread and pulled it from the trilled paper. There was a loop tied in the end. I slipped it over my finger and stood stretching it taut, and this time it danced. Clifton had been making it dance all the time, and the black thread had been invisible. Why didn't you hit him? I asked myself. Try to break his jaw. Why didn't you hurt him and save him? You might have started a fight, and both of you would have been arrested with no shooting. But why had he resisted the cop anyway? He'd been arrested before. He knew how far to go with a cop. What had the cop said to make him angry enough to lose his head? And suddenly it occurred to me that he might have been angry before he resisted, before he'd even seen the cop. My breath became short. I felt myself go weak. What if he believed I'd sold out? It was a sickening thought. I sat holding myself as though I might break. For a moment I weighed the idea, but it was too big for me. I could only accept responsibility for the living, not for the dead. My mind backed away from the notion. The incident was political. I looked at the doll, thinking the political equivalent of such entertainment is death. But that's too broad a definition. Its economic meaning, that the light of a man is worth the sale of a 2-bit paper doll. But that didn't kill the idea that my anger helped speed him on to death, and still my mind fought against it. For what had I to do with the crisis that had broken his integrity? What had I to do with his selling the dolls in the first place? And finally I had to give that up too. I was no detective, and politically, individuals were without meaning. The shooting was all that was left of him now. Clifton had chosen to plunge out of history, and, except for the picture it made in my mind's eye, only the plunge was recorded, and that was the only important thing. I sat rigid, as though waiting to hear the explosions again, fighting against the weight that seemed to pull me down. I heard the clothesline peddler's bell. What would I tell the committee when the newspaper accounts were out? To hell with them. How would I explain the dolls? But why should I say anything? What could we do to fight back? That was my worry. The bell tolled again in the yard below. I looked at the doll. I could think of no justification for Clifton's having sold the dolls, but there was justification enough for giving him a public funeral, and I seized upon the idea now as though it would save my life, even though I wanted to turn away from it, as I'd wanted to turn from Clifton's crumpled body on the walk. But the odds against us were too great for such weakness. We had to use every politically effective weapon against them. Clifton understood that. He had to be buried, and I knew of no relatives. Someone had to see that he was placed in the ground. Yes, the dolls were obscene and his act a betrayal, but he was only a salesman, not the inventor, and it was necessary that we make it known that the meaning of his death was greater than the incident or the object that caused it, both as a means of avenging him and of preventing other such deaths, yes, and of attracting lost members back into the ranks. It would be ruthless, but a ruthlessness in the interest of brotherhood, for we had only our minds and bodies, as against the other side's vast power. We had to make the most of what we had, for they had the power to use a paper doll, first to destroy his integrity, and then as an excuse for killing him. All right, so we'll use his funeral to put his integrity together again, for that's all that he had or wanted. And now I could see the doll only vaguely, and drops of moisture were thudding down upon its absorbent paper. I was bent over, staring, when the knock came at the door, and I jumped as at a shot, sweeping the doll into my pocket and hastily wiping my eyes. "Come in," I said. The door opened slowly. A group of youth members crowded forward, their faces a question. The girls were crying. "Is it true," they said, "that he is dead?" "Yes," I said, looking among them. "Yes." "But why?" "It was a case of provocation and murder," I said, my emotions beginning to turn to anger. They stood there, their faces questioning me. "He's dead," a girl said, her voice without conviction. "Dead." "But what do they mean about his selling dolls?" a tall youth said. "I don't know," I said. "I only know that he was shot down, unarmed. I know how you feel. I saw him fall." "Take me home," a girl screamed. "Take me home." I stepped forward and caught her, a little brown thing in bobby socks, holding her. Against me, no, we can't go home, I said, none of us. We've got to fight, I'd like to. Get out into the air and forget it, if I ever could. What we want is not tears but anger. We must remember now that we are fighters, and ensue. Incidents we must see the meaning of our struggle, we must strike back. I want each of you to round up all the members you can. We've got to make our reply. One of the girls was still crying piteously when they went out, but they were moving quickly. Come on, Shirley, they said, taking the girl from my shoulder. I tried to get in touch with headquarters, but again I was unable to reach anyone. I called the Thonian, but there was no answer, so I called a committee of the district's leading members and we moved slowly ahead on our own. I tried to find the youth who was with Clifton, but he had disappeared. Members were set on the streets with cans to solicit funds for his burial. A committee of 3 old women went to the morgue to claim his body. We distributed black-bordered leaflets denouncing the police commissioner. Preachers were notified to have their congregations send letters of protest to the mayor. The story spread. A photograph of Clifton was sent to the Negro papers and published. People were stirred and angry. Street meetings were organized and released by the action from my indecision. I threw everything I had into organizing the funeral, though moving in a kind of numb suspension. I didn't go to bed for 2 days and nights, but caught catnaps at my desk. I ate very little. The funeral was arranged to attract the largest number. Instead of holding it in a church or chapel, we selected Mount Morris Park, and an appeal went out for all former members to join the funeral march. It took place on a Saturday in the heat of the afternoon. There was a thin overcast of clouds and hundreds of people formed for the procession. I went around giving orders and encouragement in a feverish daze, and yet seeming to observe it all from off to one side. Brothers and sisters turned up whom I hadn't seen since my return. And members from downtown and outlying districts, I watched them with surprise as they gathered and wondered at the depths of their sorrow as the lines began to form. There were half-draped flags and black banners. There were black-bordered signs that read, Brother Todd Clifton, our hope shot down. There was a hired drum corps with crepe-draped drums. There was a band of 30 pieces. There were no cars and very few flowers. It was a slow procession, and the band played sad, romantic, military marches. And when the band was silent, the drum corps beat the time on drums with muffled heads. It was hot and explosive, and delivery men avoided the district and the police. Details were increased in number, and up and down the streets people looked out of their apartment windows, and men and boys stood on the roofs in the thin-veiled sun. I marched at the head with the old community leaders. It was a slow march, and as I looked back from time to time, I could see young zoot suiters, hep cats, and men in overalls and pool hall gamblers stepping into the procession. Men came out of barber shops with lathered faces, their neckcloths hanging, to watch and comment in hushed voices, and I wondered, are they all Clifton's friends, or is it just for the spectacle? The slow-paced music. A hot wind blew from behind me, bringing the sick Swedish odor, like the smell of some female dogs in season. I looked back. The sun shone down on a mass of unbared heads and above flags and banners and shining horns. I could see the cheap gray coffin moving high upon the shoulders of Clifton's tallest companions, who from time to time shifted it smoothly onto others. They bore him high, and they bore him proudly, and there was an angry sadness in their eyes. The coffin floated like a heavily loaded ship in a channel, winding its way slowly above the bowed and submerged heads. I could hear the steady rolling of the drums with muffled snares, and all other sounds were suspended in silence. Behind, the tramp of feet. Ahead, the crowds lining the curbs. For blocks, there were tears and muffled sobs and many hard, red eyes. We moved ahead. We wound through the poorest streets at first, a black image of sorrow, then turned into 7th Avenue and down and over to Lenox. Then I hurried with the leading brothers to the park in a cab. A brother in the park department had opened The lookout tower and a crude platform of planks and ranked sawhorses had been erected beneath the black iron bell, and when the procession started into the park, we were standing high above, waiting. At our signal, he struck the bell, and I could feel my eardrums throbbing with the old, hollow, gut-vibrant doom-dong-doom. Looking down, I could see them winding upward in a mass to the muffled sound of the drums. Children stopped their playing on the grass to stare, and nurses at the nearby hospital came out on the roof to watch, their white uniforms glowing in the now unveiled sun like lilies, and crowds approached the park from all directions. The muffled drums, now beating, now steadily rolling, spread a dead silence upon the air. A prayer toward the unknown soul. Dear, and looking down, I felt a lostness. Why were they here? Why had they found us? Because they knew Clifton, or for the occasion his death gave them to express their protestations, a time and place to come together, to stand touching and sweating and breathing and looking in a common direction. Was either explanation adequate in itself? Did it signify love or politicalized hate? And could politics ever be an expression of love? Over the park, the silence spread from the slow, muffled rolling of the drums, the crunching of footsteps on the walks. Then somewhere in the procession, an old, plaintive masculine voice arose in a song, wavering, stumbling in the silence at first. Alone, until in the band, a euphonium horn fumbled for the key and took up the air. One catching and rising above the other, and the other pursuing, two black pigeons rising above a skull-white barn to tumble and rise through still, blue air, and for a few bars the pure sweet tone of the horn and the old man's husky baritone sang a duet in the hot, heavy silence. There's many a thousand gone, and standing high up over the park, something fought in my throat. It was a song from the past of the campus and the still earlier past of home, and now some of the older ones in the mass were joining in. I hadn't thought of it as a march before, but now they were marching to its slow-paced rhythm up the hill. I looked for the euphonium player and saw a slender black man with his face turned toward the sun, singing through the upturned bells of the horn, and several yards behind, marching beside the young men floating the coffin upward, I looked into the face of the old man who had aroused the song and felt a twinge of envy. It was a worn, old, yellow face, and his eyes were closed, and I could see a knife welt around his upturned neck as his throat threw out the song. He sang with his whole body, phrasing each verse as naturally as he walked, his voice rising above all the others, blending with that of the lucid horn. I watched him now, wet-eyed, the sun hot upon my head, and I felt a wonder at the singing mass. It was as though the song had been there all the time, and he knew it and aroused it, and I knew that I had known it too, and had failed to release it out of a vague, nameless shame or fear, but he had known and aroused it, even white brothers and sisters were joining in. I looked into that face, trying to plumb its secret, but it told me nothing. I looked at the coffin and the marchers, listening to them, and yet realizing that I was listening to something within myself, and for a second I heard the shattering stroke of my heart. Something deep had shaken the crowd, and the old man and the man with the horn had done it. They had touched upon something deeper than protest or religion, though now images of all the church meetings of my life welled up within me with much suppressed and forgotten anger. But that was past, and too many of those now reaching the top of the mountain and spreading massed together had never shared it, and some had been born in other lands. And yet all were touched. The song had aroused us all. It was not the words, for they were all the same old slave-born words. It was as though he'd changed the emotion beneath the words, while yet the old longing, resigned, transcendent emotion still sounded above, now deepened by that something for which the theory of brotherhood had given me no name. I stood there trying to contain it as they brought Todd Clifton's coffin into the tower, and slowly up the spiral stairs. They set it down upon the platform, and I looked at the shape of the cheap gray coffin, and all I could remember was the sound of his name. The song had ended. Now the top of the little mountain bristled with banners, horns, and uplifted faces. I could look straight down Fifth Avenue to 125th Street, where policemen were lined behind an array of hot dog wagons and good humor. Carts, and among the carts I saw a peanut vendor standing beneath a street lamp, upon which pigeons were gathered, and now I saw him stretch out his arms with his palms turned upward, and suddenly he was covered, head, shoulders, and outflung arms with fluttering, feasting birds. Someone nudged me and I started. It was time for final words, but I had no words. And I'd never been to a brotherhood funeral and had no idea of a ritual, but they were waiting. I stood there alone. There was no microphone to support me, only the coffin before me upon the backs of its wobbly carpenter's horses. I looked down into their sun-swept faces, digging for the words and feeling a futility about it all and an anger. For this they gathered by thousands. What were they waiting to hear? Why had they come? For what reason that was different from that which had made the red-cheeked boy thrill at Clifton's falling to the earth? What did they want, and what could they do? Why hadn't they come when they could have stopped it all? What are you waiting for me to tell yo? You, I shouted suddenly, my voice strangely crisp on the windless air. What good will it do? What if I say that this isn't a funeral? That it's a holiday celebration, that if you stick around the band will end up playing? Damn it, the hell, the fun's all over. Or do you expect to see some magic? The dead rise up and walk again. Go home, he's as dead as he'll ever die. That's the end in the beginning, and there's no encore. There'll be no miracles, and there's no one here to preach a sermon. Go home, forget him. He's inside this box, newly dead. Go home. And don't think about him. He's dead, and you've got all you can do to think about. You, I paused. They were whispering and looking upward. I've told you to go home, I shouted, but you keep standing there, don't you? No, it's hot out here in the sun, so what if you wait for what little I can tell you? Can I say in 20 minutes what was building 21 years and ended in 20 seconds? What are you waiting for, when all I can tell you is his name? And when I tell you, what will you know that you didn't know already, except perhaps his name? They were listening intently, and as though looking not at me, but at the pattern of my voice upon the air. All right, you do the listening in the sun, and I'll try to tell you in the sun. Then you go home and forget it, forget it. His name was Clifton, and they shot him down. His name was Clifton, and he was tall, and some folks thought him handsome. And though he didn't believe it, I think he was. His name was Clifton, and his face was black, and his hair was thick with tight-rolled curls, or call them naps or kinks. He's dead, uninterested, and except to a few young girls it doesn't matter. Have you got it? Can you see him? Think of your brother or your cousin John. His lips were thick with an upward curve at the corners. He often smiled. He had good eyes and a pair of fast hands, and he had a heart. He thought about things, and he felt deeply. I won't call him noble, because what's such a word to do with one of us? His name was Clifton, Todd Clifton, and like any man, he was born of woman to live a while and fall and die, so that's his tale to the minute. His name was Clifton, and for a while he lived among us and aroused a few hopes in the young manhood of man, and we who knew him loved him, and he died. So why are you waiting? You've heard it all. Why wait for more when all I can do is repeat it? They stood, they listened, they gave no sign. Very well, so I'll tell you. His name was Clifton, and he was young, and he was a leader, and when he fell there was a hole in the heel of his sock, and when he stretched forward he seemed not as tall as when he stood. So he died, and we who loved him are gathered here to mourn him. It's as simple as that, and as short as that. His name was Clifton, and he was black, and they shot him. Isn't that enough to tell? Isn't it all you need to know? Isn't that enough to appease your thirst for drama and send you home to sleep it off? Go take a drink and forget it, or read it in the Daily News. His name was Clifton, and they shot him, and I was there to see him fall. So I know it as I know it. Here are the facts. He was standing, and he fell. He fell, and he kneeled. He kneeled, and he bled. He bled, and he died. He tell in a heap like any man, and his blood spilled out like any blood, red as any blood, wet as any blood, and reflecting the sky and the buildings and birds and trees, or your face if you'd looked into its dulling Mirror and it dried in the sun as blood dries. That's all. They spilled his blood and he bled. They cut him down and he died. The blood flowed on the walk in a pool. Gleamed a while and after a while became dull, then dusty, then dried. That's the story and that's how it ended. It's an old story and there's been too much blood to excite you. Besides, it's only important when it fills the veins of a living man. Aren't you tired of such stories? Aren't you sick of the blood? Then why listen? Why don't you go? It's hot out here. There's the odor of embalming fluid. The beer is cold in the taverns. The saxophones will be mellow at the Savoy. Plenty good laughing lies will be told in the barber shops and beauty parlors, and there'll be sermons in 200 churches in the cool of the evening, and plenty of laughs at the movies. Go listen to Amos and Andy and forget it. Here you have only the same old story. There's not even a young wife up here in red to mourn him. There's nothing here to pity, no one to break down and shout, nothing to give you that good old frightened feeling. The story's too short and too simple. His name was Clifton, Todd Clifton. He was unarmed. And his death was as senseless as his life was futile. He had struggled for brotherhood on 100 street corners, and he thought it would make him more human, but he died like any dog in a road. All right, I called out, feeling desperate. It wasn't the way I wanted it to go. It wasn't political, Br. Other Jack probably wouldn't approve of it at all, but I had to keep going as I could go. Listen to me standing up on this so-called mountain, I shouted. Let me tell it as it truly was. His name was Todd Clifton, and he was full of illusions. He thought he was a man when he was only Todd Clifton. He was shot for a simple mistake of judgment. And he bled and his blood dried, and shortly the crowd trampled out the stains. It was a normal mistake of which many are guilty. He thought he was a man and that men were not meant to be pushed around, but it was hot downtown and he forgot his history. He forgot the time and the place. He lost his hold on reality. There was a cop and a waiting audience, but he was Todd Clifton and cops are everywhere. The cop. What about him? He was a cop, a good citizen, but this cop had an itching finger and an eager ear for a word that rhymed with trigger, and when Clifton fell he had found it. The police special spoke its lines and the rhyme was completed. Just look around. You look at what he made, look inside you and feel his awful power. It was perfectly natural. The blood ran like blood in a comic book killing, on a comic book street in a comic book town, on a comic book day in a comic book world. Todd Clifton's one with the ages, but what's that to do with you in this heat under this veiled sun? Now he's part of history and he has received his true freedom. Didn't they scribble his name on a standardized pad? His race, colored, religion, unknown. Probably born Baptist, place of birth, U.S. some southern town, next of kin. Unknown address, unknown, occupation, unemployed, cause of death be specific. Resisting reality in the form of a .38 caliber revolver in the hands of the arresting officer on 42nd, between the library and the subway in the heat of the afternoon of gunshot wounds received from 3 bullets, fired at 3 paces, 1 bullet entering the right ventricle of the heart and lodging there, the other severing the spinal ganglia, traveling downward to lodge in the pelvis, the other breaking through the back and traveling God knows where. Such was the short, bitter life of brother Todd Clifton. Now he's in this box with the bolts tightened down. He's in the box and we're in there with him, and when I've told you this you can go. It's dark in this box and it's crowded. It has a cracked ceiling and a clogged up toilet in the hall. It has rats and roaches and it's far, far too expensive a dwelling. The air is bad and it'll be cold this winter. Todd Clifton is crowded and he needs the room. Tell them to get out of the box. That's what he would say if you could hear him. Tell them to get out of the box and go teach the cops to forget that rhyme. Tell them to teach them that when they call you nigger to make a rhyme with trigger, it makes the gun backfire. So there you have it. In a few hours Todd Clifton will be cold bones in the ground. And don't be fooled, for these bones shall not rise again. You and I will still be in the box. I don't know if Todd Clifton had a soul. I only know the ache that I feel in my heart, my sense of loss. I don't know if you have a soul. I only know you are men of flesh and blood, and that blood will spill and flesh grow cold. I do not know if all cops are poets, but I know that all cops carry guns with triggers, and I know too how we are labeled. So in the name of Brother Clifton, beware of the triggers. Go home, keep cool, stay safe away from the sun. Forget him. When he was alive, he was our hope. But why worry over a hope that's dead? So there's only one thing left to tell, and I've already told it. His name was Todd Clifton. He believed in brotherhood. He aroused our hopes, and he died. I couldn't go on. Below they were waiting, hands and handkerchiefs shading their eyes. A preacher stepped up and read something out of his Bible, and I stood looking at the crowd with a sense of failure. I had let it get away from me, had been unable to bring in the political issues, and they stood there sun-beaten and sweat-bathed, listening to me repeat what was known. Now the preacher had finished, and someone signaled the bandmaster, and there was solemn music as the pallbearers carried the coffin down the spiraling stairs. The crowd stood still as we walked slowly through. I could feel the bigness of it and the unknownness of it, and a pent-up tension. Whether of tears or anger, I couldn't tell, but as we walked through and down the hill to the hearse, I could feel it. The crowd sweated and throbbed, and though it was silent, there were many things directed toward me through its eyes. At the curb were the hearse and a few cars, and in a few minutes they were loaded, and the crowd was still standing, looking on as we carried Todd Clifton away. And as I took one last look, I saw not a crowd, but the set faces of individual men and women. We drove away, and when the cars stopped moving, there was a grave, and we placed him in it. The gravediggers sweated he avily and knew their business, and their brogue was Irish. They filled the grave quickly, and we left. Todd Clifton was underground. I returned through the streets as tired as though I'd dug the grave myself alone. I felt confused and listless, moving through the crowds that seemed to boil along in a kind of mist, as though the thin, humid clouds had thickened and settled directly above our heads. I wanted to go somewhere, to some cool place to rest without thinking, but there was still too much to be done. Plans had to be made, the crowds. Emotion had to be organized. I crept along, walking a southern walk in southern weather, closing my eyes from time to time against the dazzling reds, yellows, and greens of cheap sport shirts and summer dresses. The crowd boiled, sweated, heaved. Women with shopping bags, men with highly polished shoes. Even down south they'd always shine their shoes. Shined shoes, shoed shines, it rang in my head. On 8th Avenue, the market carts were parked hub to hub along the curb, improvised canopies shading the withering fruits and vegetables. I could smell the stench of decaying cabbage. A watermelon huckster stood in the shade beside his truck, holding up a long slice of orange-mealed melon, crying his wares with hoarse appeals to nostalgia, memories of childhood, green shade and summer coolness. Oranges, coconuts and alligator pears lay in neat piles on little tables. I passed, winding my way through the slowly moving crowd. Stale and wilted flowers, rejected downtown, blazed feverishly on a cart, like glamorous rags festering beneath a futile spray from a punctured fruit juice can. The crowd were boiling figures seen through steaming glass from inside a washing machine, and in the streets the mounted police detail stood looking on, their eyes non-committal, beneath the short polished visors of their caps, their bodies slanting forward, reins slackly alert, men and horses of flesh imitating men and horses of stone. Todd Clifton's Todd, I thought, the hucksters cried above the traffic sounds, and I seemed to hear them from a distance, unsure of what they said. In a side street, children with warped tricycles were parading along the walk, carrying one of the signs, Brother Todd Clifton, Our Hope Shot Down. And through the haze I again felt the tension. There was no denying it, it was there, and something had to be done before it simmered away in the heat. Chapter 22. When I saw them sitting in their shirt sleeves, leaning forward, gripping their crossed knees with their hands, I wasn't surprised. I'm glad it's you, I thought. This will be business without tears. It was as though I had expected to find them there. just as in those dreams in which I encountered my grandfather looking at me from across the dimensionless space of a dream room. I looked back without surprise or emotion, although I knew even in the dream that surprise was the normal reaction, and that the lack of it was to be distrusted, a warning. I stood just inside the room, watching them as I slipped off my jacket, seeing them grouped around a small table upon which there rested a pitcher of water, a glass and a couple of smoking ashtrays. One half of the room was dark and only one light burned directly above the table. They regarded me silently, Brother Jack with a smile that went no deeper than his lips, his head cocked to one side, studying me with his penetrating eyes, the others blank-faced, looking out of eyes that were meant to reveal nothing and to stir profound uncertainty. The smoke rose in spirals from their cigarettes as they sat perfectly contained, waiting. So you came, after all, I thought. Going over and dropping into one of the chairs, I rested my arm on the table, noticing its coolness. Well, how did it go? Brother Jack said, extending his clasped hands across the table and looking at me with his head to one side. You saw the crowd, I said. We finally got them out. No, we did not see the crowd. How was it? They were moved, I said, a great number of them, but beyond that I don't know. They were with us, but how far I don't know, and for a moment I could hear my own voice in the quiet of the high-ceilinged hall. So is that all the great tactician has to tell us? Brother Tobbit said. In what direction were they moved? I looked at him, aware of the numbness of my emotions. They had flowed in one channel too long and too deeply. That's for the committee to decide. They were aroused, that was all we could do. We tried again and again to reach the committee for guidance, but we couldn't. So we went ahead on my personal responsibility. Brother Jack's eyes narrowed. What was that? He said. Your what? My personal responsibility, I said. His personal responsibility, Brother Jack said. Did you hear that, brothers? Did I hear him correctly? Where did you get it, brother? He said. This is astounding. Where did you get it? From your ma, I started and caught myself in time. F. Rom the committee, I said. There was a pause. I looked at him, his face reddening as I tried to get my bearings. A nerve trembled in the center of my stomach. Everyone came out, I said, trying to fill it in. We saw the opportunity and the community agreed with us. It's too bad you missed it. You see, he's sorry we missed it, Brother Jack said. He held up his hand. I could see the deeply etched lines in his palm. The great tactician of personal responsibility regrets our absence. Doesn't he see how I feel, I thought. Can't he see why I did it? What's he trying to do? Tobbit's a fool, but why is he taking it up? You could have taken the next step, I said, forcing the words. We went as far as we could. On your personal responsibility, Brother Jack said, bowing his head in time with the words. I looked at him steadily now. I was told to win back our following, so I tried. The only way I knew how. What's your criticism? What's wrong? So now, he said, rubbing his eye with a delicate circular movement of his fist. The great tactician asks what's wrong. Is it possible that something could be wrong? Do you hear him, brothers? There was a cough. Someone poured a glass of water, and I could hear it fill up very fast, then the rapid rill-like trickle of the final drops dripping from the pitcher lip into the glass. I looked at him, my mind trying to bring things into focus. You mean he admits the possibility of being incorrect, Tobbit said. Sheer modesty, brother, the sheerest modesty. We have here an extraordinary tactician, a Napoleon of strategy and personal responsibility. Strike while the iron is hot is his motto. Seize the instance by its throat, shoot at the whites of their eyes. Give 'em the axe, the axe, the axe, and so forth. I stood up. I don't know what this is all about, brother. What are you trying to say? Now there is a good question, brothers. Sit down, please, it's hot. He wants to know what we're trying to say. We have here not only an extraordinary tactician, but one who has an appreciation for subtleties of expression. Yes, and for sarcasm when it's good, I said. And for discipline, sit down, please, it's hot. And for discipline, and for orders and consultation when it's possible to have them, I said. Brother Jack grinned, sit down, and for patience. When I'm not sleepy and exhausted, I said, and not overheated as I am just. Now, you'll learn, he said, you'll learn and you'll surrender yourself to it even under such conditions, especially under such conditions, that's its value, that makes it. Patience. Yes, I guess I'm learning now, I said, right now. Brother, he said dryly, you have no idea how much you're learning, please sit down. All right, I said, sitting down again, but while ignoring my personal education. For a second, I'd like you to remember that the people have little patience with us. These days, we could use this time more profitably. And I could tell you that politicians are not personal persons, Brother Jack said. But I won't. How could we use it more profitably? By organizing their anger. So again, our great tactician has relieved himself. Today he's a busy man, first an oration over the body of Brutus, and now a lecture on the patience of the Negro. People. Tobit was enjoying himself. I could see his cigarette tremble in his lips as he struck a match to light it. I move we issue his remarks in a pamphlet, he said, running his finger over his chin. They should create a natural phenomenon. This had better stop right here, I thought. My head was getting lighter and my chest felt tight. Look, I said, an unarmed man was killed, a brother, a leading member shot down by a policeman. We had lost our prestige in the community. I saw the chance to rally the people, so I acted. If that was incorrect, then I did wrong, so say it straight. Without this crap, it'll take more than sarcasm to deal with that crowd out there. Brother Jack reddened. The others exchanged glances. He hasn't read the newspapers, someone said. You forget, Brother Jack said. It wasn't necessary, he was there. Yes, I was there, I said, if you're referring to the killing. There you see, Brother Jack said. He was on the scene. Brother Tobit pushed the table edge with his palms, and still you organized that side show of a funeral. My nose twitched. I turned toward him deliberately, forcing a grin. How could there be a sideshow without you as the star attraction, who'd draw the 2 bits admission, Brother 2 bits? What was wrong with the funeral? Now we're making progress, Brother Jack said, straddling his chair. The strategist has raised a very interesting question. What's wrong, he asks. All right, I'll answer. Under your leadership, a traitorous merchant of vile instruments of Negro, anti-minority racist bigotry has received the funeral of a hero. Do you still ask? What's wrong? But nothing. NG was done about a traitor, I said. He half stood, gripping the back of his chair. We all heard you admit it. We dramatized the shooting down of an unarmed black man. He threw up his hands. To hell with you, I thought. To hell with you. He was a man. That black man, as you call him, was a traitor, Brother Jack said. A traitor. What is a traitor, brother? I asked, feeling an angry amusement as I counted on my fingers. He was a man and a Negro, a man and a brother, a man and a traitor, as you say. Then he was a dead man, and alive or dead he was jam full of contradictions, so full that he attracted half of Harlem to come out and stand in the sun in answer to our call. So what is a traitor? So now he retreats, Brother Jack said. Observe him, brothers, after putting the movement in the position of forcing a traitor down the throats of the Negroes, he asks, what a traitor is. Yes, I said, yes, and as you say, it's a fair question, brother. Some folks call me traitor because I've been working downtown. Some would call me a traitor if I was in civil service, and others if I simply sat in my corner and kept quiet. Sure, I considered what Clifton did. And you defend him. Not for that, I was as disgusted as you, but hell, isn't the shooting of an unarmed man of more importance politically than the fact that he sold obscene dolls? So you exercised your personal responsibility, Jack said. That's all I had to go on. I wasn't called to the strategy meeting, remember. Didn't you see what you were playing with? Tobit said. have you no respect for your people? It was a dangerous mistake to give you the opportunity, one of the others said. I looked across at him. The committee can take it away if it wishes, but meantime, why is everyone so upset? If even 1/10 of the people looked at the dolls as we do, our work would be a lot easier. The dolls are nothing. Nothing, Jack said, that nothing that might explode in our face. I sighed. Your faces are safe, brother, I said. Can't you see that they don't think in such abstract terms? If they did, perhaps the new program wouldn't have flopped. The Brotherhood isn't the Negro people. No organization is. All you see in Clifton's death is that it might harm the prestige of the Brotherhood. You see him only as a traitor, but Harlem doesn't react that way. Now he's lecturing us on the conditioned reflexes of the Negro people, Talbot said. I looked at him. I was very tired. And what is the source of your great contributions to the movement, brother? A career in burlesque, and of your profound knowledge of Negroes. Are you from an old plantation-owning family? Does your black mammy shuffle nightly through your dreams? He opened his mouth and closed it like a fish. I'll have you know that I'm married to a fine, intelligent Negro girl, he said. So that's what makes you so cocky, I thought, seeing now how the light struck him at an angle and made a wedge-shaped shadow beneath his nose. So that's it. And how did I guess there was a woman in it? Brother, I apologize, I said. I misjudged you. You have our number. In fact, you must be practically a Negro yourself. Was it by immersion or injection? Now see here, he said, pushing back his chair. Come on, I thought, just make a move. Just another little move. Brothers, Jack said, his eyes on me. Let's stick to the discussion. I'm intrigued. You were saying. I watched Talbot. He glared. I grinned. I was saying that up here we know that the policeman didn't care about Clifton's ideas. He was shot because he was black and because he resisted, mainly because he was black. Brother Jack frowned. You're writing race again, but how do they feel about the dolls? I'm writing the race I'm forced to ride, I said, and as for the dolls, they know that. As far as the cops were concerned, Clifton could have been selling song sheets, Bibles, matzahs. If he'd been white, he'd be alive, or if he'd accepted being pushed around. Oh, no. Black and white, white and black, Talbot said. Must we listen to this racist nonsense? You don't, brother Negro, I said. You get your own information straight from the source. Is it a mulatto source, brother? Don't answer. The only thing wrong is that your source is too narrow. You don't really think that crowd turned out today because Clifton was a member of the Brotherhood. And why did they turn out? Jack said, getting set as if to pounce forward. Because we gave them the opportunity to express their feelings, to affirm themselves. Brother Jack rubbed his eye. Do you know that you have become quite a theoretician, he said. You astound me. I doubt that, brother, but there's nothing like isolating a man to make him think, I said. Yes, that's true. Some of our best ideas have been thought in prison. Only you haven't been in prison, brother, and you were not hired to think. Had you forgotten that? If so, listen to me. You were not hired to think. I was speaking very deliberately, and I thought so. So here it is, naked and old and rotten. So now it's out in the open. So now I know where I am, I said, and with whom. Don't twist my meaning. For all of us, the committee does the thinking. For all of us, and you were hired to talk. That's right, I was hired. Things have been so brotherly I had forgotten my place. But what if I wish to express an idea? We furnish all ideas. We have some acute ones. Ideas are part of our apparatus. Only the correct ideas for the correct occasion. And suppose you misjudge the occasion. Should that ever happen, you keep quiet. Even though I am correct. You say nothing unless it is passed by the committee. Otherwise, I suggest you keep saying the last thing you were told. And when my people demand that I speak, the committee will have an answer. I looked at him. The room was hot, quiet, smoky. The others looked at me. Strangely, I heard the nervous sound of someone mashing out a cigarette in a glass. Ashtray, I pushed back my chair, breathing deeply, controlled. I was on a dangerous road and I thought of Clifton and tried to get off of it. I said nothing. Suddenly Jack smiled and slipped back into his fatherly role. Let us handle the theory and the business of strategy, he said. We are experienced, we're graduates, and while you are a smart beginner, you skipped several grades, but they were important grades, especially for gaining strategical knowledge. For such it is necessary to see the overall picture. More is involved than meets the eye, with the long view and the short view and the overall view mastered, perhaps. You won't slander the political consciousness of the people of Harlem. Can't he see I'm trying to tell them what's real, I thought. Does my membership stop me from feeling Harlem? All right, I said. Have it your way, brother. Only the political consciousness of Harlem is exactly a thing I know something about. That's one class they wouldn't let me skip. I'm describing a part of reality which I know. And that is the most questionable statement of all, Tobit said. I know, I said, running my thumb along the edge of the table. You're private. Source tells you differently. History's made at night, brother? I've warned you, Tobit said. Brother to brother, brother, I said, try getting around more. You might learn that today was the first time that they've listened to our appeals in weeks, and I'll tell you something else. If we don't follow through on what was done today, this might be the last. So he's finally gotten around to predicting the future, Brother Jack said. It's possible, though I hope not. He's in touch with God, Tobit said, the Black God. I looked at him and grinned. He had gray eyes and his irises were very wide, the muscles ridged out on his jaws. I had his guard down and he was swinging wild. Not with God, nor with your wife, brother, I told him. I've never met either, but I've worked among the people up here. Ask your wife to take you around to the gin mills and the barber shops and the juke joints and the churches, brother. Yes, and the beauty parlors on Saturdays when they're frying hair. A whole unrecorded history is spoken then, brother. You wouldn't believe it, but it's true. Tell her to take you to stand in the areaway of a cheap tenement at night and listen to what is said. Put her out on the corner, let her tell you what's being put down. You'll learn that a lot of people are angry because we failed to lead them in action. I'll stand on that as I stand. On what I see and feel and on what I've heard and what I know. No, Brother Jack said, getting to his feet, you'll stand on the decision of the committee. We've had enough of this. The committee makes your decisions and it is not its practice to give undue importance to the mistaken notions of the people. What's happened to your discipline? I'm not arguing against discipline. I'm trying to be useful. I'm trying to point out part of reality which the committee seems to have missed. With just one demonstration we could. The committee has decided against such demonstrations, Brother Jack said. Such methods are no longer effective. Something seemed to move out from under me, and out of the corner of my eye I was suddenly aware of objects on the dark side of the hall, but didn't anyone see? What happened today, I said. What was that, a dream? What was ineffective about that crowd? Such crowds are only our raw materials, one of the raw materials to be shaped to our program. I looked around the table and shook my head. No wonder they insult me and accuse us of betraying them. There was a sudden movement. Repeat that, Brother Jack shouted, stepping forward. It's true, I'll repeat it. Until this afternoon they've been saying that the Brotherhood betrayed them. I'm telling you what's been said to me, and that it why Brother Clifton disappeared. That's an indefensible lie, Brother Jack said. And I looked at him slowly now, thinking, if this is it, this is it. Don't call me that, I said softly. Don't ever call me that, none of you. I've told you what I've heard. My hand was in my pocket now, Brother Tarp's leg chain around my knuckles. I looked at each of them individually, trying to hold myself back and yet feeling it getting away from me. My head was whirling as though I were riding a supersonic merry-go-round. Jack looked at me, a new interest behind his eyes. Leaned forward. So you've heard it, he said. Very well, so now hear this. We do not shape our Policies to the mistaken and infantile notions of the man in the street. Our job is not to ask them what they think, but to tell them. You've said that, I said, and that's one thing you can tell them yourself. Who are you anyway, the great white father? Not their father, their leader, and your leader, and don't forget it. My leader, sure, but what's your exact relationship to them? His red head bristled. The leader. As leader of the Brotherhood, I am their leader. But are you sure you aren't their great white father? I said, watching him. Closely aware of the hot silence and feeling tension race from my toes to my legs as I drew my feet quickly beneath me. Wouldn't it be better if they called you Mars? Jack. Now see here, he began, leaping to his feet to lean across the table, and I spun my chair half around on its hind legs as he came between me and the light, gripping the edge of the table, spluttering and lapsing into a foreign language, choking and coughing and shaking his head as I balanced on my toes now, set to propel myself forward, seeing him above me and the others behind him, as suddenly something seemed to erupt out of his face. You're seeing things, I thought, hearing it strike sharply against the table and roll as his arm shot out and snatched an object the size of a large marble and dropped it, plop, into his glass, and I could see the water shooting up in a ragged, light-breaking pattern to spring in swift droplets across the oiled tabletop. The room seemed to flatten. I shot to a high plateau above them and down, feeling the jolt on the end of my spine as the chair legs struck the floor. The merry-go-round had speeded up. I heard his voice but no longer listened. I stared at the glass, seeing how the light shone through, throwing a transparent, precisely fluted shadow against the dark grain of the table, and there, on the bottom of the glass lay an eye, a glass eye, a buttermilk white eye distorted by the light rays, an eye staring fixedly at me as from the dark waters of a well. Then I was looking at him, standing above me, outlined by the light against the darkened half of the hall. You must accept discipline. Either you accept decisions or you get out. I stared into his face, feeling a sense of outrage. His left eye had collapsed, a line of raw redness showing where the lid refused to close, and his gaze had lost its command. I looked from his face to the glass, thinking, he's disemboweled himself just in order to confound me, and the others had known it all along. They aren't even surprised. I stared at the eye, aware of Jack pacing up and down, shouting, "Brother, are you following me?" He stopped, squinting at me with cyclopean irritation. What is the matter? I stared up at him, unable to answer. Then he understood and approached the table, smiling maliciously. So that's it. So it makes you uncomfortable, does it? You're a sentimentalist, he said, sweeping up the glass and causing the eye to turn over in the water so that now it seemed to peer down at me from the ringed bottom of the glass. He smiled, holding the tumbler level with his empty socket, swirling the glass. You didn't know about this. No, and I didn't want to know. Someone laughed. See, that demonstrates how long you've been with us. He lowered the glass. I lost my eye in the line of duty. What do you think of that? He said with a pride that made me all the angrier. I don't give a damn how you lost it, as long as you keep it hidden. That is because you don't appreciate the meaning of sacrifice. I was ordered to carry through an objective, and I carried it through. Understand, even though I had to lose my eye to do it. He was gloating now, holding up the eye in the glass as though it were a medal of merit. Not much like that traitor Clifton, is it? Tobbit said. The others were amused. All right, I said, all right, it was a heroic act. It saved the world, now hide the bleeding wound. Don't overvaluate it, Jack said, quieter now. The heroes are those who die. This was nothing after it happened, a minor lesson in discipline. And do you know what discipline is, brother? Personal responsibility. It's sacrifice, sacrifice, sacrifice. He slammed the glass upon the table, splashing the water on the back of my hand. I shook like a leaf. So that is the money. NG of discipline, I thought. Sacrifice. Yes, and blindness. He doesn't see me. He doesn't even see me. Am I about to strangle him? I do not know. He cannot possibly. I still do not know. See, discipline is Sacrifice, yes, and blindness, yes, and me sitting here while he tries to intimidate me. That's it with his goddamn blind glass eye. Should you show him you get it? Shouldn't he know it? Hurry, shouldn't you? Look at it there, a good job, an almost perfect imitation that seemed alive. Shouldn't you? Maybe he got it where he learned that language he lapsed into. Shouldn't you make him speak the unknown tongue, the language of the future? What's mattering with you? Discipline is learning, didn't he say? Is it? I stand. You're sitting here, ain't I? You're holding on, ain't I? He said you'd learn, so you're learning, so he saw it all the time. He's a riddler, shouldn't we show him? So sit still is the way, and learn never. Mind the eye, it's dead. All right now, look at him. See him turning now, left, right. Coming short-legged toward you. See him, hep, the one-eyed beacon. All right. All right, hep, the short-legged deacon. All right, nail him, the short. Changing dialectical deacon. All right, there, so now you're learning, get it. Under control, patience, yes. I looked at him again as for the first time, seeing a little bantam rooster of a man, with a high-domed forehead and a raw eye socket that wouldn't quite accept its lid. I looked at him carefully now, with some of the red spots fading, and with the feeling that I was just awakening from a dream I had boomeranged around. I realize how you feel, he said, becoming an actor who just finished a part in a play and was speaking again in his natural voice. I remember the first time I saw myself this way, and it wasn't pleasant, and don't think I wouldn't rather have my old one back. He felt in the water for his eye now, and I could see its smooth spherical half-amorphous form slip between his two fingers and spurt around the glass as though looking for a way to break out. Then he had it, shaking off the water and breathing upon it as he walked across to the dark side of the room. But who knows, brothers, he said, with his back turned, perhaps if we do our work successfully, the new society will provide me with a living eye. Such a thing is not at all fantastic, although I've been without mine for quite a while. What time is it, by the way? But what kind of society will make him see me? I thought, hearing Tobbit answer. 6:15. Then we'd better leave immediately. We've got a long way to travel, he said. Coming across the floor, he had his eye in place now, and he was smiling. How's that? He asked me. I nodded. I was very tired. I simply nodded. Good, he said. I sincerely hope it never happens to you. Sincerely. If it should, maybe you'll recommend me to your oculist, I said. Then I may not see myself as others see me not. He looked at me oddly, then laughed. See, brothers, he's joking. He feels brotherly. Again, but just the same, I hope you'll never need one of these. Meanwhile, go and see Hambro. He'll outline the program and give you the instructions. As for today, just let things float. It is a development that is important only if we make it so. Otherwise it will be forgotten, he said, getting into his jacket, and you'll see that it's best. The Brotherhood must act as a coordinated unit. I looked at him. I was becoming aware of smells again, and I needed a bath. The others were standing now and moving toward the door. I stood up, feeling the shirt sticking to my back. One last thing, Jack said, placing his hand on my shoulder and speaking quietly. Watch that temper. That's discipline too. Learn to demolish your brotherly opponents with ideas, with polemic skill. The other is for our enemies. Save it for them and go get some rest. I was beginning to tremble. His face seemed to advance and recede and advance. He shook his head and smiled grimly. I know how you feel, he said, and it's too bad all that effort was for nothing, but that in itself is a kind of discipline. I speak to you of what I have learned, and I'm a great deal older than you. Good night. I looked at his eye, so he knows how I feel, which eye is really the blind one. Good night, I said. Good night, brother, they all except Tobbit said. It'll be night, but it won't be good, I thought, calling a final good night. They left, and I took my jacket and went and sat at my desk. I heard them passing down the stairs and the closing of the door below. I felt as though I'd been watching a bad comedy, only it was real and I was living it, and it was the only historically meaningful life that I could live. If I left it, I'd be nowhere. as dead and as meaningless as Clifton. I felt for the doll in the shadow and dropped it on the desk. He was dead all right, and nothing would come of his death now. He was useless. Even for a scavenger action, he had waited too long. The directives had changed on him. He'd barely gotten by with a funeral, and that was all. It was only a matter of a few days, but he had missed, and there was nothing I could do. But at least he was dead and out of it. I sat there a while, growing wilder and fighting against it. I couldn't leave, and I had to keep contact in order to fight, but I would never be the same, never, after tonight. I wouldn't ever look the same or feel the same. Just what I'd be, I didn't. No, I couldn't go back to what I was, which wasn't much, but I'd lost too much to be what I was. Some of me, too, had died with Todd Clifton, so I would see Hambro. For whatever it was worth, I got up and went out into the hall. The glass was still on the table, and I swept it across the room, hearing it rumble and roll in the dark. Then I went downstairs. Chapter 23. The bar downstairs was hot and crowded, and there was a heated argument in progress over Clifton's shooting. I stood near the door and ordered a bourbon. Then someone noticed me, and they tried to draw me in. Please, not tonight, I said. He was one of my best friends. Oh, sure, they said, and I had another bourbon and left. When I reached 125th Street, I was approached by a group of civil liberties workers circulating a petition demanding the dismissal of the guilty policeman, and a block further on, even the familiar woman street preacher was shouting a sermon about the slaughter of the innocents. A much broader group was stirred up over the shooting than I had imagined. Good, I thought, perhaps it won't die down after all. Maybe I'd better see Hambro tonight. Little groups were all along the street, and I moved with increasing speed until suddenly I had reached 7th Avenue, and there beneath a street lamp with the largest crowd around him was Roz the Exhorter, the last man in the world I wanted to see, and I had just turned back when I saw him lean down between his flags, shouting, "Look, look, black ladies and gentlemen, there goes the representative of the Brotherhood. Does Roz see correctly? Is that gentleman trying to pass us unnoticed? Ask him about it. What are you people waiting for, sir? What are you doing about our black youth shot down because of your deceitful organization?" They turned, looking at me, closing in. Some came up behind me and tried to push me further into the crowd. The exhorter leaned down, pointing at me beneath the green traffic light. "Ask him what they are doing about it. Ladies and gentlemen, are they afraid? Or are the white folks and their black stooges sticking together to betray us? Get your hands off me," I shouted as someone reached around and seized my arm. I heard a voice cursing me softly. "Give the brother a chance to answer," someone said. Their faces pressed in upon me. I wanted to laugh, for suddenly I realized that I didn't know whether I had been part of a sellout or not, but they were in no mood for laughter. "Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters," I said, "I disdain to answer such an attack. Since you all know me and my work, I don't think it's necessary, but it seems highly dishonorable to use the unfortunate death of one of our most promising young men as an excuse for attacking an organization that has worked to bring an end to such outrages. Who was the first organization to act against this killing? The Brotherhood. Who was the first to arouse the people? The Brotherhood. Who will always be the first to advance the cause of the people? Again, the Brotherhood. We acted, and we shall always act, I assure you, but in our own disciplined way. And we'll act positively. We refuse to waste our energies and yours in premature and ill-considered actions. We are Americans, all of us, whether black or white, regardless of what the man on the ladder there tells you, Americans, and we leave it to the gentleman up there to abuse the name of the dead. The Brotherhood grieves and feels deeply the loss of its brother, and we are determined that his death shall be the beginning of profound and lasting changes. It's easy enough to wait around for the minute a man is safely buried, and then stand on a ladder and smear the memory of everything he believed in, but to create something lasting of his death takes time and careful planning. Gentleman, Roz shouted, stick to the issue. You are not answering my question. What are you doing about the shooting? I moved toward the edge of the crowd. If this went any further, it could be disastrous. Stop abusing the dead for your own selfish ends, I said. Let him rest in peace. Quit mangling his corpse. I pushed away as he raged, hearing shouts of, tell him about it, grave robber. The exhorter waved his arms and pointed, shouting, that man is a paid stooge. Of the white enslaver, where has he been for the last few months when our black babies and women have been suffering? Let the dead rest in peace, I shouted, hearing someone call, aw man, go back to Africa. Everybody knows the brother. Good, I thought, good. Then there was a scuffle behind me, and I whirled to see. Two men stopped short. They were Roz's men. Listen, mister, I said up to him, if you know what's good for you, you'll call off your goons. Two of them seemed to want to follow me. And that is a damn lie, he shouted. There are witnesses if anything should happen to me, a man who'll dig up the dead hardly before he's buried will try anything, but I warned you. There were angry shouts from some of the crowd, and I saw the men continue past me with hate in their eyes, leaving the crowd to disappear around the corner. Roz was attacking the Brotherhood now, and others were answering him from the audience, and I went on, moving back toward Lennox, moving past a movie house. When they grabbed me and started punching, but this time they'd picked the wrong spot, and the movie doorman intervened, and they ran back toward Roz's street meeting. I thanked the doorman and went on. I had been lucky, they hadn't hurt me. But Roz was becoming bold again. On a less crowded street, they might have done some damage. Reaching the avenue, I stepped to the curb and signaled a cab, seeing it sail by. An ambulance went past, then another cab with its flag down. I looked back. I felt that they were watching me from somewhere up the street, but I couldn't see them. Why didn't a taxi come? Then three men in natty, cream-colored summer suits came to stand near me at the curb, and something about them struck me like a hammer. They were all wearing dark glasses. I had seen it thousands of times, but suddenly, what I had considered an empty imitation of a Hollywood fad was flooded with personal significance. Why not, I thought, why not, and shot across the street and into the air-conditioned chill of a drugstore. I saw them on a case strewn with sun visors, hair nets, rubber gloves, a card of false eyelashes, and seized the darkest lenses I could find. They were of a green glass, so dark that it appeared black, and I put them on immediately, plunging into blackness and moving outside. I could barely see. It was almost dark now, and the streets swarmed in a green vagueness. I moved slowly across to stand near the subway and wait for my eyes to adjust. A strange wave of excitement boiled within me as I peered out at the sinister light, and now through the hot gusts from the underground people were emerging. And I could feel the trains vibrating the walk. A cab rolled up to discharge a passenger, and I was about to take it when the woman came up the stairs and stopped before me, smiling. Now what I thought, seeing her standing there smiling in her tight-fitting summer dress, a large young woman who reeked with Christmas night perfume, who now came close. Reinhardt, baby, is that you? She said. Reinhardt, I thought, so it works. She had her hand on my arm, and faster than I thought I heard myself answer, is that you, baby, and waited with tense breath. Well, for once you're on time, she said, but what you doing bareheaded? Where's your new hat I bought you? I wanted to laugh. The scent of Christmas night was enfolding me now, and I saw her face draw closer, her eyes widening. Say you ain't Reinhardt, man. What you trying to do? You don't even talk like Rein. What's your story? I laughed, backing away. I guess we were both mistaken, I said. She stepped backward, clutching her bag, watching me, confused. I really meant no harm, I said. I'm sorry. Who was it you mistook me for? Reinhardt, and you'd better not let him catch you pretending to be him. No, I said, but you seemed so pleased to see him that I couldn't resist it. He's really a lucky man. And I could have sworn you was. Man, you get away from here before you get me. In trouble, she said, moving aside, and I left. It was very strange, but that about the hat was a good idea, I thought, hurrying along now and looking out for Roz's men. I was wasting time. At the first hat shop I went in and bought the whitest hat in stock and put it on. With this, I thought I should be seen even in a snowstorm, only they'd think I was someone else. Then I was back in the street and moving toward the subway. My eyes adjusted. Quickly, the world took on a dark green intensity. The lights of cars glowed like stars. Faces were a mysterious blur, the garish signs of movie houses muted down to a soft, sinister glowing. I headed back for Roz's meeting with a bold swagger. This was the real test. If it worked, I would go on to Hambros without further trouble. In the angry period to come, I would be able to move about. A couple of men approached, eating up the walk with long, jaunty strides that caused their heavy silk sport shirts to flounce rhythmically upon their bodies. They, too, wore dark glasses. Their hats were set high upon their heads, the brims turned down. A couple of hipsters, I thought, just as they spoke. W. Hat you sayin', Daddy-o, they said. Reinhardt Papa, tell us what you putting down, they said. Oh hell, they're probably his friends, I thought, waving and moving on. We know what you're doing, Reinhardt, one of them called. Play it cool, ol' man. Play it cool. I waved again as though in on the joke. They laughed behind me. I was nearing the end of the block now, wet with sweat. Who was this Reinhardt, and what was he putting down? I'd have to learn more about him to avoid further misidentifications. What? A car passed with its radio blaring. Ahead, I could hear the exhorter barking harshly to the crowd. Then I was moving close and coming to a stop conspicuously in the space left for pedestrians to pass through the crowd. To the rear, they were lined up too deep before the store windows. Before me, the listeners merged in a green-tinted gloom. The exhorter gestured violently, blasting the Brotherhood. The time for auction is here. We must chase them out of Harlem, he cried, and for a second I thought he had caught me in the sweep of his eyes, and tensed. Roz said, chase them. It is time Roz the exhorter become Roz the destroyer. Shouts of agreement arose, and I looked behind me, seeing the men who had followed me and thinking, what did he mean, destroyer? I repeat, black ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for auction. I Roz the destroyer repeat, the time has come. I trembled with excitement. They hadn't recognized me. It works, I thought. They see the hat, not me. There is a magic in it. It hides me right in front of their eyes. But suddenly I wasn't sure, with Roz calling for the destruction of everything white. In Harlem, who could notice me? I needed a better test if I was to carry out my plan. What plans? Hell, I don't know, come on. I weaved out of the crowd and left, heading for Hambros. A group of zoot suiters greeted me in passing. Hey now, Daddy-o, they called. Hey now. Hey now, I said. It was as though by dressing and walking in a certain way, I had enlisted in a fraternity in which I was recognized at a glance, not by features, but by clothes, by uniform, by gait. But this gave rise to another uncertainty. I was not a zoot suiter, but a kind of politician. Or was I? What would happen in a real test? What about the fellows who'd been so insulting at the Jolly Dollar? I was halfway across 8th Avenue at the thought and retraced my steps, running for an uptown bus. There were many of the regular customers draped around the bar. The room was crowded and Barrelhouse was on duty. I could feel the frame of the glasses cutting into the ridge of my nose as I tilted my hat and squeezed up to the bar. Barrelhouse looked at me roughly, his lips pushed out. What brand you drinking tonight, Papa Stopper? He said. Make it Ballantines, I said in my natural voice. I watched his eyes as he set the beer before me and slapped the bar with his enormous hand for his money. Then, my heart beating faster, I made my old gesture of payment, spinning the coin upon the bar and waited. The coin disappeared into his vest. Thanks, Pops, he said, moving on and leaving me puzzled, for there had been recognition of a kind in his voice, but not for me. He never called me Pops or Papa. Stopper, it's working, I thought. Perhaps it's working very well. Certainly something was working on me, and profoundly. Still, I was relieved. It was hot, perhaps that was it. I drank the cold beer, looking back to the rear of the room to the booths. A crowd of men and women moiled like nightmare figures in the smoke-green haze. The jukebox was dinning, and it was like looking into the depths of a murky cave, and now someone moved aside and looking down along the curve of the bar past the bobbing heads and shoulders. I saw the jukebox, lit up like a bad dream of the fiery furnace, shouting, "Jelly, jelly, jelly," all night long. And yet I thought, watching a numbers runner paying off a bet, this is one place that the Brotherhood definitely penetrated. Let Hambro explain that, too, along with all the rest he'd have to explain. I drained the glass and turned to leave. When they're across at the lunch counter, I saw Brother Maceo. I moved impulsively, forgetting my disguise until almost upon him, then checked myself and put my disguise once more to a test, reaching roughly across his shoulder. I picked up a greasy menu that rested between the sugar shaker and the hot sauce bottle and pretended to read it through my dark lenses. "How're the ribs, Pops?" I said. "Fine, least these here I'm eatin' is." "Yeah, how much you know about ribs?" He raised his head slowly, looking across at the spitted chickens revolving before the low blue rotisserie flames. "I reckon I know as much about 'em as you," he said. "And probably more, since I probably been eatin' 'em a few years longer than you, and in a few more places. What makes you think you can come in here messing with me? Anyhow," he turned, looking straight into my face. Now challenging me, he was very game. And I wanted to laugh. "Oh, take it easy," I growled. "A man can ask a question, can't he?" "You got your answer," he said, turning completely around on the stool. "So now I guess you ready to pull your knife." "Knife?" I said, wanting to laugh. "Who said anything about a knife?" "That's what you thinking about. Somebody say something you don't like and you kind of fellows pull your switchblades, so all right, go ahead and pull it. I'm as ready to die as I'm gone ever be. Let's see you go ahead." He reached for the sugar shaker now, and I stood there feeling suddenly that the old man before me was not Brother Maceo at all, but someone else disguised to confuse me. The glasses were working too well. He's a game old brother, I thought. But this'll never do. I pointed toward his plate. "I asked you about the ribs," I said, "not your ribs." "Who said anything about a knife?" "Never mind that, just go on and pull it," he said. "Let's see you, or is you waiting for me to turn my back?" "All right, here it is, here's my back," he said, turning swiftly on the stool and around again, his arm set to throw the shaker. Customers were turning to look, were moving clear. "What's the matter, Maceo?" someone said. "Nothing I can't handle. This confidencing son of a bitch come in here bluffing." "You take it easy, old man," I said. "Don't let your mouth get your head in trouble thinking, why am I talking like this?" "You don't have to worry about that, son of a bitch. Pull your switchblade." "Give it to him, Maceo," cool cracked the motherfowler. I marked the position of the voice by ear now, turning so that I could see Maceo, the agitator, and the customers blocking the door. Even the jukebox had stopped. And I could feel the danger mounting so swiftly that I moved without thinking, bounding over quickly and sweeping up a beer bottle, my body trembling. "All right," I said, "if that's the way you want it, all right. The next one who talks out of turn gets this." Maceo moved and I fainted with the bottle, seeing him dodge, his arm set to throw. And held only because I was crowding him, a dark old man in overalls and a gray, long-billed cloth cap, who looked dreamlike through the green glasses. "Throw it," I said. "Go on," overcome with the madness of the thing. Here I'd set out to test a disguise on a friend, and now I was ready to beat him to his knees. Not because I wanted to, but because of place and circumstance. Okay, it was absurd and yet real and dangerous, and if he moved, I'd let him have it as brutally as possible. To protect myself I'd have to, or the drunks would gang me. Maceo was set, looking at me coldly, and suddenly I heard a voice boom out, "Ain't going to be no fighting in my joint." It was Barrelhouse, Put them things down, y'all, they cost money. Hell, Barrel House, let 'em fight. They can fight in the streets, not in here. Hey, y'all, he called, look over here. Oh, no. I saw him now, leaning forward with a pistol in his huge fist, resting it steady upon the bars. Now put 'em down, y'all, he said mournfully. I done ask you to put my property down. Brother Maceo looked from me to Barrel House. Put it down, old man, I said, thinking, why am I acting from pride when this is not really Mace? You put yourn down, he said. Both of y'all put him down, and you, Reinhardt, Barrel House said, gesturing at me. With his pistol, you get out of my joint and stay out. We don't need your money in here. I started to protest, but he held up his palm. Now you all right with me, Reinhardt, don't get me wrong, but I just can't stand trouble, Barrel House said. Brother Maceo had replaced the shaker now, and I put my bottle down and backed to the door. And Ryan, Barrel House said, don't go try to pull no pistol neither, 'cause this here one is loaded and I got a permit. I backed to the door, my scalp prickling, watching them both. Next time don't ask no questions you don't want answered, Maceo called, and if you ever want to finish this argument, I be right here. I felt the outside air explode around me, and I stood just beyond the door laughing. With the sudden relief of the joke restored, looking back at the defiant old man in his long-billed cap in the confounded eyes of the crowd. Reinhardt, I thought. What kind of man is Reinhardt? I was still chuckling when, in the next block, I waited for the traffic lights near. Group of men who stood on the corner, passing a bottle of cheap wine between them, as they discussed Clifton's murder. What we need is some guns, one of them said, an eye for an eye. Hell yes, machine guns. Pass me the sneak-eye, Pete Muckleroy. Wasn't for that Sullivan law, this here New York wouldn't be nothing but a shooting gallery, another man said. Here's the sneak-eye, Pete, and don't try to find no home in that bottle. It's the only home I got, Muckleroy. You want to take that away from me? Man, drink up and pass the damn bottle. I started around them, hearing one of them say, what you saying, Mr. Reinhardt? How's your hammer hanging? Even up here, I thought, beginning to hurry. Heavy, man, I said, knowing the answer to that one, very heavy. They laughed. Well, it'll be lighter by morning. Say, look at her, Mr. Reinhardt. How about giving me a job? One of them said, approaching me, and I waved and crossed the street, walking rapidly down 8th. Toward the next bus stop. The shops and groceries were dark now, and children were running and yelling. Along the walks, dodging in and out among the adults, I walked, struck by the merging fluidity of forms seen through the lenses. Could this be the way the world appeared to Reinhardt, all the dark glass boys, for now we see as through a glass. Darkly, but then, I couldn't remember the rest. She was carrying a shopping bag and moved gingerly on her feet until she touched my arm. I thought that she was talking to herself. I say, pardon me, son, look like you trying to pass on by me tonight. What's the final figure? Figure? What figure? Now you know what I mean, she said, her voice rising as she put her hands on her hips and looked forward. I mean today's last number, ain't you, Ryan the runners? Ryan the runners. Yes, Reinhardt the number man, who you trying to fool? But that's not my name, madame, I said, speaking as precisely as I could and stepping away from her. You've made a mistake. Her mouth fell wide. You ain't, well, why you look so much like him, she said, with hot doubt in her voice. Now, ain't this here something? Let me get on home. If my dream come out, I'ma have to go look that rascal up, and here I needs that money too. I hope you won, I said, straining to see her clearly, and I hope he pays off. Thanks, son, but he'll pay off all right. I can see you ain't Reinhardt now, though. I'm sorry for stopping you. It's all right, I said. If I'd looked at your shoes, I woulda known. Why? 'Cause Ryan the runner is known for them, knob-toed kind. I watched her limp away, rocking like the old ship of Zion. No wonder everyone knows him, I thought. In that racket you have to get around. I was aware of my black and white shoes for the first time since the day of Clifton's shooting. When the squad car veered close to the curb and rolled along slowly beside me, I knew what was coming before the cop opened his mouth. "That you, Reinhardt, my man," the cop who was not driving said. He was white. I could see the shield gleaming on his cap, but the number was vague. "Not this time, officer," I said. "The hell you say? What are you trying to pull? Is this a holdout?" "You're making a mistake," I said. "I'm not Reinhardt." The car stopped. A flashlight beamed in my green-lensed eyes. He spat into the street. "Well, you better be by morning," he said, "and you better have our cut in the regular place. Who the hell you think you are?" he called as the car speeded up and away. And before I could turn, a crowd of men ran up from the corner pool hall. One of them carried an automatic in his hand. "What were those sonsabiches trying to do to you, Daddy?" he said. "It was nothing. They thought I was someone else." "Who'd they take you for?" I looked at them. Were they criminals or simply men who were worked up over the shooting? "Some guy named Reinhardt," I said. "Reinhardt, hey, y'all hear that?" snorted the fellow with the gun. "Reinhardt, them Paddies must be going stone blind. Anybody can see you ain't Reinhardt." "But he do look like Rein," another man said, staring at me with his hands in his trousers pockets. "Like hell he does." "Hell man, Reinhardt would be driving that Cadillac this time of night." "What the hell you talking about?" "Listen, Jack," the fellow with the gun said, "don't let nobody make you act like Reinhardt. You got to have a smooth tongue, a heartless heart, and be ready to do anything. But if them Paddies bother you again, just let us know. We aim to stop some of this head whooping they been doing." "Sure," I said. "Reinhardt," he said again, "ain't that a bitch?" They turned and went arguing back to the pool hall, and I hurried out of this neighborhood, having forgotten Hambro for the moment. I walked east instead of west. I wanted to remove the glasses, but decided against it. Roz's men might still be on the prowl. It was quieter now. No one paid me any special attention, although the street was alive with pedestrians, all moiling along in the mysterious tint of green. Perhaps I'm out of his territory at last, I thought, and began trying to place Reinhardt in the scheme of things. He's been around all the while, but I have been looking in another direction. He was around and others like him, but I had looked past him until Clifton's death, or was it Roz, had made me aware. What on earth was hiding behind the face of things, if dark glasses and a white hat could blot out my identity so quickly? Who actually was who? The perfume was exotic and seemed to roll up the walk behind me. As I became aware of a woman strolling casually behind me. "I've been waiting for you to recognize me, Daddy," a voice said. "I've been waiting for you a long time." It was a pleasant voice with a slightly husky edge and plenty of sleep in it. "Don't you hear me, Daddy?" she said, and I started to look around, hearing no. "Daddy, don't look back. My old man might be cold trailing me. Just walk along beside me while I tell you where to meet me. I swear I thought you'd never come. Will you be able to see me tonight?" She had moved close to me now, and suddenly I felt a hand fumbling at my jacket pocket. "All right, Daddy, you don't have to jump evil on me. Here it is. Now will you see me?" I stopped dead, grabbing her hand and looking at her, an exotic girl even through the green glasses, looking at me with a smile that suddenly broke. "Reinhardt, Daddy. What's the matter?" "So here it goes again," I thought, holding her tightly. "I'm not Reinhardt, miss," I said, "and for the first time tonight I'm truly sorry." "But bliss, Daddy, Reinhardt, you're not trying to put your baby down, Daddy." "What did I do?" She seized my arm and we were poised face to face in the middle of the walk, and suddenly she screamed, "Ooh, you really aren't," and me trying to give you his money. "Get away from me, you dumb John, get away from me." I backed off. Her face was distorted as she stamped her high heels and screamed. Behind me I heard someone say, "Hey, what was that?" followed by the sound of running feet as I shot off and around the corner away from her screams. That lovely girl, I thought, that lovely girl. Several blocks away I stopped, out of breath, and both pleased and angry. How stupid could people be? Was everyone suddenly nuts? I looked about me. It was a bright street, the walks full of people. I stood at the curb trying to breathe. Up the street a sign with a cross glowed above the walk. Holy Way Station. Behold the living God. The letters glowed dark green, and I wondered if it were from the lenses or the actual color of the neon tubes. A couple of drunks stumbled past. I headed for Hambros. Passing a man sitting on the curb with his head bent over his knees. Cars passed. I went on. Two solemn-faced children came passing out handbills, which first I refused, then went back and took. After all, I had to know what was going on in the community. I took the bill and stepped close to the street light, reading, Behold the invisible. Thy will be done, O Lord. I see all, know all, tell all, cure all. You shall see the unknown wonders. Rev. B.P. Rinehart. Spiritual technologist. The old is ever new. Way stations in New Orleans, the home of mystery. Birmingham, New York, Chicago, Detroit, and L.A. No problem too hard for God. Come to the Way Station. Behold the invisible. Attend our services, prayer meetings thrice weekly. Join us in the new revelation of the old-time religion. Behold the scene unseen. Behold the invisible. Ye who are weary, come home. I do what you want done. Wait. I dropped the leaflet into the gutter and moved on. I walked slowly, my breath still. Coming hard could it be? Soon I reached the sign. It hung above a store that had been converted into a church, and I stepped into the shallow lobby and wiped my face with a handkerchief. Behind me, I heard the rise and fall of an old-fashioned prayer such as I hadn't heard since leaving the campus, and then only when visiting. Country preachers were asked to pray. The voice rose and fell in a rhythmical, dreamlike recital, part enumeration of earthly trials undergone by the congregation, part rapt display of vocal virtuosity, part appeal to God. I was still wiping my face and squinting at crude biblical scenes painted on the windows when two old ladies came up to me. Even Reverend Reinhardt, one of them said, How's our dear pastor this warm evening? Oh no, I thought, but perhaps agreeing will cause less trouble than denying, and I said, Good evening, sisters, muffling my voice with my handkerchief and catching the odor of the girl's perfume from my hand. This here's Sister Harris, Reverend. She come to join our little band. God bless you, Sister Harris, I said, taking her extended hand. You know, Reverend, I once heard you preach years ago. You was just a lil, ol' 12-year-old boy back in Virginia, and here I come north and find you, praise God, still preaching the gospel, doing the Lord's work, still preaching the old-time religion here in this wicked city. Sister Harris, the other sister said, we better get on in and find our seats. Besides, the pastor's kind of got things to do, though you are here a little early. Aren't you, Reverend? Yes, I said, dabbing my mouth with my handkerchief. They were motherly old women of the southern type, and I suddenly felt a nameless despair. I wanted to tell them that Reinhardt was a fraud, but now there came a shout from inside the church, and I heard a burst of music. Just listen to it, Sister Harris, that's the new kind of guitar music I told you Reverend Reinhardt got for us, ain't it heavenly? Praise God, Sister Harris said, praise God. Excuse us, Reverend, I have to see Sister Judkins about the money she collected for the building fund, and Reverend, last night I sold 10 recordings of your inspiring sermon, even sold one to the white lady I work for. Bless you, I found myself saying in a voice heavy with despair, bless you, bless you. Then the door opened, and I looked past their heads into a small, crowded room of men and women sitting in folding chairs, to the front where a slender woman in a rusty black robe played passionate boogie-woogie on an upright piano, along with a young man wearing a skull cap who struck righteous riffs from an electric guitar, which was connected to an amplifier that hung from the ceiling above a gleaming white and gold pulpit. a man in an elegant red cardinal's robe and a high lace collar, stood resting against an enormous Bible and now began to lead a hard-driving hymn, which the congregation shouted in the unknown tongue and back and high on the wall above him there arched the words in letters of gold, "Let there be light." The whole scene quivered vague and mysterious in the green light, then the door closed and the sound muted down. It was too much for me. I removed my glasses and tucked the white hat carefully beneath my arm and walked away. Can it be, I thought, can it actually be? And I knew that it was. I had heard of it before, but I'd never come so close. Still, could he be all of them? Rhine the runner, and Rhine the gambler, and Rhine the briber, and Rhine the lover, and Reinhardt the reverend. Could he himself be both Rind and Hart? What is real anyway? But how could I doubt it? He was a broad man, a man of parts who got around, Reinhardt the rounder. It was true as I was true. His world was possibility. And he knew it. He was years ahead of me, and I was a fool. I must have been crazy and blind. The world in which we lived was without boundaries, a vast, seething, hot world of fluidity, and Rhine the rascal was at home. Perhaps only Rhine the rascal was at home in it. It was unbelievable, but perhaps only the unbelievable could be believed. Perhaps the truth was always a lie. Perhaps, I thought, the whole thing should roll off me like drops of water rolling off Jack's glass eye. I should search out the proper political classification, label Reinhardt and his situation, and quickly forget it. I hurried away from the church so swiftly that I found myself back at the office before I remembered that I was going to Hambro's. I was both depressed and fascinated. I wanted to know Reinhardt, and yet I thought, I'm upset because I know I don't have to know him. That simply becoming aware of his existence, being mistaken for him, is enough to convince me that Reinhardt is real. It couldn't be, but it is, and it can be is simply because it's unknown. Jack wouldn't dream of such a possibility, nor Tobbit, who thinks he's so close. Too little was known, too much was in the dark. I thought of Clifton and of Jack himself. How much was really known about either of them? How much was known about me, who from my old life had challenged me, and after all this time I had just discovered Jack's missing eye. My entire body started to itch, as though I had just been removed from a plaster cast and was unused to the new freedom of movement. In the South, everyone knew you, but coming north was a jump into the unknown. How many days could you walk the streets of the big city without encountering anyone who knew you, and how many nights you could actually make yourself anew? The notion was frightening, for now the world seemed to flow before my eyes, all boundaries down. Freedom was not only the recognition of necessity, it was the recognition of possibility. And sitting there trembling, I caught a brief glimpse of the possibilities posed by Reinhardt's multiple personalities and turned away. It was too vast and confusing to contemplate. Then I looked at the polished lenses of the glasses and laughed. I had been trying simply to turn them into a disguise, but they had become a political instrument instead, for if Reinhardt could use them in his work, no doubt I could use them in mine. It was too simple, and yet they had already opened up a new section of reality for me. What would the committee say about that? What did their theory tell them of such a world? I recalled a report of a shoeshine boy who had encountered the best treatment in the South simply by wearing a white turban instead of his usual Dobbs or Stetson, and I fell into a fit of laughing. Jack would be outraged at the very suggestion of such a state of things, and yet there was truth in it. This was the real chaos which he thought he was describing. So long ago it seemed now, outside the Brotherhood we were outside history, but inside of it they didn't see us. It was a hell of a state of affairs. We were nowhere. I wanted to back away but still I wanted to discuss it, to consult someone who'd tell me it was only a brief, emotional illusion. I wanted the props put back beneath the world, so now I had a real need to see Hambro. Getting up to go, I looked at the wall map and laughed at Columbus. What in India he'd found. I was almost across the hall when I remembered and came back and put on the hat and glasses. I'd need them to carry me through the streets. I took a cab. Hambro lived in the West 80s, and once in the vestibule I tucked the hat under my arm and put the glasses in my pocket along with Brother Tarp's leg. Chain and Clifton's doll. My pocket was getting overloaded. I was shown into a small, book-lined study by Hambro himself. From another part of the apartment came a child's voice singing Humpty Dumpty, Awakening. Humiliating memories of my first Easter program, during which I had stood before the church audience and forgotten the words. My kid, Hambro said, filibustering against going to bed, a real sea lawyer that. Kid. The child was singing Hickory Dickory Dock, very fast, as Hambro shut the door. He was saying something about the child, and I looked at him with sudden irritation. With Reinhardt on my mind, why had I come here? Hambro was so tall that when he crossed his legs both feet touched the floor. He had been my teacher during my period of indoctrination, and now I realized that I shouldn't have come. Hambro's lawyer's mind was too narrowly logical. He'd see Reinhardt simply as a criminal, my obsession as a fall into pure mysticism. You'd better hope that is the way he'll see it, I thought. Then I decided to ask him about conditions uptown and leave. Look, Brother Hambro, I said, what's to be done about my district? He looked at me with a dry smile. Have I become one of those bores who talk too much about their children? Oh no, it's not that, I said. I've had a hard day, I'm nervous, with Clifton's death and things in the district so bad, I guess. Of course, he said, still smiling, but why are you worried about the district? Because things are getting out of hand. Roz's men tried to rough me up tonight. And our strength is steadily going to hell. That's regrettable, he said, but there's nothing to be done about it that wouldn't upset the larger plan. It's unfortunate, brother, but your members will have to be sacrificed. The distant child had stopped singing now, and it was dead quiet. I looked at the angular composure on his face, searching for the sincerity in his words. I could feel some deep change. It was as though my discovery of Reinhardt had opened a gulf between us over which, though we sat within touching distance, our voices barely carried and then fell flat without an echo. I tried to shake it away, but still the distance, so great that neither could grasp the emotional tone of the other, remained. Sacrifice, my voice said. You say that very easily. Just the same, though, all who leave must be considered expendable. The new directives must be followed rigidly. It sounded unreal, an antiphonal game, but why, I said, why must the directives be changed in my district when the old methods are needed, especially? Now, somehow I couldn't get the needed urgency into my words, and beneath it all, something about Reinhardt bothered me, darted just beneath the surface of my mind. Something that had to do with me intimately. It's simple, brother, Hambro was saying. We are making temporary alliances with other political groups, and the interests of one group of brothers must be sacrificed to that ought the whole. Why wasn't I told of this? I said. You will be in time by the committee. Sacrifice is necessary now. But shouldn't sacrifice be made willingly by those who know what they are doing? My people don't understand why they're being sacrificed. They don't even know they're being sacrificed, at least not by us. But what my mind went on, if they're as willing to be duped by the Brotherhood as by Reinhardt. I sat up at the thought, and there must have been an odd expression on my face. For Hambro, who was resting his elbows upon the arms of his chair and touching his fingertips together, raised his eyebrows as though expecting me to continue. Then he said, the disciplined members will understand. I pulled Tarp's leg chain from my pocket and slipped it over my knuckles. He didn't notice. Don't you realize that we have only a handful of disciplined members left? Today the funeral brought out hundreds who will drop away as soon as they see we're not following through, and now we're being attacked on the streets. Can't you understand? Other groups are circulating petitions. Roz is calling for violence. The committee is mistaken if they think this is going to die down. He shrugged. It's a risk which we must take. All of us must sacrifice for the good of the whole. Change is achieved through sacrifice. We follow the laws of reality, so we make sacrifices. But the community is demanding equality of sacrifice, I said. We've never asked for special treatment. It isn't that simple, brother, he said. We have to protect our gains. It's inevitable. That some must make greater sacrifices than others. That some being my people. In this instance, yes. So the weak must sacrifice for the strong. Is that it, brother? No, a part of the whole is sacrificed, and will continue to be until a new society is formed. I don't get it, I said. I just don't get it. We work our hearts out trying to get the people to follow us, and just when they do, just when they see their relationship to events, we drop them. I don't see it. Hambro smiled remotely. We don't have to worry about the aggressiveness of the Negroes, not during the new period or any other. In fact, we now have to slow them down for their own good. It's a scientific necessity. I looked at him, at the long, bony, almost Lincoln-esque face. I might have liked him. I thought, he seems to be a really kind and sincere man, and yet he can say this to me. So you really believe that? I said quietly. With all my integrity, he said. For a second I thought I'd laugh, or let fly with Tarp's link. Integrity, he talks to me of integrity. I described a circle in the air. I tried to build my integrity upon the role of brotherhood, and now it had changed to water, air. What was integrity? What did it have to do with a world in which Reinhardt was possible and successful? But what's changed? I said. Wasn't I brought in to arouse their aggressiveness? My voice fell sad, hopeless. For that particular period, Hambro said, leaning a little forward, only for that period. And what will happen now? I said. He blew a smoke ring, the blue-gray circle rising up, boiling within its own jetting form, hovering for an instant, then disintegrating into a weaving strand. Cheer up, he said. We shall progress, only now they must be brought along more slowly. How would he look through the green lenses? I thought, saying, are you sure? You're not saying that they must be held back? He chuckled. Now listen, he said. Don't stretch me on a rack of dialectic. I'm a brother. You mean the brakes must be put on the old wheel of history, I said. Or is it the little wheels within the wheel? His face sobered. I mean only that they must be brought along more slowly. They can't be allowed to upset the tempo of the master plan. Timing is all important. Besides, you still have a job to do, only now it will be more educational. And what about the shooting? Those who are dissatisfied will drop away, and those who remain you'll teach. I don't think I can, I said. Why? It's just as important. Because they are against us. Besides, I'd feel like Reinhardt. It slipped out and he looked at me. Like who? Like a charlatan, I said. Hambro laughed. I thought you had learned about that, brother. I looted at him quickly. Learned what? That it's impossible not to take advantage of the people. That's Reinhardtism, cynicism. What? Cynicism, I said. Not cynicism, realism. The trick is to take advantage of them in their own best interest. I sat forward in my chair, suddenly conscious of the unreality of the conversation. But who is to judge, Jack? The committee. We judge through cultivating scientific objectivity, he said with a voice that had a smile in it, and suddenly I saw the hospital machine, felt as though locked in again. Don't kid yourself, I said. The only scientific objectivity is a machine. Discipline, not machinery, he said. We're scientists. We must take the risks of our science and our will to achieve. Would you like to resurrect God to take responsibility? He shook his head. No, brother, we have to make such decisions ourselves, even if we must sometimes appear as charlatans. You're in for some surprises, I said. Maybe so and maybe not, he said. At any rate, through our very position in the vanguard, we must do and say the things necessary to get the greatest number of the people to move toward what is for their own good. Suddenly, I couldn't stand it. Look at me, I said. Everywhere I've turned, somebody has wanted to Sacrifice me for my good, only they were the ones who benefited, and now we start. On the old sacrificial merry-go-round, at what point do we stop? Is this the new true definition? Is brotherhood a matter of sacrificing the weak? If so, at what point do we stop? Hambro looked as though I were not there. At the proper moment, science will stop us, and of course, we as individuals must sympathetically debunk ourselves. Even though it does only a little good. But then, he shrugged, if you go too far in that direction you can't pretend to lead. You'll lose your confidence, you won't believe enough in your own correctness to lead others. You must therefore have confidence in those who lead you, in the collective wisdom of brotherhood. I left in a worse state than that in which I'd come. Several buildings away I heard him call behind me, watched him approach through the dark. You left your hat, he said, handing it to me along with the mimeographed sheets of instructions outlining the new program. I looked at the hat and at him, thinking of Reinhardt and invisibility, but knew that for him it would have no reality. I told him good night and went through the hot street to Central Park West, starting toward Harlem. Sacrifice and leadership, I thought. For him it was simple, for them it was simple. But hell, I was both sacrificer and victim. I couldn't get away from that, and Hambro didn't have to deal with it. That was reality too, my reality. He didn't have to put the knife blade to his own throat. What would he say if he were the victim? I walked along the park in the dark. Cars passed. From time to time, the sound of voices, squealing laughter, arose from beyond the trees and hedges. I could smell the sun-singed grass. The sky against which an airplane beacon played was still overcast. I thought of Jack, the people at the funeral, Reinhardt. They'd asked us for bread, and the best I could give was a glass eye, not so much as an electric guitar. I stopped and dropped to a bench. I should leave, I thought. That would be the honest thing to do. Otherwise, I could only tell them to have hope and try to hold on to those who'd listen. Was that also what Reinhardt was, a principle of hope for which they gladly paid? Otherwise, there was nothing but betrayal, and that meant going back to serve Bledsoe and Emerson, jumping from the pot of absurdity to the fire of the ridiculous, and either was a self-betrayal. But I couldn't leave. I had to settle with Jack and Tobbit. I owed it to Clifton and Tarp and the others. I had to hold on, and then I had an idea that shook me profoundly. You don't have to worry about the people. If they tolerate Reinhardt, then they will forget it, and even with them you are invisible. It lasted only the fraction of a second, and I rejected it immediately. Still it had flashed across the dark sky of my mind. It was just like that. It didn't matter. Because they didn't realize just what had happened, neither my hope nor my failure. My ambition and integrity were nothing to them, and my failure was as meaningless as Clifton's. It had been that way all along, only in the brotherhood had there seemed a chance for such as us, the mere glimmer of a light, but behind the polished and humane facade of Jack's eye, I'd found an amorphous form and a harsh red rawness, and even that was without meaning except for me. Well, I was, and yet I was invisible. That was the fundamental contradiction. I was, and yet I was unseen. It was frightening, and as I sat there I sensed another frightening world of possibilities, for now I saw that I could agree with Jack without agreeing, and I could tell Harlem to have hope when there was no hope. Perhaps I could tell them to hope until I found the basis of something real, some firm ground for action that would lead them onto the plane of history. But until then I would have to move them without myself being moved. I'd have to do a Reinhardt. I leaned against a stone wall along the park, thinking of Jack and Hambro and of the day's events, and shook with rage. It was all a swindle, an obscene swindle. They had set themselves up to describe the world. What did they know of us except that we numbered so many, worked on certain jobs, offered so many votes, and provided so many marchers for some protest parade of theirs? I lined there, aching to humiliate them, to refute them, and now all past humiliations became precious parts of my experience, and for the first time, leaning against that stone wall in the sweltering night, I began to accept my past, and as I accepted it, I felt memories welling up within me. It was as though I'd learned suddenly to look around corners. Images of past humiliations flickered through my head, and I saw that they were more than separate experiences. They were me, they defined me. I was my experiences, and my experiences were me, and no blind men, no matter how powerful they became, even if they conquered the world, could take that, or change one single itch, taunt, laugh, cry, scar, ache, rage, or pain of it. They were blind, bat blind, moving only by the echoed sounds of their own voices, and because they were blind they would destroy themselves, and I'd help them. I laughed. Here I had thought they accepted me because they felt that color made no difference, when in reality it made no difference because they didn't see either color or men, for all they were concerned. We were so many names scribbled on fake ballots to be used at their convenience, and when not needed to be filed away. It was a joke, an absurd joke. And now I looked around a corner of my mind and saw Jack and Norton and Emerson merge into one single white figure. They were very much the same, each attempting to force his picture of reality upon me, and neither giving a hoot in hell for how things looked to me. I was simply a material, a natural resource to be used. I had switched from the arrogant absurdity of Norton and Emerson to that of Jack and the Brotherhood, and it all came out the same, except I now recognized my invisibility. So I'd accept it, I'd explore it, Rhine and heart. I'd plunge into it with both feet, and they'd gag. Oh, but wouldn't they gag? I didn't know what my grandfather had meant, but I was ready to test his advice. I'd overcome them with yesies, undermine them with grins. I'd agree them to death and destruction. Yes, and I'd let them swallow me until they vomited or burst wide open. Let them gag on what they refused to see. Let them choke on it. That was one risk they hadn't calculated. That was a risk they had never dreamt of in their philosophy, nor did they know that they could discipline themselves to destruction. That saying yes could destroy them. Oh, I'd yes them, but wouldn't I yes them? I'd yes them till they puked and rolled in it. All they wanted of me was one belch of affirmation, and I'd bellow it out loud. Yes'll yes, yes, that was all anyone wanted of us, that we should be heard and not seen, and then heard only. One big optimistic chorus of yasha, yasha, yasha. All right, I'd yay, yay, and we and see them too, and I'd walk around in their guts with hobnailed boots, even those super big shots whom I'd never seen at committee meetings. They wanted a machine. Very well, I'd become a super-sensitive confirmer of their misconceptions, and just to hold their confidence, I'd try to be right part of the time. Oh, I'd serve them well, and I'd make invisibility felt if not seen, and they'd learn that it could be as polluting as a decaying body or a piece of bad meat in a stew, and if I got hurt, very well again. Besides, didn't they believe in sacrifice? They were the subtle thinkers. Would this be treachery? Did the word apply to an invisible man? Could they recognize choice in that which wasn't seen? The more I thought of it, the more I fell into a kind of morbid fascination with the possibility. Why hadn't I discovered it sooner? How different my life might have been. How terribly different. Why hadn't I seen the possibilities, if a sharecropper could attend college by working during the summers, as a waiter and factory hand, or as a musician and then graduate to become a doctor? Why couldn't all those things be done at one and the same time? And wasn't that old slave a scientist, or at least called one, recognized as one, even when he stood with hat in hand, bowing and scraping in senile and obscene servility? My God, what possibilities existed, and that spiral business, that progress goo, who knew all the secrets. Hadn't I changed my name and never been challenged even once? And that lie that success was a rising upward, what a crummy lie they kept us dominated by. Not only could you travel upward toward success, but you could travel downward as well, up and down, in retreat as well as in advance, crabways and crossways, and around in a circle. Meeting your old selves, coming and going, and perhaps all at the same time. How could I have missed it for so long? Hadn't I grown up around gambler politicians, bootlegger judges and sheriffs who were burglars, yes, and Klansmen who were preachers and members of humanitarian societies, hell, and hadn't bled so tried to. Tell me what it was all about. I felt more dead than alive. It had been quite a day, one. That could not have been more shattering, even if I had learned that the man whom I'd always called father was actually of no relation to me. I went to the apartment and fell across the bed in my clothes. It was hot, and the fan did little more than stir the heat in heavy leaden waves, beneath which I lay, twirling the dark glasses and watching the hypnotic flickering of the lenses as I tried to make plans. I would hide my anger and lull them to sleep, assure them that the community was in full agreement with their program, and as proof I would falsify the attendance records by filling out membership cards with fictitious names, all unemployed, of course, so as to avoid any question of dues. Yes, and I would move about the community by night and during times of danger by wearing the white hat and the dark glasses. It was a dreary prospect, but a means of destroying them at least in Harlem. I saw no possibility of organizing a splinter movement. For what would be the next step? Where would we go? There were no allies with whom we could join as equals, nor were there time or theorists available to work out an overall program of our own, although I felt that somewhere between Reinhardt and invisibility there were great potentialities, but we had no money, no intelligence apparatus either in government, business, or labor unions, and no communications with our own people except through unsympathetic newspapers, a fee. W. Pullman, porters who brought provincial news from distant cities, and a group of domestics who reported the fairly uninteresting private lives of their employers. If only we had some true friends, some who saw us as more than convenient tools for shaping their own desires. But to hell with that, I thought. I would remain and become a well-disciplined optimist and help them to go merrily to hell. If I couldn't help them to see the reality of our lives, I would help them to ignore it until it exploded in their faces. Only one thing bothered me, since I now knew that their real objectives were never revealed at committee meetings. I needed some channel of intelligence through which I could learn what actually guided their operations. But how? If only I had resisted being shifted downtown, I would now have enough support in the community to insist that they reveal themselves. Yes, but if I hadn't been shifted, I would still be living in a world of illusion. But now that I had found the thread of reality, how could I hold on? They seemed to have me blocked at every turn, forcing me to fight them in the dark. Finally, I tossed the glasses across the bed and dropped into a fitful nap, during which I relived the events of the last few days, except that instead aught Clifton being lost, it was myself, and I awoke stale, sweaty, and aware of perfume. I lay on my stomach, my head resting upon the back of my hand, thinking, where is it coming from? And just as I caught sight of the glasses, I remembered grasping Reinhardt's girl's hand. I lay there unmoving, and she seemed to perch on the bed, bright-eyed bird with her glossy head and ripe breasts, and I was in a wood afraid to frighten the bird away. Then I was fully awake and the bird gone and the girl's image in my mind. What would have happened if I had led her on? How far could I have gone? A desirable girl like that mixed up with Reinhardt, and now I sat breathless, asking myself how Reinhardt would have solved the problem of information, and it came instantly clear. It called for a woman, a wife, a girlfriend, or secretary of one ought. The leaders who would be willing to talk freely to me. My mind swept back to early experiences in the movement. Little incidents sprang to memory, bringing images of the smiles and gestures of certain women met after rallies and at parties, dancing with Emma at the Chthonian, she close, soft against me, and the hot, swift focusing of my desire and my embarrassment as I caught sight of Jack holding forth in a corner, and Emma holding me tight, her bound breasts pressing against me, looking with that teasing light in her eyes, saying, "Ah, temptation," and my desperate grab for sophisticated reply and managing only, "Oh, but there's always temptation." Surprising myself nevertheless and hearing her laughing, "Touché, touché, you should come up and fence with me some afternoon." That had been during the early days when I had felt strong restrictions and resented Emma's boldness and her opinion that I should have been blacker to play my role of Harlem leader. Well, there Were no restrictions left, the committee had seen to that. She was fair game and perhaps she'd find me black enough, after all. A committee meeting was set for tomorrow, and since it was Jack's birthday, a party at the Thonian would follow. Thus I would launch my two-pronged attack under the most favorable circumstance. They were forcing me to Reinhardt methods, so bring on the scientists. Chapter 24. I started yesing them the next day, and it began beautifully. The community was still going apart at the seams. Crowds formed at the slightest incidents. Store windows were smashed, and several clashes erupted during the morning between bus drivers and their passengers. The papers listed similar incidents that had exploded. During the night, the mirrored facade of one store on 125th Street was smashed, and I passed to see a group of boys watching their distorted images as they danced before the jagged glass. A group of adults looked on, refusing to move at the policeman's command and muttering about Clifton. I didn't like the look of things for all my wish to see the committee confounded. When I reached the office, members were there with reports of clashes in other parts of the district. I didn't like it at all. The violence was pointless and helped along by Roz was actually being directed against the community itself. Yet in spite of my sense of violated responsibility, I was pleased by the developments and went ahead with my plan. I sent out members to mingle with crowds and try to discourage any further violence, and sent an open letter to all the press denouncing them for distorting and inflating minor incidents. Late that afternoon at headquarters, I reported that things were quieting down and that we were getting a large part of the community interested in a cleanup campaign which would clear all backyards, areaways, and vacant lots of garbage and trash and take Harlem's mind off Clifton. It was such a barefaced maneuver that I almost lost the confidence of my invisibility even as I stood before them, but they loved it, and when I handed in my fake list of new members, they responded with enthusiasm. They were vindicated. The program was correct. Events were progressing in their predetermined direction. History was on their side, and Harlem loved them. I sat there smiling inwardly as I listened to the remarks that followed. I could see the role which I was to play as plainly as I saw Jack's red hair. Incidents of my past, both recognized and ignored, sprang together in my mind in an ironic leap of consciousness that was like looking around a corner. I was to be a justifier. My task would be to deny the unpredictable human element of all Harlem so that they could ignore it when it in any way interfered with their plans. I was to keep ever before them the picture of a bright, passive, good-humored, receptive mass ever willing to accept their every scheme when situations arose in which others would respond with righteous anger. I would say that we were calm and unruffled. If it suited them to have us angry, then it was simple enough to create anger for us by stating it in their propaganda. The facts were unimportant, unreal, and if other people were confused by their maneuvering, I was to reassure them that we pierced to the truth with X-ray insight. If other groups were interested in becoming wealthy, I was to assure the brothers and the doubting members of other districts that we rejected wealth as corrupt and intrinsically degrading. If other minorities loved the country despite their grievances, I would assure the committee that we, immune to such absurdly human and mixed reactions, hated it absolutely, and greatest contradiction of all, when they denounced the American scene as corrupt and degenerate, I was to say that we, though snarled inextricably within its veins and sinews, were miraculously healthy. Yes, sir, yes, sir. Though invisible, I would be their assuring voice of denial. I'd out Tobbit, and as for that outhouse restroom, well, as I sat there, one of them was inflating my faked memberships into meanings of national significance. An illusion was creating a counter-illusion. Where would it end? Did they believe their own propaganda? Afterwards at the Thonian, it was like old times. Jack's birthday was an occasion for champagne, and the hot dog day evening was even more volatile than usual. I felt highly confident, but here my plan went slightly wrong. Emma was quite gay and Responsive, but something about her hard, handsome face warned me to lay off. I sensed that while she might willingly surrender herself in order to satisfy herself, she was far too sophisticated and skilled in intrigue to compromise her position as Jack's mistress by revealing anything important to me, so as I danced and sparred with Emma, I looked over the party for a second choice. We were thrown together at the bar. Her name was Sybil, and she was one of those who assumed that my lectures on the woman question were based upon a more intimate knowledge than the merely political, and had indicated several times willingness to know me better. I had always pretended not to understand, for not only had my first such experience taught me to avoid such situations, but at the Thonian she was usually slightly tipsy and wistful, just the type of misunderstood married woman whom, even if I had been interested, I would have avoided like this plague. But now her unhappiness, and the fact that she was one of the big shots' wives, made her a perfect choice. She was very lonely, and it went very smoothly in the noisy birthday party, which was to be followed by a public celebration the next evening. We weren't noticed, and when she left fairly early in the evening, I saw her home. She felt neglected, and he was always busy, and when I left her, I had arranged a rendezvous at my apartment for the following evening. George, the husband, would be at the birthday celebration, and she wouldn't be missed. It was a hot, dry August night. Lightning flashed across the eastern sky, and a breathless tension was in the humid air. I had spent the afternoon preparing, leaving the office on a pretense of illness to avoid having to attend the celebration. I had neither itch nor etchings, but there was a vase of Chinese lilies in the living room, and another of American beauty, roses on the table near the bed, and I had put in a supply of wine, whiskey, and liqueur, extra ice cubes, and assortments of fruit, cheese, nuts, candy, and other delicacies from the Vendome. In short, I tried to manage things as I imagined Reinhardt would have done. But I bungled it from the beginning. I made the drinks too strong, which she liked too well, and I brought up politics, which she all but hated, too early in the evening. For all her exposure to ideology, she had no interest in politics and no idea of the schemes that occupied her husband night and day. She was more interested in the drinks, in which I had to join her glass for glass, and in little dramas which she had dreamed up around the figures of Joe Louis and Paul Robeson, and although I had neither the stature nor the temperament for either role, I was expected either to sing Old Man River and just keep rolling along, or to do fancy tricks with my muscles. I was confounded and amused, and it became quite a contest, with me trying to keep the two of us in touch with reality, and with her casting me in fantasies in which I was brother to Boo, with whom all things are possible. Now it was late, and as I came into the room with another round of drinks, she had let down her hair and was beckoning to me with a gold hairpin in her teeth, saying, "Come to Mama, beautiful," from where she sat on the bed. "Your drink, madame," I said, handing her a glass and hoping the fresh drink would discourage any new ideas. "Come on, dear," she said coyly. "I want to ask you something." "What is it?" I said. "I have to whisper it, beautiful." I sat and her lips came close to my ear, and suddenly she had drained the starch out of me. I pulled away. There was something almost prim about the way she sat there, and yet she had just made a modest proposal that I join her in a very revolting ritual. "What was that?" I said, and she repeated it. Had life suddenly become a crazy Thurber cartoon? "Please, you'll do that for me, won't you, beautiful? You really mean it?" "Yes," she said, "yes." There was a pristine incorruptibility about her face now that upset me all the more, for she was neither kidding nor trying to insult me, and I could not tell if it were horror speaking to me on of innocence, or innocence emerging unscathed from the obscene scheme of the evening. I only knew that the whole affair was a mistake. She had no information, and I decided to get her out of the apartment before I had to deal definitely with either the horror or the innocence, while I could still deal with it. As a joke, what would Reinhardt do about this, I thought, and knowing, determined not to let her provoke me to violence. But Sybil, you can see I'm not like that. You make me feel a tender, protective. Passion, look, it's like an oven in here. Why don't we get dressed and go for a walk? Central Park. But I need it, she said, uncrossing her thighs and sitting up eagerly. You can do. It'll be easy for you, beautiful. Threat to kill me if I don't give in, talk. Rough to me, beautiful. A friend of mine said the fellow said, drop your drawers. And he said what? I said. He really did, she said. I looked at her, she was blushing, her cheeks, even her freckled bosom were bright red. Go on, I said as she lay back again. Then what happened? Well, he called her a filthy name, she said, hesitating coyly. She was a leathery old girl with chestnut hair of fine natural wave, which was now fanned out. Over the pillow, she was blushing quite deeply. Was this meant to excite me, or was it an unconscious expression of revulsion? A really filthy name, she said. Oh, he was a brute, huge, with white teeth, what? They call a buck, and he said, bitch, drop your drawers, and then he did it. She's such a lovely girl, too, really delicate, with a complexion like strawberries and cream. You can't imagine anyone calling her a name like that. She sat up now, her elbows denting the pillow as she looked into my face. But what happened? Did they catch him? I said. Oh, of course not, beautiful. She only told 2 of us girls. She couldn't afford to let her husband hear of it. Well, it's too long a story. It's terrible, I said. Don't you think we should go? Isn't it, though? She was in a state for months. Her expression flickered. Became indeterminate. What is it? I said, afraid she might cry. Oh, I was just wondering how she really felt. I really do. Suddenly she looked at me mysteriously. Can I trust you with a deep secret? I sat up. Don't tell me that it was you. She smiled. Oh no, that was a dear friend of mine. But do you know what? Beautiful, she said, leaning forward confidentially. I think I'm a nymphomaniac. You know. Sometimes I have such thoughts in dreams. I never give in to them. Though, but I really think I am. A woman like me has to develop an iron discipline. I laughed inwardly. She would soon be a biddy, stout, with a little double chin and a 3-ply girdle. A thin gold chain showed around a thickening ankle, and yet I was becoming aware of something warmly, infuriatingly feminine about her. I reached out, stroking her hand. Why do you have such ideas about yourself? I said, seeing her raise up and pluck at the corner of the pillow, drawing out a speckled feather and stripping the down from its shaft. Repression, she said with great sophistication. Men have repressed us too. Much. We're expected to pass up too many human things, but do you know another secret? I bowed my head. You don't mind my going on, do you, beautiful? No, Sybil. Well, ever since I first heard about it, even when I was a very little girl, I've wanted it to happen to me. You mean what happened to your friend? Good Lord, Sybil, did you ever tell that to anyone else? Of course not, I wouldn't have dared. Are you shocked? Some, but Sybil, why do you tell me? Oh, I know that I can trust you. I just knew you'd understand. You're not like other men. We're kind of alike. She was smiling now and reached out and pushed me gently, and I thought, here it goes again. Lie back and let me look at you against that white sheet. You're beautiful, I've always thought so, like warm ebony against pure snow. See what you do, you make me talk poetry. Warm ebony against pure snow. Isn't that poetic? I'm the sensitive type. You mustn't make fun of me. But really you are, and I feel so free with you. You've no idea. I looked at the red imprint left by the straps of her bra, thinking, who's taking revenge on whom? But why be surprised when that's what they hear all their lives? When it's made into a great power, and they're taught to worship all types of power. With all the warnings against it, some are bound to want to try it out for themselves. The conquerors conquered. Maybe a great number secretly want it. Maybe that's why they scream when it's farthest from possibility. That's it, she said tightly. Look at me like that, just like you want to tear me apart. I love for you to look at me like that. I laughed and touched her chin. She had me on the ropes. I felt punch drunk. I couldn't deliver, and I couldn't be angry either. I thought of lecturing her on the respect due one's bedmate in our society, but I no longer deluded myself that I either knew the society or where I fitted into it. Besides, I thought, she thinks you're an entertainer. That's something else they're taught. I raised my glass and she joined me in a drink, moving close. You will, won't you, beautiful, she said, her lips rollicking now without makeup, pouting babyishly. So why not entertain her, be a gentleman or whatever it is she thinks you are? What does she think you are? A domesticated rapist. Obviously an expert on the woman question. Maybe that's what you are, house broken and with a convenient verbal push-button arrangement for the ladies. Pleasure, well, so I had set this trap for myself. Take this, I said, shoving another glass into her hand. It'll be better after you've had a drink, more realistic. Oh yes, that'll be wonderful. She took a drink and looked up thoughtfully. I get so tired of living the way I do, beautiful. Soon I'll be old and nothing will have happened to me. Do you know what that means? George talks a lot about women's rights, but what does he know about what a woman needs? Him with his 40 minutes of brag and 10 of bustle. Oh, you have no idea what you're doing for me. Nor you for me, Sybil dear, I said, filling the glass again. At last my drinks were beginning to work. She shook her long hair out over her shoulders and crossed her knees, watching me. Her head had begun to weave. Don't drink too much, beautiful, she said. It always takes the pep out of George. Don't worry, I said. I rapes real good when I'm drunk. She looked startled. Ooh, then pour me another, she said, giving herself a bounce. She was as delighted as a child, holding out her glass eagerly. What's happening here? I said. A new birth of a nation. What do you say, beautiful? Nothing, a bad joke, forget it. That's what I like about you, beautiful. You haven't told me a single one of those vulgar jokes. Come on, beautiful, she said, pour. I poured her another and another. In fact, I poured us both quite a few. I was far away. It wasn't happening to me or to her, and I felt a certain confused pity which I didn't wish to feel. Then she looked at me, her eyes bright behind narrowed lids, and raised up and struck me where it hurt. Come on, beat me, daddy, you big black bruiser. What's taking you so long? She said. Hurry up, knock me down, don't you want me? I was annoyed enough to slap her. She lay aggressively receptive, flushed, her navel no goblet but a pit in an earthquaking land, flexing taut and expansive. Then she said, come on, and I said, sure, looking around wildly and starting to pour the drink upon her, and was stopped, my emotions locked as I saw her lipstick lying on the table and grabbed it, saying, yes, as I bent to write furiously across her belly in drunken inspiration. Sybil, you were raped by Stantaclius. Surprise. And paused there, trembling above her, my knees on the bed as she waited with unsteady expectancy. It was a purplish metallic shade of lipstick, and as she panted with anticipation, the letters stretched and quivered, uphill and down dale, and she was lit up like a luminescent sign. Hurry, Boofle, hurry, she said. I know. Ooked at her, thinking, just wait until George sees that, if George ever gets around to seeing that, he'll read a lecture on an aspect of the woman question he's never thought about. She lay anonymous beneath my eyes until I saw her face, shaped by her emotion which I could not fulfill, and I thought, poor Sybil, she picked a boy for a man's job, and nothing was as it was supposed to be, even the black bruiser fell down on the job. She'd lost control of her liquor now, and suddenly I bent and kissed her upon the lips. Shhh, be quiet, I said. That's no way to act when you're being, and she raised her lips for more, and I kissed her again and calmed her, and she dozed off, and I decided again to end the farce. Such games were for Reinhardt, not me. I stumbled out and got a damp towel and began rubbing out the evidence of my crime. It was as tenacious as sin, and it took some time. Water wouldn't do it, whiskey would have smelled, and finally I had to find benzene. Fortunately, she didn't arouse until I was almost finished. "Da you do it, Boofle," she said. "Yes, of course," I said. "Isn't that what you wanted?" "Yes, but I don't seem to remember." I looked at her and wanted to laugh. She was trying to see me, but her eyes wouldn't focus. Airhead kept swinging to one side, yet she was making a real effort, and suddenly I felt lighthearted. "By the way," I said, trying to do something with her hair, "what's your name?" "Lady." "It's Sybil," she said indignantly, almost tearfully. "Boofle, you know I'm Sybil." "Not when I grabbed you, I didn't." Her eyes widened and a smile wobbled across her face. "That's right, you couldn't, could you? You never saw me before." She was delighted. I could almost see the idea take form in her mind. "That's right," I said. "I leaped straight out of the wall. I overpowered you in the empty lobby, remember? I smothered your terrified screams. And did I put up a good fight? Like a lioness defending her young. But you were such a strong big brute you made me give in. I didn't want to, did I? Now, Boofle, you forced me gainst will." "Sure," I said, picking up some silken piece of clothing. "You brought out the beast. In me, I overpowered you, but what could I do?" She studied that a while, and for a second, her face worked again as though she would cry, but it was another smile that bloomed there. "And wasn't I a good nymphomaniac?" she said, watching me closely. "Really and truly." "You have no idea," I said. "George had better keep an eye on you." She twisted herself from side to side with irritation. "Oh, nuts, that old Georgie. Porgy wouldn't know a nymphomaniac if she got right into bed with him." "You're wonderful," I said. "Tell me about George. Tell me about that great master mind of social change." She steadied her gaze, frowning. "Who, Georgie?" she said, looking at me out of one bleary eye. "Georgie's blind, saw mole in a hole, and doesn't know a thing about it. D. You ever hear of such a thing? 15 years. Say, what are you laughing at, Boofle?" "Me," I said, beginning to roar. "Just me. I've never seen anyone laugh like you, Boofle. It's wonderful." I was slipping her dress over her head now, and her voice came muffled through the shantung cloth. Then I had it down around her hips, and her flushed face wavered through the collar, her hair down in disorder again. "Boofle," she said, blowing the word, "will you do it again sometimes?" I stepped away and looked at her. "What?" "Please, pretty Boofle, please," she said with a wobbly smile. I began to laugh. "Sure," I said, "sure." "When, Boofle, when?" "Any time," I said. "How about every Thursday at 9? "Ooh, Boofle," she said, giving me an old-fashioned hug. "I've never seen anyone like you." "Are you sure?" I said. "Really, I haven't, Boofle. Honor bright, believe me." "Sure, it's good to be seen, but we've got to go now," I said, seeing her about to sag. "To the bed." She pouted. "I need a lil nightcap, Boofle," she said. "You've had enough," I said. "Ah, Boofle, juice, one." "Okay, just one." We had another drink, and I looked at her and felt the pity and self-disgust returning, and was depressed. She looked at me gravely, her head to one side. "Boofle," she said, "you know what lil ol' Sybil thinks? She thinks you're trying to get rid of her." I looked at her out of a deep emptiness and refilled her glass in mine. What had I done to her, allowed her to do, had all of it filtered down to me, my actions, the painful word formed as disconnectedly as her wobbly smile, a responsibility. "All of it. I'm invisible. Here," I said, "drink." "You too, Boofle," she said. "Yes," I said. She moved into my arms. I must have dozed. There came the tinkling of ice in a glass, the shrill of bells. I felt profoundly sad, as though winter had fallen during the hour. She lay, her chestnut hair let down, watching through heavy-lidded, blue, eyeshadowed eyes. From far away, a new sound arrow. "Say." "Don't answer, Boofle," she said, her voice coming through suddenly, out of time with the working of her mouth. "What?" I said. "Don't answer, let her ring," she said, reaching her red-nailed fingers forth. I took it from her hands, understanding now. "Don't, Boofle," she said. It rang again in my hand now, and for no reason at all, the words of a childhood. Prayer spilled through my mind like swift water. Then, hello, I said. It was a frantic, unrecognizable voice from the district. Brother, you better get up. Here right away, it said. I'm ill, I said. What's wrong? There's trouble, brother, and you're the only one who can. What kind of trouble? Bad trouble, brother, they trying to. Then the harsh sound of breaking glass, distant, brittle and fine, followed by a crash, and the line went dead. Hello, I said, seeing Sybil wavering before me, her lips saying, Booful. I tried to dial now, hearing the busy signal throbbing back at me. Amen, amen. Amen, amen, and I sat there a while. Was it a trick? Did they know she was with me? I put it down. Her eyes were looking at me from out of their blue shadow. Boo. What? And now I stood and pulled her arm. Let's go, Sybil. They need me uptown. Realizing only then that I would go. No, she said. But yes, come. She fell back upon the bed, defying me. I released her arms and looked around, my head unclear. What kind of trouble at this hour? Why should I go? She watched me, her eyes brightly awash in blue shadow. My heart felt low and deeply sad. Come back, Booful, she said. No, let's get some air, I said. And now, avoiding the red, oily nails, I gripped her wrists and pulled her up. Toward the door, we tottered, her lips brushing mine as we wavered there. She clung to me, and for an instant, I to her with a feeling immeasurably sad. Then she hiccuped, and I looked vacantly back into the room, the light caught in the amber liquid of our glasses. Booful, she said, life could be so different. But it never is, I said. She said, Booful. The fan word, and in a corner my briefcase, covered with specks of dust like memories the night of the battle royal. I felt her breathing hot against me and pushed her gently away, steadying her against the door frame, then went over as impulsively as the remembered prayer and got the briefcase, brushing the dust against my leg and feeling the unexpected weight as I hugged it beneath my arm. Something clinked inside. She watched me still, her eyes alight as I took her arm. How are you doing, Syb? I said. Don't go, Booful, she said. Let Georgie do it. No speeches tonight. Come on, I said, taking her arm quite firmly, pulling her along as she sighed, her wistful face turned toward me. We went down smoothly into the street. My head was still badly fuzzed from the drink, and when I looked down the huge emptiness of the dark, I felt like tears. What was happening uptown? Why should I worry over bureaucrats, blind men? I am invisible. I stared down the quiet street, feeling her stumbling beside me, humming a little tune, something fresh, naive, and carefree. Sybil, my too late, too early love. Ah, my throat throbbed. The heat of the street clung close. I looked for a taxi, but none was passing. She hummed beside me, her perfume unreal in the night. We moved into the next block, and still no taxis. Her high heels unsteadily scrunched the walk. I stopped her. Poor Booful, she said. Don't know his name. I turned as though struck. What? Anonymous brute and Booful buck, she said, her mouth a bleary smile. I looked at her, skittering about on high heels, scrunch, scrunch on the walk. Sybil, I said, more to myself than to her, where will it end? Something told me to go. Ah, she laughed, in bed. Don't go up, Booful, Sibyl'll tuck you in. I shook my head. The stars were there, high, high, revolving. Then I closed my eyes, and they sailed red behind my lids. Then, somewhat steadied, I took her arm. Look, Sybil, I said, stand here a minute while I go over to Fifth for a taxi. Stand right here, dear, and hold on. We tottered before an ancient-looking building, its windows dark, huge Greek medallions showed in spots of light upon its facade, above a dark labyrinthine pattern in the stone, and I propped her against the stoop with its carved stone. Monster, she leaned there, her hair wild, looking at me in the street light, smiling. Her face kept swinging to one side, her right eye desperately closed. Sure, Booful, sure, she said. I'll be right back, I said, backing away. Booful, she called, my Booful. Hear the true affection, I thought, the adoration of the boogie bear, moving away. Was she calling me beautiful or boogieful, beautiful or sublime? What either? Mean I am invisible. I went on through the late street quiet, hoping that a cab would pass before I had gone all the way. Up ahead at Fifth, the lights were bright, a few cars shooting across the gappy and G mouth of the street, and above and beyond, the trees, great, dark, tall. What was going on, I pondered. Why call for me so late, and who? I hurried ahead, my feet unsteady. Booffle, she called behind me, booffle. I waved without looking back. Never again, no more, no more, I went on. At Fifth, a cab passed, and I tried to hail it, only to hear someone's voice arise, the sound floating gaily by. I looked up the lighted avenue for another, hearing suddenly the screech of brakes and turning to see the cab stop and a white arm beckoning. The cab reversed, rolled close, settling with a bounce. I laughed. It was Sybil. I stumbled forward, came to the door. She smiled out at me, her head framed in the window, still pulling to one side, her hair waving down. Get in, Booffle, and take me to Harlem. I shook my head, feeling it heavy and sad. No, I said, I've got work to do, Sybil. You'd better go home. No, Booffle, take me with you. I turned to the driver, my hand upon the door. He was small, dark-haired, and disapproving, a glint of red from the traffic light coloring the tip of his nose. Look, I said, take her home. I gave him the address and my last $5 bill. He took it, glumly disapproving. No, Booffle, she said, I want to go to Harlem, be with you. Good night, I said, stepping back from the curb. We were in the middle of the block, and I saw them pull away. No, she said, no, Booffle, don't leave. Her face, wild-eyed and white, showed. In the door, I stood there, watching him plunge swiftly and contemptuously out of sight, his tail light, as red as his nose. I walked with eyes closed, seeming to float and trying to clear my head, then opened them and crossed to the park side, along the cobbles, high above the cars. Sailed round and round the drive, their headlights stabbing. All the taxis were hired. All going downtown, center of gravity. I plodded on, my head ahwhirl. Then near 110th Street, I saw her again. She was waiting beneath a street lamp. Waving, I wasn't surprised. I had become fatalistic. I came up slowly, hearing her laugh. She was ahead of me and beginning to run, barefoot, loosely, as in a dream. Running, unsteadily but swift, and me surprised and unable to catch up, lead-legged. Seeing her ahead and calling, Sybil, Sybil, running lead-legged along the parkside. Come on, Booffle, she called, looking back and stumbling. Catch Sybil. Sybil, running barefoot and girdleless along the park. I ran, the briefcase heavy beneath my arm. Something told me I had to get to the office, and Sybil, wait, I called. She ran, the colors of her dress flaring flame-like in the bright places of the dark. Rustling motion, legs working awkwardly beneath her, and white heels flashing, her skirts held high. Let her go, I thought, but now she was crossing the street and running wildly, only to go down at the curb and standing, and going down again, with a bumped backside, completely unsteady, now that her momentum was gone. Booffle, she said as I came up. Damn, Booffle, you push me. Get up, I said without anger. Get up, taking her soft arm. She stood, her arms flung wide for an embrace. No, I said, this isn't Thursday. I've got to get there. What do they plan for me? Sybil. Who, Booffle? Jack and George, Tobbit and all. You ran me down, Booffle, she said. Forget them, bunch of dead heads. Unhipped, you know. We didn't make this stinking world, Booffle, forget. I saw the taxi just in time, approaching swiftly from the corner, a double-decker bus looming 2 blocks behind. The cabbie looked over, his head out of the window, sitting high at the wheel as he made a swift U-turn and came alongside. His face was shocked, disbelieving. Come now, Sybil, I said, and no tricks. Pardon me, old man, the driver said, his voice concerned, but you're not taking her up in Harlem, are you? No, the lady's going downtown, I said. Get in, Sybil. Booffle's an old dictator, she said to the driver, who looked at me silently, as though I were mad. A game stud, he muttered, a most game stud. But she got in. Just an old dictator, Booffle. Look, I told him, take her straight home and don't let her get out of the cab. I don't want her running around Harlem. She's precious, a great lady. Sure man, I don't blame you, he said. Things is popping up there. The cab was already rolling as I yelled, what's going on? They're taking the joint apart, he called above the shifting of the gears. I watched them go and made for the bus stop. This time I'll make sure, I thought, stepping out and flagging the bus and getting on. If she comes back, she'll find me gone, and I knew stronger than ever that I should hurry, but was still too foggy in my mind. Couldn't get myself together. I sat gripping my briefcase, my eyes closed, feeling the bus sailing swift beneath me. Soon it would turn up 7th Avenue. Sybil, forgive me, I thought. The bus rolled. But when I opened my eyes, we were turning into Riverside Drive. This too I accepted calmly. The whole night was out of joint. I'd had too many drinks. Time ran. Fluid, invisible, sad. Looking out, I could see a ship moving upstream. It's running. Lights, bright points in the night. The cool sea smell came through to me, constant and thick in the swiftly unfolding blur of anchored boats, dark water and lights. Pouring past, across the river was Jersey, and I remembered my entry into Harlem. Long past, I thought, long past. I was as if drowned in the river. To my right and ahead, the church spire towered high, crowned with a red light of warning, and now we were passing the hero's tomb, and I recalled a visit there. You went up the steps and inside, and you looked far below to find him, at rest, draped. Flags. 125th Street came quickly. I stumbled off, hearing the bus pull away as I faced the water. There was a light breeze, but now with the motion gone, the heat returned, clinging. Far ahead in the dark, I saw the monumental bridge. Ropes of lights across the dark river, and closer, high above the shoreline, the Palisades, their revolutionary agony lost in the riotous lights of roller coasters. The time is now, the sign across the river began, but with history stomping upon me. With hobnailed boots, I thought with a laugh, why worry about time? I crossed the street to the drinking fountain, feeling the water cooling, going down, then dampened. A handkerchief and swabbed my face, eyes. The water flashed, gurgled, sprayed. I pressed forward my face, feeling wet, cool, hearing the infant joy of fountains. Then heard the other sound. It was not the river nor the curving cars that flashed through the dark, but pitched like a distant crowd or a swift river at flood tide. I moved forward, found the steps, and started down. Below the bridge lay the hard stone river of the street, and for a second I looked at the waves of cobblestones as though I expected water, as though the fountain above had drawn from them. Still I would enter and go across to Harlem. Below the steps the trolley rails gleamed steely. I hurried, the sound drawing closer, myriad-voiced, humming, enfolding me, numbing the air as I started beneath the ramp. It came, a twitter, a coo, a subdued roar that seemed trying to tell me something, give me some message. I stopped. Looking around me, the girders marched off rhythmically into the dark. Over the cobblestones the red lights shone. Then I was beneath the bridge, and it was as though they had been waiting for me, and no one but me, dedicated and set aside for me for an eternity. And I looked above toward the sound, my mind forming an image of wings as something struck my face and streaked, and I could smell the foul air now and see the encrusted barrage, feeling it streak my jacket and raising my brief case above my head and running, hearing it splattering around, falling like rain. I ran the gauntlet, thinking, even the birds, even the pigeons and the sparrows and the goddamn gulls. I ran blindly, boiling with outrage and despair and harsh laughter. Running from the birds to what I didn't know. I ran. Why was I here at all? I ran through the night, ran within myself, ran. Chapter 25. When I reached Morningside, the shooting sounded like a distant celebration of the 4th of July, and I hurried forward. At St. Nicholas, the street lights were out. Thunderous sound arose, and I saw 4 men running toward me, pushing something that jarred the walk. It was a safe. Say, I began. Get the hell out the way. I leaped aside into the street, and there was a sudden and brilliant suspension of time, like the interval between the last axe stroke and the felling of a tall tree. in which there had been a loud noise followed by a loud silence. Then I was aware of figures crouching in doorways and along the curb. Then time burst and I was down in the street, conscious but unable to rise, struggling against the street and seeing the flashes as the guns went off back at the corner of the avenue, aware to my left of the men still speeding the rumbling safe along the walk as back up the street, behind me 2 policemen, almost invisible in black shirts, thrust flaming pistols before them. One of the safe rollers pitched forward, and farther away, past the corner, bullet struck an auto tire, the released air shrieking like a huge animal in agony. Rolled, flopping around, willing myself to crawl closer to the curb but unable, feeling a sudden wet warmth upon my face, and seeing the safe shooting wildly into the intersection and the men rounding the corner into the dark, pounding, gone, gone. Now as the skittering safe bounded off at a tangent, shot into the intersection, and lodged in the third rail and sent up a curtain of sparks that lit up the block like a blue dream, a dream I was dreaming, and through which I could see the cops braced. As on a target range, feet forward, free arms akimbo, firing with deliberate aim. "Get hold of emergency," one of them called, and I saw them turn and disappear, where the dull glint of trolley rails faded off into the dark. Suddenly the block leaped alive. Men who seemed to rise up out of the sidewalks were rushing into the storefronts above me, their voices rising excitedly, and now the blood was in my face and I could move, getting to my knees as someone out of the crowd was helping me to stand. "You hurt, daddies." Some I don't know, I couldn't quite see them. "Damn, he's got a hole in his head," a voice said. A light flashed in my face, came close. I felt a hard hand upon my skull and moved away. "Hell, it's just a nick," a voice said. "One them 45s hit your little finger, you got to go down." "Well, this one over here is gone down for the last time," someone called from the walk. "They got him clean." I wiped my face, my head ringing. Something was missing. "Here, buddy, this yours." It was my briefcase, extended to me by its handles. I seized it with sudden panic, as though something infinitely precious had almost been lost to me. "Thanks," I said, peering into their dim, blue-tinted features. I looked at the dead man. He lay face forward, the crowd working around him. I realized suddenly that it might have been me huddled there, feeling too that I had seen him there before, in the bright light of noon long ago. How long? Knew his name, I thought, and suddenly my knees flowed forward. I sat there, my fist that gripped the briefcase bruising against the street, my head slumped forward. They were going around me. "Get off my foot, man," I heard. "Quit shoving, there's plenty for everybody." There was something I had to do, and I knew that my forgetfulness wasn't real, as one knows that the forgotten details of certain dreams are not truly forgotten, but evaded. I knew, and in my mind I was trying to reach through the gray veil that now seemed to hang behind my eyes, as opaquely as the blue curtain that screened the street beyond the safe. The dizziness left, and I managed to stand, holding onto my briefcase, pressing a handkerchief to my head. Up the street there sounded the crashing of huge sheets of glass, and through the blue mysteriousness of the dark, the walks shimmered like shattered mirrors. All the street signs were dead all the day. Sounds had lost their stable meaning. Somewhere a burglar alarm went off. Meaningless blangy sound, followed by the joyful shouts of looters. "Come on," someone called nearby. "Let's go, buddy," the man who had helped me said. He took my arm, a thin man, who carried a large cloth bag slung over his shoulder. "The shape you in wouldn't do to leave you round here," he said. "You act like you drunk." "Go where?" I said. "Where's hell, man? Everywhere. We get to moving, no telling where we might go." "Hey, duper," he called. "Say, man, got him, don't be calling my name so loud," a voice answered. "Here. I am over here, getting me some work shirts." "Get some for me, do," he said. "All right, but don't think I'm your papa," the answer came. I looked at the thin man, feeling a surge of friendship. He didn't know me, his help was disinterested. "Hey, do," he called, "we gon' do it." "Hell yes, soon as I get me these shirts." The crowd was working in and out of the stores like ants around spilled sugar. From time to time, there came the crash of glass, shots, fire trucks in distant streets. "How you feel?" the man said. "Still fuzzy," I said, "and weak." "Let's see if it stopped bleeding." "Yeah, you'll be all right." I saw him vaguely, though his voice came clear. "Sure," I said. "Man, you lucky you ain't dead. These sonsabiches is really shooting now," he said. Over on Lennox, they was aiming up in the air. If I could find me a rifle, I'd show. Here, take you a drink of this good scotch," he said, taking a quart bottle from a hip pocket. I got me a whole case, stashed what I got from a liquor store over there. Over there all you got to do is breathe, and you drunk man, drunk 100 proof. Bonded whiskey flowing all in the gutters. I took a drink, shuddering as the whiskey went down but thankful for the shock it gave me. There was a bursting, tearing movement of people around me, dark figures in a blue glow. "Look at them take it away," he said, looking into the dark action of the crowd. "Me, I'm tired. Was you over on Lennox?" "No," I said, seeing a woman moving slowly past with a row of about a dozen dressed chickens suspended by their necks from the handle of a new straw broom. "What? Hell, you ought to see it, man. Everything is tore up. By now the women's is picking it clean." I saw one old woman with a whole side of a cow on her back. Man, she was 'bout bent bow-legged trying to make it home. "Here come Duper now," he said, breaking off. I saw a little hard man come out of the crowd carrying several boxes. He wore 3 hats upon his head, and several pairs of suspenders flopped about his shoulders, and now, as he came toward us, I saw that he wore a pair of gleaming new rubber hip boots. His pockets bulged, and over his shoulder he carried a cloth sack that swung heavily behind him. "Damn Duper," my friend said, pointing to his head. "You got one of them for me." "What kind is they?" Duper stopped and looked at him. "With all them hats in there, and I'm going to come out with anything but a Dobbs. Man, are you mad? All them new pretty colored Dobbs. Come on, let's get going before the cops get back. Damn, look at that thing blaze." I looked toward the curtain of blue fire through which vague figures twirled. Duper called out, and several men left the crowd and joined us in the street. We moved off. My friend Schofield, the others called him, leading me along. My head throbbed still. "Bled. Looks like you got you some loot too," he said, pointing to my briefcase. "Not much," I said, thinking loot, and suddenly I knew why it was heavy. Remembering Mary's broken bank and the coins, and now I found myself opening the briefcase and dropping all my papers, my Brotherhood identification, the anonymous letter, along with Clifton's doll, into it. "Fill it up, man, don't you be bashful. You wait till we tackle one of these pawn shops." That dude's got him a cotton-picking sack full of stuff he could go into business. "Well, I'll be damned," a man on the other side of me said. "I thought that was a cotton sack. Where'd he get that thing?" "He brought it with him when he come north," Schofield said. "Do swears that when he goes back he'll have it full of $10 bills. Hell, after tonight he'll need him a warehouse for all the stuff he's got. You fill that briefcase, buddy. Get yourself something." "No," I said, "I've enough in it already." And now I remembered very clearly where I'd started out for but could not leave them. "Maybe you right," Schofield said. "How I know? You might have it full of diamonds or something. A man oughtn't to be greedy, though it's time something like this happened." We moved along. Should I leave, get on to the district? Where were they at the birthday celebration? "How did all this get started?" I said. Schofield seemed surprised. "Damn if I know, man. A cop shot a woman or something." Another man moved close to us, as somewhere a piece of heavy steel rang down. "Hell, that wasn't what started it," he said. "It was that fellow. What's his name?" "Oh, who?" I said. "What's his name?" "That young guy. You know, everybody's mad about it." "Clifton." I thought. "It's for Clifton. A night for Clifton." "Aw man, don't tell me," Schofield said. "Didn't I see it with my own eyes? About 8 o'clock down on Lennox and 123rd, this Patty slapped a kid for grabbing a baby. Ruth and the kid's mama took it up, and then the Patty slapped her, and that's when hell broke loose. You were there, I said. Same's I'm here. Some fellow said the kid made the Patty mad by grabbing a candy named after a white woman. Damn if that's the way I heard it, another man said. When I come up, they said. A white woman set it off by trying to take a black gal's man. Damn who started it, Duper said. All I want is for it to last a while. It was a white gal, all right, but that wasn't the way it was. She was drunk. Another voice said. But it couldn't have been Sybil, I thought. It had already started. You want to know who started it? A man holding a pair of binoculars called from the window of a pawn shop. You want really to know? Sure, I said. Well, you don't need to go no further. It was started by that great leader, Roz the Destroyer. That monkey chaser, someone said. Listen, bastard. Don't nobody know how it started, Duper said. Somebody has to know, I said. Schofield held his whiskey toward me. I refused it. Hell man, it just exploded. These is dog days, he said. Dog days. Show this hot weather. I tell you they mad over what happened to that young fellow. What's his name? We were passing a building now, and I heard a voice calling frantically, colored. Store, colored store. Then put up a sign, Mother Fowler, a voice said. You probably rotten as the others. Listen at the bastard. For one time in his life, he's glad to be colored, Schofield said. Colored store, the voice went on automatically. Hey, you show you ain't got some white blood. No, sir, the voice said. Should I bust him, man? For what? He ain't got a damn thing. Let the Mother Fowler alone. A few doors away, we came to a hardware store. This is the first stop, men, Duper said. What happens now? I said. Who you? He said, cocking his thrice-hatted head. Nobody, just one of the boys, I began. You show you ain't somebody I know. I'm pretty sure, I said. He's all right, said Schofield. Them cops shot him. Duper looked at me and kicked something, a pound of butter, sending it smearing across the hot street. We fixing to do something what needs to be done, he said. First we gets a flashlight for everybody. And let's have some organization. Y'all don't everybody be running over everybody else. Come on. Come on in, buddy, Schofield said. I felt no need to lead or leave them, was glad to follow, was gripped by a need to see where and to what they would lead, and all the time the thought that I should go to the district was with me. We went inside the store, into the dark glinting with metal. They moved carefully, and I could hear them searching, sweeping objects to the floor. The cash register rang. Here's some flashlights over here, someone called. How many? Duper said. Plenty, man. Okay, pass out one to everybody. They got batteries. Naw, but there's plenty them too, 'bout a dozen boxes. Okay, give me one with batteries so I can find the buckets. Then every man get him a light. Here's some buckets over here, Schofield said. Then all we got to find is where he keeps the oil. Oil, I said. Coal oil, man, and hey y'all, he called, don't nobody be smoking in here. I stood beside Schofield listening to the noise as he took a stack of zinc buckets and passed them out. Now the store leaped alive with flashing lights and flickering shadows. Keep them lights down on the floor, Duper called. No use letting folks see who we are. Now when you get your buckets, line up and let me fill 'em. Listen to old Do lay it down. He's a bitch, ain't he, buddy? He always liked to lead things and always leading me into trouble. What are we getting ready to do? I said. You'll see, Duper said. Hey, you over there, come on from behind that counter. And take this bucket. Don't you see ain't nothing in that cash register that if it was, I'd have it myself. Suddenly the banging of buckets ceased. We moved into the back room. By the light of a flash, I could see a row of fuel drums mounted on racks. Duper stood before them in his new hip boots and filled each bucket with oil. We moved in slow order. Our buckets filled, we filed out into the street. I stood there in the dark feeling a Rising excitement as their voices played around me. What was the meaning of it all? What should I think of it, do about it? With this stuff, Duper said, we better walk in the middle of the street. It's just down around the corners. Then as we moved off, a group of boys ran among us, and the men started using their lights, revealing darting figures in blonde wigs, the tails of their stolen dress. Coats flying, behind them in hot pursuit, came a gang armed with dummy rifles taken from an Army and Navy store. I laughed with the others, thinking, a holy holiday for Clifton. Put out them lights, Duper commanded. Behind us came the sound of screams, laughter, ahead the footfalls of the running boys, distant fire trucks, shooting, and in the quiet intervals, the steady filtering of shattered glass. I could smell the kerosene as it sloshed from the buckets and slapped against the street. Suddenly Schofield grabbed my arm. Good God, look yonder. And I saw a crowd of men running up, pulling a Borden's milk wagon, on top of which, surrounded by a row of railroad flares, a huge woman in a gingham pinafore sat drinking beer from a barrel which sat before her. The men would run furiously a few paces and stop, resting between the shafts, run a few paces and rest, shouting and laughing and drinking from a jug, as she on top threw back her head and shouted passionately in a full-throated voice of blues singer's timbre. If it hadn't been for the referee, Joe Louis woulda killed Jim Jeffrey. Free beer. Sloshing the dipper of beer around. We stepped aside, amazed, as she bowed graciously from side to side like a tipsy fat lady in a circus parade, the dipper like a gravy spoon in her enormous hand. Then she laughed and drank deeply, while reaching over nonchalantly with her free hand to send quart after quart hot milk crashing into the street, and all the time the men running with the wagon over the debris. Around me there were shouts of laughter and disapproval. Somebody better stop them fools, Schofield said in outrage. That's what I call taking things too far. Goddamn, how the hell they going to get her down from there? After she gets full of beer, somebody answer me that. How they going to get her down? Round here throwing away all that good milk. The big woman left me unnerved. Milk and beer. I felt sad watching the wagon careen dangerously as they went around a corner. We went on, avoiding the broken bottles as now the spilling kerosene splashed into the pale spilt milk. How much has happened? Why was I torn? We moved around a corner. My head still ached. Schofield touched my arm. Here we is, he said. We had come to a huge tenement building. Where are we? I said. This the place where most of us live, he said. Come on. So that was it, the meaning of the kerosene. I couldn't believe it, couldn't believe. They had the nerve. All the windows seemed empty. They'd blacked it out themselves. I saw now only by flash or flame. Where will you live? I said, looking up. You call this living, Schofield said. It's the only way to get rid of it, man. I looked for hesitation in their vague forms. They stood looking at the building. Rising above us, the liquid dark of the oil simmering dully in the stray flecks of light that struck their pails, bent forward, their shoulders bowed. None said no by word or stance, and in the dark windows and on the roofs above I could now discern the forms of women and children. Duper moved toward the building. Now look at her, y'all, he said, his triple-hatted head showing grotesquely atop the stoop. I wants all the women and chillun and the old and the sick folks brought out, and when you takes your buckets up the stairs, I wants you to go clean to the top, I mean the top, and when you get there I want you to start using your flashlights in every room to make sure nobody gets left behind. Then when you get 'em out, start splashing coal oil. Then when you get it splashed, I'm going to holler, and when I holler 3 times, I want you to light them matches and get. After that, it's every tub on its own black bottom. It didn't occur to me to interfere or to question. They had a plan already. I could see the women and children coming down the steps. A child was crying, and suddenly everyone paused, turning, looking off into the dark. Somewhere nearby an incongruous sound shook the dark, an air hammer pounding like a machine gun. They paused with the sensitivity of grazing deer, then returned to their work, the women and children once more moving. That's right, y'all. You ladies move on up the street to the folks you going to stay with, Duper said, and keep holt them kids. Someone pounded my back and I swung around, seeing a woman push past me and climb up to catch Duper's arm, their two figures seeming to blend as her voice arose thin, vibrant, and desperate. Please, Duper, she said, please, you know my time's almost here, you know. It is, if you do it now, where am I going to go? Duper pulled away and rose to a higher step. He looked down at her, shaking his thrice-hatted head. Now get on out the way, Lottie, he said patiently. Why you have to start this now, we done been all over it, and you know I ain't gone change. And listen here, the resta y'all, he said, reaching into the top of his hip boot and producing a nickel-plated revolver and waving it around. Don't think they's going to be any mind-changing either, and I don't aim for no arguments neither. You got 'em right, Duper, we wid you. My kid died from the TBs in that death trap, but I bet a man ain't no more gone. Be born in there, he said. So now, Lottie, you go on up the street and let us men's get going. She stood back, crying. I looked at her in house shoes, her breasts turgid, her bellies heavy and high. In the crowd, women's hands took her away, her large liquid eyes turned for a second toward the man in the rubber boots. What type of man is he? What would Jack say of him? Jack, and where was he and this? Let's go, buddy, Schofield said, nudging me. I followed him, filled with a sense of Jack's outrageous unreality. We went in up the stairs, flashing our lights. Ahead I saw Duper moving. He was a type of man nothing in my life had taught me to see, to understand or respect, a man outside the scheme till now. We entered rooms littered with the signs of swift emptying. It was hot, close. This here's my own apartment, Schofield said, and ain't the bedbugs going to get a surprise? We slopped the kerosene about upon an old mattress along the floor, then moved into the hall using the flashlights. From all through the building came the sounds of footsteps, of splashing oil, the occasional prayerful protest of some old one being forced to leave. The men worked in silence now, like moles deep in the earth. Time seemed to hold. No one laughed. Then from below came Duper's voice. Okay, mens, we got everybody out. Now starting with the top floor, I want you to start striking matches. Be careful and don't set yourself on fire. There was still some kerosene left in Schofield's bucket, and I saw him pick up a rag and drop it in. Then came the sputtering of a match, and I saw the room leap to flame. The heat flared up and I backed away. He stood there silhouetted against the red flare, looking into the flames, shouting, Got him, you rotten sonsa bitches. You didn't think I'd do it, but there it is. You wouldn't fix it up. Now see how you like it. Let's go, I said. Below us, men shot downstairs 5 and 6 steps at a time, moving in the weird light of flash and flame in long dream bounds. On each floor as I passed, smoke and flame arose, and now I was seized with a fierce sense of exaltation. They've done it, I thought. They organized it and carried it through alone, the decision their own and their own action, capable of their own action. There came a thunder of footfalls above me, someone calling, keep going. Man, it's hell upstairs. Somebody done opened the door to the roof, and them flames is leaping. Come on, Schofield said. I moved, feeling something slip, and was halfway down the next flight before realizing that my briefcase was gone. For a second I hesitated, but I'd had it too long to leave it now. Come on, buddy, Schofield called. We can't be fooling around. In a second, I said. Men were shooting past. I bent over, holding on to the handrail, and shouldered my way back up the stairs, using my flash along each step, back slowly, finding it, an oily footstep embedded with crushed pieces of plaster showing upon its leather side. Getting it now and turning to bound down again. The oil won't come off easily, I thought with a pang, but this was it. What I had known was coming around the dark corner of my mind, had known and tried to tell the committee, and which they had ignored. I plunged down, shaking with fierce excitement. At the landing, I saw a bucket half full of kerosene and seized it, flinging it impulsively into a burning room. A huge puff of smoke-fringed flame filled the doorway, licking outward toward me. I ran, choking and coughing as I plunged. They did it themselves, I thought, holding my breath, planned it, organized it, applied the flame. I burst into the air and the exploding sounds of the night, and I did not know if the voice was that of a man, woman, or child, but for a moment I stood on the stoop, with the red doorway behind me, and heard the voice call me by my brotherhood name. It was as though I had been aroused from sleep, and for an instant I stood there, looking, listening to the voice, almost lost in the clamor of shouts, screams, burglar alarms, and sirens. "Brother, ain't it wonderful?" it called. "You said you would lead us, you really said. It's almost." I went down into the street, going slowly, but filled with a feverish inner need to be away from that voice. Where had Schofield gone? Most of their eyes, white in the flame-flushed dark, looked toward the building. But now I heard someone say, "Woman, who you say that is," and she proudly repeated my name. "Where he go? Get him, mon, Roz want him." I went into the crowd, walking slowly, smoothly into the dark crowd, the whole surface of my skin alert, my back chilled, looking, listening to those moving with it, heaving and sweating, and a burr of talk around me, and aware that now that I wanted to see them, needed to see them, I could not, feeling them, a dark mass in motion on a dark night, a black river ripping through a black land, and Roz or Tarp could move beside me and I wouldn't know. I was one with the mass, moving down the littered street over the puddles of oil and milk, my personality blasted. Then I was in the next block, dodging in and out, hearing them somewhere in the crowd behind me, moving on through the sound of sirens and burglar alarms, to be swept into a swifter crowd and pushed along, half running, half walking, trying to see behind me, and wondering where the others had gone. There was shooting back there now, and on either side of me they were throwing garbage cans, bricks, and pieces of metal into plate glass windows. I moved, feeling as though a huge force was on the point of bursting. Shouldering my way to the side, I stood in a doorway and watched them move, feeling a certain vindication, as now I thought of the message that had brought me here, who had called, one of the district members or someone from Jack's birthday celebration, who wanted me at the district after it was too late. Very well. I'd go there now, I'd see what the master minds thought now. Where were they anyway, and what profound conclusions were they drawing? What ex post fact lessons of history? And that crash over the telephone, had that been the beginning? Or had Jack simply dropped his eye? I laughed drunkenly, the eruption paining my head. Suddenly the shooting ceased, and in the silence there was the sound of voices. Footfalls, labor. "Hey, buddy," somebody said beside me. "Where you going?" It was Schofield. "It's either run or get knocked down," I said. "I thought you were still back there." I cut out, man. A building 2 doors away started to burn, and they had to get the fire department. Damn, wasn't for this noise, I'd swear those bullets was mosquitoes. "Watch out," I warned, pulling him away from where a man lay propped against a post, tightening a tourniquet around his gashed arm. Schofield flashed his light, and for a second I saw the black man, his face gray with shock, watching the jetting pulsing of his blood spurting into the street. Then, compelled, I reached down and twisted the tourniquet, feeling the blood warm upon my hand, seeing the pulsing cease. "You done stopped it," a young man said, looking down. "Here," I said, "you take it, hold it tight, get him to a doctor." "Ain't you a doctor?" "Me?" I said. "Me? Are you crazy? If you want him to live, get him away from here." "Albert done gone for one," the boy said, "but I thought you was one, you." "No," I said, looking at my bloody hands. "No, not me. You hold it tight until the doctor comes. I couldn't cure a headache." I stood wiping my hands against the briefcase, looking down at the big man, his back resting against the post with his eyes closed, the boy holding desperately to the tourniquet made of what had been a bright new tie. "Come on," I said. "Say," Schofield said when we were past, "wasn't that you that woman was calling?" Brother back yonders. Brother, no, it must have been some other guy. You know, man, I think I seen you before somewhere. You ever was in Memphis. Say, look what's coming, he said, pointing, and I looked through the dark to see. A squad of white-helmeted policemen charged forward and brake for shelter as a rain of bricks showered down from the building tops, some of the white helmets racing. For the doorways turned to fire, and I heard Schofield grunt and go down, and I dropped beside him, seeing the red burst of fire and hearing the shrill scream, like an arching dive curving from above to end in a crunching thud in the street. It was as though it landed in my stomach, sickening me, and I crouched, looking down past Schofield, who lay just ahead of me, to see the dark, crushed form from the roof, and farther away the body of a cop, his helmet making a small white luminous mound. The dark. I moved now to see whether Schofield was hit, just as he squirmed around and cursed at the cops who were trying to rescue the one who was down, his voice furious as he stretched full length, firing away with a nickel-plated pistol like that Duper had waved. Get the hell down, man, he yelled over his shoulder. I've been wanting to blast him a long time. No, not with that thing, I said. Let's get out of here. Hell, man, I can shoot this thing, he said. I rolled behind a pile of baskets filled with rotting chickens now, and to my left, upon the littered curb, a woman and man crouched behind an upturned delivery cart. D. Hart, she said, let's get up on the hill, D. Hart, up with the respectable people. Hell, we stay right here, the man said. This thing's just starting. If it becomes a show, nuff race riot, I want to be here, where there'll be some fighting. Back. The words struck like bullets fired close range, blasting my satisfaction to earth. It was as though the uttered word had given meaning to the night, almost as though it had created it, brought it into being in the instant his breath vibrated small against the loud, riotous air, and in defining, in giving organization to the fury, it seemed to spin me around, and in my mind, I was looking backward over the days since Clifton's death. Could this be the answer? Could this be what the committee had planned? The answer to why they'd surrendered our influence to Roz. Suddenly, I heard the hoarse explosion of a shotgun and looked past Schofield's glinting pistol to the huddled form from the roof. It was suicide. Without guns, it was suicide, and not even the pawnshops here had guns for sale, and yet I knew with a shattering dread that the uproar which, for the moment, marked primarily the crash of men against things, against stores, markets, could swiftly become the crash of men against men, and with most of the guns and numbers on the other side, I could see it now, see it clearly. And in growing magnitude, it was not suicide but murder. The committee had planned it, and I had helped, had been a tool just at the very moment I had thought myself free. By pretending to agree, I had indeed agreed, had made myself responsible for that huddled form lighted by flame and gunfire in the street, and all the others whom now the night was making ripe for death. The briefcase swung heavy against my leg as I ran, going away, leaving Schofield cursing his lack of bullets behind me, running wildly and swinging the briefcase hard against the head of a dog that leaped at me out of the crowd, sending him yelping away. To my right lay a quiet residential street with trees, and I entered it, going toward 7th Avenue, toward the district, filled now with horror and hatred. They'll pay, I thought, they'll pay. The street lay dead quiet in the light of the lately risen moon, the gunfire thin and, for a moment, distant. The rioting seemed in another world. For a moment I paused beneath a low, thickly leaved tree, looking down the well-kept, doily-shadowed walks. Past the silent houses, it was as though the tenants had vanished, leaving the houses silent with all windows shaded, refugees from a rising flood. Then I heard the single footfalls coming doggedly toward me in the night, an eerie slapping sound, followed by a precise and hallucinated cry. Time's flying. Souls dying. The coming of the Lord. Drawth naeg. As though he had run for days, for years, he trotted past where I stood beneath the tree, his bare feet slapping the walk in the silence, going for a few feet and then the hallucinated cry beginning again. I ran into the avenue, where in the light of a flaming liquor store, I saw 3 old women scurrying toward me with raised skirts loaded with canned goods. "I can't stop it just yet, but have mercy, Lord," one of them said. "Do, Jesus, do. Sweet Jesus." I moved ahead, the fumes of alcohol and burning tar in my nostrils. Down the avenue to my left, a single street lamp still glowed where the long block was. Intersected on my right by a street, and I could see a crowd rushing a store that faced the intersection, moving in, and a fusillade of canned goods, salami, liverwurst, hogsheads and chitlins belching out to those outside, and a bag of flour bursting. White upon them, as now out of the dark of the intersecting street, 2 mounted policemen came at a gallop, heaving huge and heavy-hooved, charging straight into the swarming mass, and I could see the great forward lunge of the horses and the crowd breaking and rolling back like a wave, back and screaming and cursing, and some laughing back and around and out into the avenue, stumbling and pushing. As the horses, heads high and bits froth-flecked, went over the curb to land stiff, legged and slide over the cleared walk as upon ice skates and passed, carried by the force of the charge, sideways now, legs stiff, sparks flying to where another crowd looted another store, and my heart tightened as the first crowd swung imperturbably back to their looting with derisive cries, like sandpipers swinging around to glean the shore after a furious wave's recession. Cursing Jack and the Brotherhood, I moved around a steel grill torn from the front of a pawn shop, seeing the troopers galloping back and the riders lifting the horses too. Charge again, grim and skillful in white steel helmets, and the charge beginning. This time a man went down, and I saw a woman swinging a gleaming frying pan hard against the horse's rump, and the horse neighing and beginning to plunge. "They'll pay," I thought. "They'll pay." They came toward me as I ran, a crowd of men and women, carrying cases of beer, cheese, chains of linked sausage, watermelons, sacks of sugar, hams, cornmeal, fuel lamps. If only it could stop right here before the others came with their guns. I ran. There was no firing, but when I thought, how long before it starts? "Get a side of bacon, Joe," a woman called. "Get a side of bacon, Joe, get Wilson's." "Lord, Lord, Lord," a dark voice called from the dark. I went on, plunged in a sense of painful isolation, as I reached 125th Street and started east. A squad of mounted police galloped past, men with submachine guns were guarding a bank and a large jewelry store. I moved out to the center of the street, running down the trolley rails. The moon was high now, and before me, the shattered glass glittered in the street, like the water of a flooded river, upon the surface of which I ran as in a dream, avoiding by fate alone the distorted objects washed away by the flood. Then suddenly I seemed to sink, sucked under. Ahead of me the body hung, white, naked, and horribly feminine from a lamppost. I felt myself spin around with horror, and it was as though I had turned some nightmarish somersault. I whirled, still moving by reflex, backtracking, and stopped, and now there was another and another, 7 all. Hanging before a gutted storefront, I stumbled, hearing the cracking of bones underfoot, and saw a physician's skeleton shattered on the street, the skull rolling away from the backbone, as I steadied long enough to notice the unnatural stiffness of those hanging above me. They were mannequins, dummies, I said aloud. Hairless, bald, and sterilely feminine, and I recalled the boys in the blonde wigs, expecting the relief of laughter, but suddenly was more devastated by the humor than by the horror. But are they unreal, I thought? Are they? What if even one is real? Is Sybil? I hugged my briefcase, backing away, and ran. They moved in a tight-knit order, carrying sticks and clubs, shotguns and rifles, led by Roz the Exhorter, become Roz the Destroyer, upon a great black horse, a new Roz of a haughty, vulgar dignity, dressed in the costume of an Abyssinian chieftain, fur cap upon his head, his arm bearing a shield, a cape made of the skin of some wild animal around his shoulders, a figure more out of a dream than out of Harlem, than out of even this Harlem night, yet real, alive, alarming. "Come away from that stupid looting," he called to a group before a store. Come. Join with us to burst in the armory and get guns and ammunition. And hearing his voice, I opened my briefcase and searched for my dark glasses. My Reinhardts, drawing them out only to see the crushed lenses fall to the street. Reinhardt, I thought, Reinhardt. I turned. The police were back there behind me. If shooting started, I'd be caught in the crossfire. I felt in my briefcase, feeling papers. Shattered iron coins, my fingers closing over Tarp's leg chain, and I slipped it over. My knuckles trying to think. I closed the flap, locking it. A new mood was settling over me as they came on, a larger crowd than Roz had ever drawn. I went calmly forward, holding the heavy case, but moving with a certain new sense of self, and with it a feeling almost of relief, almost of a sigh. I knew suddenly what I had to do, knew it even before it shaped itself completely in my mind. Someone called, "Look," and Roz bent down from the horse, saw me, and flung, of all things, a spear, and I fell forward at the movement of his arm, catching myself upon my hands as a tumbler would, and heard the shock of it piercing one of the hanging dummies. I stood, my briefcase coming with me. "Betrayer," Roz shouted. "It's the brother," someone said. They moved up around the horse, excited and not quite decided, and I faced him, knowing I was no worse than he, nor any better, and that all the months of illusion and the night of chaos required but a few simple words, a mild, even a meek, muted action to clear the air, to awaken them and me. "I am no longer their brother," I shouted. "They want a race riot, and I am against it. The more of us who are killed, the better they like." "Ignore his lying tongue," Roz shouted. "Hang him up to teach the black people a lesson, and there be no more traitors, no more Uncle Toms. Hang him up there with them blasted dummies." "But anyone can see it," I shouted. "It's true, I was betrayed by those who I thought were our friends, but they counted on this man too. They needed this destroyer to do their work. They deserted you so that in your despair you'd follow this man to your destruction. Can't you see it? They want you guilty of your own murder, your own sacrifice." "Grab him," Roz shouted. 3 men stepped forward, and I reached up without thinking, actually a desperate oratorical gesture of disagreement and defiance, as I shouted, "No," but my hand struck the spear and I wrenched it free, gripping it mid-shaft, point forward. "They want this to happen," I said. "They planned it. They want the mobs to come uptown with machine guns and rifles. They want the streets to flow with blood, your blood, black blood and white blood, so that they can turn your death and sorrow and defeat into propaganda. It's simple, you've known it a long time. It goes, use a nigger to catch a nigger. Well, they used me to catch you, and now they're using Roz to do away with me and to prepare your sacrifice. Don't you see it? Isn't it clear?" "Hang the lying traitor," Roz shouted. "What are you waiting for?" I saw a group of men start forward. "Wait," I said, "then kill me for myself, for my own mistake, then leave it there. Don't kill me for those who are downtown laughing at the trick they played." But even as I spoke, I knew it was no good. I had no words and no eloquence, and when Roz thundered, "Hang him," I stood there facing them, and it seemed unreal. I faced them knowing that the madman in a foreign costume was real and yet unreal. Knowing that he wanted my life, that he held me responsible for all the nights and days and all the suffering, and for all that which I was incapable of controlling, and I. No hero, but short and dark, with only a certain eloquence and a bottomless capacity for being a fool to mark me from the rest, saw them, recognized them at last as those whom I had failed and of whom I was now, just now, a leader though leading them. Running ahead of them, only in the stripping away of my illusionment. I looked at Roz on his horse and at their handful of guns and recognized the absurdity of the whole night and of the simple, yet confoundingly complex arrangement of hope and desire, fear and hate that had brought me here still. Running and knowing now who I was and where I was, and knowing too that I had no longer to run for or from the Jacks and the Emersons and the Bledsoes and Nortons, but only from their confusion, impatience, and refusal to recognize the beautiful absurdity of their American identity and mine. I stood there, knowing that by dying, That by being hanged by Roz on this street, in this destructive night, I would perhaps move them one fraction of a bloody step closer to a definition of who they were and of what I was and had been, but the definition would have been too narrow. I was invisible, and hanging would not bring me to visibility, even to their eyes, since they wanted my death not for myself alone, but for the chase I'd been on all my life. Because of the way I'd been run, chased, operated, purged, although to a great extent I could have done nothing else. Given their blindness, didn't they tolerate both Reinhardt and Bledsoe, and my invisibility, and that I, a little black man with an assumed name, should die because a big black man, in his hatred and confusion over the nature of a reality that seemed controlled solely by white men whom I knew to be as blind as he, was just too much, too outrageously absurd, and I knew that it was. But to live out one's own absurdity than to die for that of others, whether for Roz's or Jack's. So when Roz yelled, "Hang him," I let fly the spear, and it was as though for a moment I had surrendered my life and begun to live again, watching it catch him as he turned his head to shout, ripping through both cheeks, and saw the surprised pause of the crowd as Roz wrestled with the spear that locked his jaws. Some of the men raised their guns, but they were too close to shoot, and I hit the first with Tarp's leg chain and the other in the middle with my briefcase, then ran through a looted store, hearing the blanging of the burglar alarm as I scrambled over scattered shoes, upturned showcases, chairs, back to where I saw the moonlight through the rear door ahead. They came behind me like a draft of flames, and I led them through and around to the avenue, and if they'd fired, they could have had me, but it was important to them that they hang me, lynch me even, since that was the way they had been taught to run. I should die by hanging alone, as though only hanging would settle things, even the score, so I ran expecting death between the shoulder blades or through the back of my head, and as I ran I was trying to get to Mary's. It was not a decision of thought, but something I realized suddenly while running over puddles of milk in the black street, stopping to swing the heavy briefcase and the leg chain slipping and sliding out of their hands. If only I could turn around and drop my arms and say, "Look, men, give me a break. We're all black folks together. Nobody cares," though now I knew we cared. They at last cared enough to act, so I thought, if only I could say, "Look, they've played a trick on us, the same old trick with new variations. Let's stop running and respect and love one another." If only, I thought, running into another crowd now and thinking I'd gotten away, only to catch a punch on my jaw as one closed in, shouting and feeling the leg chain bounce as I caught his head and spurted forward, turning out of the avenue only to be struck by a spray of water that seemed to descend from above. It was a main that had burst, throwing a fierce curtain of spray into the night. I was going for Mary's, but I was moving downtown through the dripping street rather than up, and as I started through, a mounted policeman charged through the spray, the horse black and dripping, charging through and looming huge and unreal, neighing and clopping across the pavement upon me now. As I slipped to my knees and saw the huge pulsing bulk floating down upon and over me, the sound of hooves and screams, and a rush of water coming through distantly, as though I sat remote in a padded room, then over, almost past, the hair of the tail fiery lash across my eyes. I stumbled about in circles, blindly swinging the briefcase, the image of a fiery comet's tail burning my smarting lids, turning and swinging blindly with briefcase and leg chain, and hearing the gallop begin as I floundered helplessly, and now moving straight into the full, naked force of the water, feeling its power like a blow, wet and thudding and cold, then through it and able partly to see. Just as another horse dashed up and through, a hunter taking a barrier, the rider slanting backward, the horse rising, then hit and swallowed by the rising spray. I stumbled down the street, the comet tail in my eyes, seeing a little better now and looking back to see the water spraying like a mad geyser in the moonlight. To Mary, I thought, to Mary. There were rows of iron fences, backed by low hedges before the houses, and I stumbled behind them and lay panting to rest from the crushing force of the water. But hardly had I settled down, the dry dog-day smell of the hedge in my nose, when they stopped before the house, leaning upon the fence. They were passing a bottle around, and their voices sounded spent of strong emotion. "This is some night," one of them said. "Ain't this some night? It's 'bout like the rest." "Why you say that?" "'Cause it's full of fucking and fighting and drinking and lying. Gimme that bottle." "Yeah, but tonight I seen some things I never seen before." "You think you seen something? Hell, you ought to been over on Lennox about 2 hours ago. You know that stud Roz the Destroyer? Well, man, he was spitting blood." "That crazy guy?" "Hell yes, man. He had him a big black hoss and a fur cap and some kind of old lion skin or something over his shoulders, and he was raising hell. Goddamn if he wasn't a sight, riding up and down on this old hoss, you know, one of the kind that pulls vegetable wagons, and he got him a cowboy saddle and some big spurs." "Oh no, mans." "Hell yes, riding up and down the block yelling, 'Destroy him, drive him out, burn 'em out. I Roz commands you. You get that, man," he said. "I Roz commands you to destroy them to the last piece of rotten fish." And 'bout that time some joker with a big old Georgia voice sticks his head out the window and yells, "Ride 'em. Cowboy, give 'em hell and bananas." And man, that crazy son of a bitch up there on that hoss looking like death eating a sandwich, he reaches down and comes up with a 45 and starts blazing up at that window, and man, talk about cutting out. In a second wasn't nobody left, but ol' Roz up there on that hoss with that lion skin stretched straight out behind him. Crazy man, everybody else trying to get some loot. And him and his boys out for blood. I lay like a man rescued from drowning, listening, still not sure I was alive. "I was over there," another voice said. "You see him when the mounted police got after his ass." "Hell nom, here, take a lil taste." "Well, that's when you should 'a seen him. When he seen them cops riding up, he reached back of his saddle and come up with some kind of old shield." "A shield?" "Hell yes, one with a spike in the middle of it. And that ain't all. When he sees the cops, he calls to one of his goddamn henchmens to hand him up a spear, and a little short guy run out into the street and give him one. You know, one of the kind you see them African guys carrying in the moving pictures." "Where the hell was you, man?" "Me, I'm over on the side where some stud done broke in a store and is selling cold beer out the window. Done gone into business, man," the voice laughed. "I was drinking me some Budweiser and digging the doings, when here comes the cops up the street riding like cowboys, man, and when ol' Roz the what's his name sees 'em, he lets out a roar like a lion and rears way back and starts shooting spurs into that boss's ass fast as nickels falling in the subway at going home time, and goddamn. That's when you ought to seen him. Say, gimme a taste there, fella." "Thanks, here he comes bookety with that spear stuck out in front of him. And that shield on his arm, charging man, and he's yelling something in African or West Indian or something, and he's got his head down low like he knew about that shit too, man, riding like Earl Sand in the Fifth at Jamaica. That old black hoss let out a whinny and got his head down. I don't know where he got that son of a bitch. But gentlemens, I swear, when he felt that steel in his hide behind, he came on like man o' war going to get his ashes hauled before the cops knowed what hit him. Roz is right in the middle of him, and one cop grabbed for that spear, and ol' Roz swung round and bust him across the head, and the cop goes down and his hoss rears up. And ol' Roz tries his and tries to spear him, another cop, and the other hosses is plunging around, and ol' Roz tries to spear him, still another cop, only he's too close. And the hoss is pooling and snorting and pissing and shitting, and they swings around, and the cop is swinging his pistol, and every time he swings, ol' Roz throws up his shield with one arm and chops at him with the spear with the other, and man, you could hear that gun striking that old shield like somebody dropping tire irons out a 12-story window. And you know what? When ol' Roz saw he was too close to spear him, a cop, he wheeled that hoss around and rode off a bit and did him a quick roundabout face and charged him again, out for blood, man, only this time the cops Got tired of that bullshit and one of 'em started shooting, and that was the lick, ol'. Roz didn't have time to get his gun, so he let fly with that spear, and you could hear him grunt and say something 'bout that cop's kinfolks, and then him and that hoss shot up the street leaping like heyo, the goddamn silver. Man, where'd you come from? It's the truth, man, here's my right hand. They were laughing outside the hedge and leaving, and I lay in a cramp, wanting to laugh and yet knowing that Roz was not funny, or not only funny, but dangerous as well, wrong but justified, crazy and yet coldly sane. Why did they make it seem funny, only funny, I thought, and yet knowing that it was funny and dangerous and sad. Jack had seen it, or had stumbled upon it and used it to prepare a sacrifice, and I had been used as a tool. My grandfather had been wrong about yesing them to death and destruction, or else things had changed too much since his day. There was only one way to destroy them. I got up from behind the hedge in the waning moon, wet and shaken in the hot air, and started out looking for Jack. Still turned around in my direction, I moved into the street, listening to the distant sounds of the riot and seeing in my mind the image of two eyes in the bottom of a shattered glass. I kept to the darker side of streets and to the silent areas, thinking that if he wished really to hide his strategy, he'd appear in the district with a sound truck, perhaps playing the friendly advisor with Restrom and Tobbit beside him. They were in civilian clothes, and I thought cops until I saw the baseball bat and started to turn herring. Hey, you. I hesitated. What's in that briefcase? They said, and if I'd asked me anything else, I might have stood still, but at the question, a wave of shame and outrage shook me, and I ran, still heading for Jack. But I was in strange territory now, and someone, for some reason, had removed the manhole cover, and I felt myself plunge down, a long drop that ended upon a load of coal that sent up a cloud of dust, and I lay in the black dark upon the black coal, no longer running, hiding, or concerned, hearing this shifting of the coal, as from somewhere above their voices came floating down. You see the way he went down, zoom. I was just fixing to slug the bastard. You hit him. I don't know. Say, Joe, you think the bastard's dead. Maybe he sure is in the dark, though. You can't even see his eyes. Nigger in the coal pile, eh, Joe? Someone hollered down the hole. Hey, black boy, come on out, we want to see what's in that briefcase. Come down and get me, I said. What's in that briefcase? You, I said, suddenly laughing. What do you think of that? Me. All of you, I said. You're crazy, he said. But I still have you in this briefcase. What do you steal? Can't you see, I said, light a match. What the hell's he talking about, Joe? Strike a match, the boogie's nuts. High above I saw the small flame sputter into light. They stood heads down, as in prayer, unable to see me back in the coal. Come on down, I said. Hal ha, I've had you in my briefcase all the time, and you didn't know me then and can't see me now. You son of a bitch, one of them called, outraged. Then the match went out and I heard something fall softly upon the coal nearby. They were talking above. You goddamn black nigger son of a bitch, someone called. See how you like this. And I heard the cover settle over the manhole with a dull clang. Fine bits of dirt showered down as they stamped upon the lid, and for a moment I sent coal sliding in. Wild surprise, looking up through black space to where for a second the dim light of a match sank through a circle of holes in the steel. Then I thought, this is the way it's always been, only now I know it, and rested back, calm now, placing the brief case beneath my head. I could open it in the morning, push off the lid. Now I was tired, too tired, my mind retreating, the image of the two glass eyes running together like blobs of melting lead. Here it was as though the riot was gone, and I felt the tug of sleep seemed to move out upon black water. It's a kind of death without hanging, I thought, a death alive. In the morning I'll remove the lid. Mary, I should have gone to Mary's. I would go now to Mary's Inn. The only way that I could. I moved off over the black water, floating, sighing. sleeping invisibly. But I was never to reach Mary's, and I was over-optimistic about removing the steel cap in the morning. Great invisible waves of time flowed over me, but that morning never came. There was no morning, nor light of any kind to awaken me, and I slept on and on until finally I was aroused by hunger. Then I was up in the dark and blundering around, feeling rough walls and the coal giving way beneath each step. Like treacherous sand, I tried to reach above me but found only space, unbroken and impenetrable. Then I tried to find the usual ladder that leads out of such holes, but there was none. I had to have a light, and now on hands and knees, holding tight to my briefcase, I searched the coal until I found the folder of matches the men had dropped. How long ago had that been? But there were only 3, and to save them I started searching for paper to make a torch, feeling about slowly over the coal pile. I needed just one piece of paper to light my way out of the hole, but there was nothing. Next I searched my pockets, finding not even a bill or an advertising folder or a Brotherhood leaflet. Why had I destroyed Reinhardt's throwaway? Well, there was only one thing to do if I was to make a torch. I'd have to open my briefcase. In it were the only papers I had. I started with my high school diploma, applying one precious match with a feeling of remote irony, even smiling as I saw the swift but feeble light push back the gloom. I was in a deep basement, full of shapeless objects that extended farther than I could see, and I realized that to light my way out, I would have to burn every paper in the briefcase. I moved slowly off toward the darker blackness, lighting my way by these feeble torches. The next to go was Clifton's doll, but it burned so stubbornly that I reached inside the case for something else. Then, by the light of the smoke sputtering doll, I opened a folded page. It was the anonymous letter, which burned so quickly that as it flamed, I hurriedly unfolded another. It was that slip upon which Jack had written my Brotherhood name. I could still smell Emma's perfume even in the dampness of the cellar, and now seeing the handwriting of the two in the consuming flames, I burned my hand and slipped to my knees, staring. He handwriting was the same. I knelt there, stunned, watching the flames consume them. That he, or anyone at that late date, could have named me and set me running with one and the same stroke of the pen was too much. Suddenly I began to scream, getting up in the darkness and plunging wildly about, bumping against walls, scattering coal and in my anger extinguishing my feeble light, but still whirling on in the blackness, knocking against the rough walls of a narrow passage, banging my head and cursing. I stumbled down and plunged against some kind of partition and sailed headlong, coughing and sneezing, into another dimensionless room, where I continued to roll about the floor in my outrage. How long this kept up I do not know. It might have been days, weeks. I lost all sense of time, and every time I paused to rest, the outrage revived and I went off again. Then, finally, when I could barely move, something seemed to say, "That's enough, don't kill yourself, you've run enough, you're through with them at last," and I collapsed face forward and lay there beyond the point of exhaustion, too tired to close my eyes. It was a state neither of dreaming nor of waking, but somewhere in between, in which I was caught like Trueblood's jaybird that Yellow Jackets had paralyzed in every part but his eyes. But somehow the floor had now turned to sand, and the darkness to light, and I lay the prisoner of a group consisting of Jack and old Emerson and Bledsoe and Norton and Roz and the school superintendent and a number of others whom I failed to recognize, but all of whom had run me, who now pressed around me as I lay beside a river of black water, near where an armored bridge arched sharply away to where I could not see, and I was protesting their holding me, and they were demanding that I return to them, and were annoyed with my refusal. "No," I said, "I'm through with all your illusions and lies. I'm through running." "Not quite," Jack said above the others' angry demands, "but you soon will be. Unless you return, refuse, and will free you of your illusions, all right." "No, thank you, I'll free myself," I said, struggling to rise from the cutting sand. But now they came forward with a knife, holding me, and I felt the bright red pain And they took the two bloody blobs and cast them over the bridge and out of my anguish. I saw them curve up and catch beneath the apex of the curving arch of the bridge to hang there, dripping down through the sunlight into the dark red water. And while the others laughed, before my pain-sharpened eyes the whole world was slowly turning red. "Now you're free of illusions," Jack said, pointing to my seed wasting upon the air. "How does it feel to be free of one's illusions?" And I looked up through a pain so intense now that the air seemed to roar with the clanging of metal, hearing, "How does it feel to be free of illusion?" And now I answered, painful and empty, as I saw a glittering butterfly circle 3 times around my blood-red parts, up there beneath the bridge's high arch. "But look," I said, pointing, and they looked and laughed, and suddenly seeing their satisfied faces and understanding, I gave a Bledsoe laugh, startling them, and Jack came forward, curious. "Why do you laugh?" he said. "Because at a price I now see that which I couldn't see," I said. "What does he think he sees?" they said. And Jack came closer, threatening, and I laughed. "I'm not afraid now," I said. "But if you'll look, you'll see, it's not invisible." "See what?" they said. "That there hang not only my generations wasting upon the water, and now this." Pain welled up, and I could no longer see them. "But what?" "Go on," they said. "But your sun." "Yes." "And your moon." "He's crazy." "Your world." "I knew he was a mystic idealist," Tobbit said. "Still," I said, "there's your universe, and that drip-drop upon the water you hear is all the history you've made, all you're going to make. Now laugh, you scientists. Let's hear you laugh." And high above me now, the bridge seemed to move off to where I could not see. Striding like a robot, an Iron Man, whose iron legs clanged doomfully as it moved. And then I struggled up, full of sorrow and pain, shouting, "No, no, we must stop him." And I awoke in the blackness. Fully awake now, I simply lay there as though paralyzed. I could think of nothing else to do. Later I would try to find my way out, but now I could only lie on the floor, reliving the dream. All their faces were so vivid that they seemed to stand before me. Beneath a spotlight, they were all up there somewhere, making a mess of the world. Well, let them. I was through, and in spite of the dream, I was whole. And now I realized that I couldn't return to Mary's or to any part of my old life. I could approach it only from the outside, and I had been as invisible to Mary as I had been to the Brotherhood. No, I couldn't return to Mary's or to the campus or to the Brotherhood or Me, I could only move ahead or stay here, underground, so I would stay here until I was chased out. Here, at least, I could try to think things out. In peace, or if not in peace, in quiet, I would take up residence underground. The end was in the beginning. Epilogue. So there you have all of it that's important, or at least you almost have it. I'm an invisible man, and it placed me in a hole, or showed me the hole I was in, if you will, and I reluctantly accepted the fact. What else could I have done once you get used to it? Reality is as irresistible as a club, and I was clubbed into the cellar before I caught the hint. Perhaps that's the way it had to be. I don't know, nor do I know whether accepting the lesson has placed me in the rear or in the avant-garde. That, perhaps, is a lesson for history, and I'll leave such decisions to Jack and his ilk while I try belatedly to study the lesson of my own life. Let me be honest with you, a feat which, by the way, I find of the utmost difficulty. When one is invisible, he finds such problems as good and evil, honesty and dishonesty, of such shifting shapes that he confuses one with the other, depending upon who happens to be looking through him at the time. Well, now I've been trying to look through myself, and there's a risk in it. I was never more hated than when I tried to be honest, or when, even as just now, I've tried to articulate exactly what I felt. To be the truth, no one was satisfied, not even I. On the other hand, I've never been more loved and appreciated than when I tried to justify and affirm someone's mistaken beliefs, or when I've tried to give my friends the incorrect, absurd answers they wished to hear. In my presence they could talk and agree with themselves. The World was nailed down and they loved it. They received a feeling of security. But here was the rub. Too often, in order to justify them, I had to take myself by the throat and choke myself until my eyes bulged and my tongue hung out and wagged like the door of an empty house in a high wind. Oh yes, it made them happy and it made me sick, so I became ill of affirmation, of saying yes against the naysaying of my stomach, not to mention my brain. There is, by the way, an area in which a man's feelings are more rational than his mind, and it is precisely in that area that his will is pulled in several directions at the same time. You might sneer at this, but I know now, I was pulled this way and that for longer than I can remember, and my problem was that I always tried to go in everyone's way but my own. I have also been called one thing and then another while no one really wished to hear what I called myself, so after years of trying to adopt the opinions of others, I finally rebelled. I am an invisible man, thus I have come a long way and returned and boomeranged a long way from the point in society toward which I originally aspired. So I took to the cellar, I hibernated, I got away from it all, but that wasn't enough. I couldn't be still even in hibernation, because damn it, there's the mind, the mind. It wouldn't let me rest. Gin, jazz, and dreams were not enough. Books were not enough. My belated appreciation of the crude joke that had kept me running was not enough, and my mind revolved again and again back to my grandfather, and despite the farce that ended my attempt to say yes to the Brotherhood, I'm still plagued by his deathbed advice. Perhaps he hid his meaning deeper than I thought, perhaps his anger threw me off. I can't decide. Could he have meant, hell, he must have meant the principle that we were to affirm the principle on which the country was built and not the men, or at least not the men who did the violence? Did he mean say yes because he knew that the principle was greater than the men, greater than the numbers and the vicious power and all the methods used to corrupt its name? Did he mean to affirm the principle, which they themselves had dreamed into being out of the chaos and darkness of the feudal past, and which they had violated and compromised to the point of absurdity even in their own corrupt minds? Or did he mean that we had to take the responsibility for all of it, for the men as well as the principle, because we were the heirs who must use the principle, because no other fitted our needs, not for the power or for vindication, but because we, with the given circumstance of our origin, could only thus find transcendence? Was it that we most of all, had to affirm the principle, the plan in whose name we had been brutalized and sacrificed, not because we would always be weak nor because we were afraid or opportunistic, but because we were older than they in the sense of what it took to live in the world with others, and because they had exhausted in us some, not much, but some of the human greed and smallness, yes, and the fear and superstition that had kept them running. Oh yes, they're running too, running all over themselves. Or was it, did he mean that we should affirm the principle because we, through no fault of our own, were linked to all the others in the loud, clamoring semi-visible world, that world seen only as a fertile field for exploitation by Jack and his kind, and with condescension by Norton and his, who were tired of being the mere pawns in the futile game of making history? Had he seen that for these two we had to say yes to the principle, lest they turn upon us to destroy both it and us? Agree 'em to death and destruction, grandfather had advised. Hell, weren't they their own death and their own destruction, except as the principle lived in them and in us? And here's the cream of the joke. Weren't we part of them as well as apart from them, and subject to die when they died? I can't figure it out, it escapes me. But what do I really want? I've asked myself. Certainly not the freedom of a Reinhardt or the power of a Jack, nor simply the freedom not to run. No, but the next step I couldn't make, so I've remained in the hole. I'm not blaming anyone for this state of affairs, mind you, nor merely crying me culpa. The fact is that you carry part of your sickness within you. At least I do. As an invisible man, I carried my sickness, and though for a long time I tried to place it the outside world, the attempt to write it down shows me that at least half of it lay within me. It came upon me slowly, like that strange disease that affects those black. Men whom you see turning slowly from black to albino, their pigment disappearing. As under the radiation of some cruel, invisible ray, you go along for years knowing something is wrong, then suddenly you discover that you're as transparent as air. At first you tell yourself that it's all a dirty joke, or that it's due to the political situation, but deep down you come to suspect that you're yourself to blame, and you stand naked and shivering before the millions of eyes who look through you. Unseeingly, that is the real soul sickness, the spear in the side, the drag by the neck. Through the mob-angry town, the grand inquisition, the embrace of the maiden, the rip in the belly with the guts spilling out, the trip to the chamber with the deadly gas. That ends in the oven so hygienically clean, only it's worse because you continue stupidly to live, but live you must, and you can either make passive love to your sickness or burn it out and go on to the next conflicting phase. Yes, but what is the next phase? How often have I tried to find it, over and over? Again, I've gone up above to seek it out, for like almost everyone else in our country, I started out with my share of optimism. I believed in hard work and progress and action, but now, after first being for society and then against it, I assign myself no rank or any limit, and such an attitude is very much against the trend of the times. But my world has become one of infinite possibilities. What a phrase, still it's a good phrase and a good view of life, and a man shouldn't accept any other. That much I've learned underground, until some gang succeeds in putting the world in a straight jacket. Its definition is possibility. Step outside the narrow borders of what men call reality and you step into chaos. Ask Reinhardt, he's a master of it, or imagination. That too I've learned in the cellar, and not by deadening my sense of perception. I'm invisible, not blind. No, indeed, the world is just as concrete, ornery, vile, and sublimely wonderful as before, only now I better understand my relation to it and it to me. I've come a long way from those days when, full of illusion, I lived a public life and attempted to function under the assumption that the world was solid and all the relationships therein. Now I know men are different and that all life is divided, and that only division is their true health. Hence again I have stayed in my hole, because up above there's an increasing passion to make men conform to a pattern, just as in my nightmare Jack and the boys are waiting with their knives, looking for the slightest excuse to ball the Jack, and I do not refer to the old dance step, although what they're doing is making the old eagle rock dangerously. Whence all this passion toward conformity anyway? Diversity is the word. Let man keep his many parts and you'll have no tyrant states. Why, if they follow this conformity business, they'll end up by forcing me, an invisible man, to become white, which is not a color but the lack of one. Must I strive toward colorlessness? But seriously and without snobbery, think of what the world would lose if that should happen. America is woven of many strands. I would recognize them and let it so remain. It's winner take nothing. That is the great truth of our country, or of any country. Life is to be lived, not controlled, and humanity is won by continuing to play. In face of certain defeat, our fate is to become one, and yet many. This is not prophecy but description. Thus one of he greatest jokes in the world is the spectacle of the whites busy escaping blackness and becoming blacker every day, and the blacks striving toward whiteness, becoming quite dull and gray. None of us seems to know who he is or where he's going. Which reminds me of something that occurred the other day in the subway. At first I saw only an old gentleman who for the moment was lost. I knew he was lost, for as I looked down the platform, I saw him approach several people and turn away. Without speaking, he's lost, I thought, and he'll keep coming until he sees me. Then he'll ask his direction. Maybe there's an embarrassment in it if he admits he's lost too. A strange white man. Perhaps to lose a sense of where you are implies the danger of losing a sense of who you are. That must be it, I thought. To lose your direction is to lose your face. So here he comes to ask his direction from the lost, the invisible. Very well, I've learned to live without direction. Let him ask. But then he was only a few feet away, and I recognized him. It was Mr. Norton. The old gentleman was thinner and wrinkled now, but as dapper as ever, and seeing him made all the old life live in me for an instant, and I smiled with tear-stinging eyes. Then it was over dead, and when he asked me how to get to Center Street, I regarded him with mixed feelings. "Don't you know me?" I said. "Should I?" he said. "You see me," I said, watching him tensely. "Why, of course, sir. Do you know the way to Center Street?" "So, last time it was the Golden Day, now it's Center Street. You've retrenched." "Sir, but don't you know who I am?" "Young man, I'm in a hurry," he said, cupping a hand to his ear. "Why should I know you?" "Because I'm your destiny." "My destiny, did you say?" He gave me a puzzled stare, backing away. "Young man, are you well? Which train did you say I should take?" "I didn't say," I said, shaking my head. "Now, aren't you ashamed?" "Ashamed, ashamed," he said indignantly. I laughed, suddenly taken by the idea. "Because, Mr. Norton, if you don't know where you are, you probably don't know who you are, so you came to me out of shame. You are ashamed, now aren't you?" "Young man, I've lived too long in this world to be ashamed of anything. Are you light-headed from hunger? How do you know my name?" "But I'm your destiny. I made you. Why shouldn't I know you?" I said, walking closer and seeing him back against a pillar. He looked around like a cornered animal. He thought I was mad. "Don't be afraid, Mr. Norton," I said. "There's a guard down the platform there. You're safe. Take any train. They all go to the Golden Day." But now an express had rolled up, and the old man was disappearing quite spryly. Inside one of its doors, I stood there laughing hysterically. I laughed all the way back to my hole. But after I had laughed, I was thrown back on my thoughts. How had it all happened? And I asked myself if it were only a joke, and I couldn't answer. Since then, I've sometimes been overcome with a passion to return into that heart of darkness, across the Mason-Dixon line, but then I remind myself that the true darkness lies within my own mind, and the idea loses itself in the gloom. Still, the passion persists. Sometimes I feel the need to reaffirm all of it, the whole unhappy territory and all the things loved and unlovable in it, for all of it is part of me. Till now, however, this is as far as I've ever gotten, for all life seen from the whole of invisibility is absurd. So why do I write, torturing myself to put it down? Because in spite of myself I've learned some things. Without the possibility of action, all knowledge comes to one. Labeled file and forget, and I can neither file nor forget, nor will certain ideas forget me. They keep filing away at my lethargy, my complacency. Why should I be the one to dream this nightmare? Why should I be dedicated and set aside? Yes, if not to at least tell a few people about it. There seems to be no escape. Here I've set out to throw my anger into the world's face, but now that I've tried to put it all down, the old fascination with playing a role returns, and I'm drawn upward again, so that even before I finish I've failed. Maybe my anger is too heavy, perhaps being a talker I've used too many words, but I've failed. The very act of trying to put it all down has confused me and negated some of the anger and some of the bitterness. So it is that now I denounce and defend, or feel prepared to defend. I condemn and affirm, say no. And say yes, and say no. I denounce because, though implicated and partially responsible, I have been hurt to the point of abysmal pain, hurt to the point of invisibility, and I defend because in spite of all I find that I love, in order to get some of it down I have to love. I sell you no phony forgiveness. I'm a desperate man, but too much of your life will be lost, its meaning lost, unless you approach it as much through love as through hate. So I approach it through division. So I denounce and I defend, and I hate and I love. Perhaps that makes me a little bit as human as my grandfather. Once I thought my grandfather incapable of thoughts about humanity, but I was wrong. Why should an old slave use such a phrase as this and this or this has made me more human? As I did in my arena speech, hell, he never had any doubts about his humanity. That was left to his free offspring. He accepted his humanity just as he accepted the Principle, it was his, and the principle lives on in all its human and absurd diversity. So now, having tried to put it down, I have disarmed myself in the process. You won't. Believe in my invisibility, and you'll fail to see how any principle that applies to you could apply to me. You'll fail to see it, even though death waits for both of us if you don't. Nevertheless, the very disarmament has brought me to a decision. The hibernation is over. I must shake off the old skin and come up for breath. There's a stench in the air which, from this distance underground, might be the smell either of death or of spring. I hope of spring, but don't let me trick you. There is a death in the smell of spring, and in the smell of thee, as in the smell of me, and if nothing more. Invisibility has taught my nose to classify the stenches of death. In going underground, I whipped it all except the mind, and the mind that has conceived a plan of living must never lose sight of the chaos against which that pattern was conceived. That goes for societies as well as for individuals. Thus, having tried to give pattern to the chaos which lives within the pattern of your certainties, I must come out, I must emerge, and there's still a conflict within me. With Louis Armstrong, one half of me says, open the window and let the foul air out, while the other says, it was good green corn before the harvest. Of course, Louis was kidding. He wouldn't have thrown old bad air out, because it would have broken up the music and the dance, when it was the good music that came from the bell of old bad air's horn that counted. Old bad air is still around with his music and his dancing and his diversity, and I'll be up and around with mine. And, as I said before, a decision has been made. I'm shaking off the old skin, and I'll leave it herein the whole. I'm coming out, no less invisible without it, but coming out nevertheless. And I suppose it's damn well time. Even hibernations can be overdone, come to think of it. Perhaps that's my greatest social crime. I've overstayed my hibernation, since there's a possibility that even an invisible man has a socially responsible role to play. Ah, I can hear you say, so it was all a build-up to bore us with his buggy jiving. He only wanted us to listen to him rave, but only partially true, being invisible and without substance, a disembodied voice, as it were. What else could I do? What else but try to tell you what was really happening when your eyes were looking through? And it is this which frightens me. Who knows but that, on the lower frequencies, I speak for you.